Now, today, we are gonna see. What if Harry Potter slaughtered everyone and got Sharingan? Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super-Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. James and Lily Potter were said to be two of the brightest students to ever come out of Hogwarts. It was certainly true. Lily had been top of all her classes since her first year with especially great talent for potions and charms. James was a prodigy in transfiguration, which was only proven through his achievement of becoming an animagus at 15. Both were highly respected by their peers, well, those not working for Lord Voldemort. They hated them, especially Lily, because they continually thwarted their plans and proved to be hard to kill. And that while James was declared a blood traitor by them and Lily was nothing more than an uppity mudblood. 3 times they even escaped the Dark Lord himself after a massive battle. So who would believe that these two exceptionally smart and powerful people wouldn't make absolutely sure that not only would their beloved son survive the war, but also that in case they both died for some reason, he wouldn't be used by others? Well, a manipulative old man thought he could control the boy and use him for his benefit. There was after all a prophecy that seemed to completely fit the boy. So the old manipulative man decided that to give the child the right mindset he would let the sister of Lily, a spiteful and jealous person, raise the small baby after his parents had been murdered by Voldemort. He didn't care that the parents had chosen others to take care of their son in case they died. No responsible parents would have not done it with a war waging in their society that had already cost many of their friends and families their lives. But this man had a lot of political power and he thought he could get away with anything. Well, most of the time he really could, because the people had developed a sheep mentality and followed the shepherd without doubt, even if they should have known better in many cases. Just what the old man didn't know, because neither Lily nor James had ever mentioned it, was the secret heritage of the Potters and the Evans. 50 years ago, 2 people had found themselves in England with no clue how to return to their homeland. Both didn't know of the respective other and over time integrated into the society they were stranded in. Vivi Uchiha had landed in Godric's Hollow and worked there as a trainer for martial arts for children. As she also knew how to use a sword, it was common among her clan that the members learned to use a weapon of their choice. She was really popular as a teacher. Vivi soon gained the attention of Charles Potter, the heir to the Potter family. They fell in love and married 2 years later. To protect Vivi and their future children, they never told anybody where Vivi was from, just that she was a pureblood witch from abroad. Amiko Uzumaki had landed in Kent and found a job as a nurse. As a few years after her arrival a war broke out, the Second World War in fact, nobody questioned her origin. She used the medical techniques that she had learned in Uzushio to help as many as she could and soon gained a reputation as a great doctor. She joined the medical unit of the British Army and met her future husband Francis Evans there. They married in 1940 and had a son a year later. They sent their son to grow up with his grandparents as it was too dangerous for a child at the front. Amiko only took off a few months from duty because she couldn't bear the thought of people dying when she could prevent it. Now these 2 powerful ninja lines normally wouldn't have ever had common descendants. The Uchiha had the infamous Sharingan that some members of the clan could awaken and which was seen as one of the most powerful eye-based bloodline limits in the elemental nations. The Uzumakis meanwhile possessed unparalleled knowledge of sealing, special chakra and longevity. Now because James Potter, the son of Vivi, and Lily Evans, the granddaughter of Amiko, fell in love and had Harry Potter, the 2 powerful bloodlines were combined. While Albus Dumbledore, the manipulative old man that was previously mentioned, thought that young Harry had a special magical power that would help him defeat Voldemort, the truth was another. But it wouldn't be revealed for a lot of years to come, and for the manipulator and the terrorist that was Voldemort it would be far too late to prevent that the abilities that Harry Potter had been born with would bring them both down. Harry Potter hated living with his relatives. They were mean, lied about him all the time and tried to bully him into submission. Now he was 7 years old and he shouldn't know any big words like submission, but he was a really smart boy. Not that he could show that at school. No. The Dursleys had forbidden him to show up Dudley with his freakishness. Yeah, as if a small boy that was abused was more freakish than a fat boy that was on the best way to get diabetes. heart problems and die a premature death because his parents couldn't see the faults that their son had. In fact, Harry had realized that his relatives would never love him when he had been 4. A sad thing really that such a young child came to that conclusion. But in turn he also decided, after listening to a TV show from his cupboard that spoke of children learning most when they were really young, that he wouldn't try to make them love him anymore. He had heard an adult at the supermarket, where he had had to help Aunt Petunia do the weekly monster shopping, say that if his son didn't shape up and perform better at school he wouldn't get a good job. Harry knew from listening to Uncle Vernon rant to Aunt Petunia that those that lazed around never had money and would never be worth recognizing. As Harry knew from watching that the money that Uncle Vernon earned as a sales director for Grunnings was the reason all adults believed the Dursleys, even if everything else pointed to something else, he decided that he needed to get a good job. It just wasn't worth being beaten up over it. So he didn't show his intelligence in class, even if he could easily be the best student at school. Instead, he watched and learned. He did his homework to never get in trouble with his teacher. He answered all questions he was asked in class correctly and politely and generally made sure to not stand out. The teachers thought he was simply shy and that his aunt exaggerated his causing trouble. Dudley meanwhile was known to be a troublemaker after he had tried to blame Harry for breaking a window at the school, but Harry had been in the library at the time and the librarian had vouched for him not being able to break the window. Other incidents followed, and as much as Petunia Dursley tried to pretend that Harry was the reason for everything bad, the teachers knew that it wasn't that way because they had kept an eye on Harry. There had been complaints about the Dursleys to some authorities, but for some reason everything was hushed up and the principal forbid them to accuse the Dursleys, who were upstanding citizens, unjustly. He was an old friend of Vernon Dursley. But even he couldn't pretend that Harry was a troublemaker when the boy always spent his breaks in the library or helping the caretaker to feed the school rabbits. Now today Dudley had been bored again and had decided that Harry hunting would be a good way to pass time. Just this time Harry wasn't easy to hit. It was as if Harry always knew where Dudley would hit next. His gang also never managed to grab Harry because he sidestepped or tripped them whenever they tried. Harry didn't know it, but his eyes were close to awakening the fabled Sharingan. When Dudley threw his last punch, breathing hard, Harry caught the punch, glaring at Dudley with blood-red eyes with one tomo in each of them. "Listen and listen well, Dudley. I won't be your punching bag anymore. If you ever come after me again you will regret it," Harry growled, being seriously pissed off with his cousin who made his life miserable. "Why, you can't," Dudley stuttered. "Mum and Dad won't allow it." "Who said I cared for them? Did you know that there are lots of nice poisonous snakes living in the small forest a kilometer west of Privet Drive? And did you know that I can talk to them? If you don't stop your attacks and blab to your parents I might smuggle some into your bed and let them bite you. I might get beaten if you blab once, but after that you can be sure I won't hesitate to retaliate. So for your own safety I'd advise you to stay the hell away from me," Harry said before letting go of Dudley's hand and walking away. That night Harry was woken up by a sudden thud in the corridor outside of his cupboard. He wondered what was going on. Dudley had indeed kept his mouth shut, too scared that Harry could make his threat true. And Dudley was afraid of snakes, Harry knew. He carefully opened the door and looked around. He was surprised that none of the Dursleys had woken up. He looked at the crate that had suddenly appeared in the corridor. He took out a flashlight he had nicked when he cleaned out Dudley's room because Aunt Petunia never made the stupid bully do any chores himself. On the top of the crate was a note. He lit the flashlight and saw that the note had his name on it. Carefully Harry took it, and once his hand touched it writing began to appear to his surprise. Once the writing was finished he looked at the letter which he now held. "My beloved Harry, this is your dad writing. First, congratulations on awakening your Sharingan. That's awesome. I'm writing this letter while watching you play with your godfather who lets you ride on his back in his animagus form. Your mom and I have some important things to tell you that you need to know before you start at Hogwarts. So this crate with the letter will be triggered to appear close to you when you either awaken one of your bloodline limits or turn 11. This letter means it was the former, which I'm immensely proud of. The Sharingan is an eye-based ability that turns your eyes red when you activate them with your chakra or your magic. I would guess it happens through a bout of accidental magic, as that is how my eyes awakened. I don't know where you are right now, but if our wishes were followed you are with Padfoot, your godfather, and know at least about some of what I'm talking. If not, it is even more important that you learn everything from the things we placed in the crate. I'm really sorry that your mom and I can't be with you. If you read this, then we died in the war against Voldemort, who is one of the most evil wizards to ever walk the earth. We fought him to prevent him from destroying everything we held dear. If he wins this war, he will murder people like your mum just for who she was born, meaning not having magical parents. Harry's eyes widened. What his relatives called freakishness was magic. And his parents had been murdered. Damn, the Dursleys couldn't even be truthful how his parents had died, he read on. Now both Lily and I have some rather unique ancestors that are even stranger than being a witch or wizard. The Sharingan that I mentioned is the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan of Konoha, a village that had just been founded when my mother Vivi was transported to England. From Lily you get other special abilities like stronger chakra, magic, and a natural understanding for sealing and ancient runes. Lily insists it also helps learning new languages easier, so you should use that. Lily's grandmother Emiko was from the Uzumaki clan of Uzushio, another village in the elemental nations. It's also where she gets her red hair from. You though got my raven hair, which I will tell you right now will never look tamed. It's simply impossible to tame Potter hair. Even if you grow it out, you will still keep some messiness to it. Inside the crate, your mum and I put lots of books on topics we think will help you develop your abilities and all the knowledge we know you will need on our family's history before starting to learn control of your magic. There also will be a portkey so that you can get away if some stupid arsehole placed you with Lily's sister Petunia Dursley. We stated explicitly that you were to never go to her. She hates magic, because she is jealous that Lily has it and she doesn't. If she got her head out of her ass, she would realize that she still could have learned ninja arts from her grandmother, but she was too lazy to work on them. She only insulted Lily for being a freak. If you aren't with her, never go there. The portkey is a transportation device. In this case, a necklace with a blue lily pendant. That will take you to a secret safe house that Lily and I set up for your use. It's warded with the sealing abilities of the Uzumaki clan, so not even Voldemort or Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry, will be able to find you or enter against your wishes. You will get an invitation to Hogwarts when you turn 11, like all witches and wizards in England. We want you to be happy, but also to be safe, and therefore you need to study the things in the books we left for you. More things are stored in the secret Potter family vault that only the Potters and the Goblins know about, and all Goblins are sworn to secrecy. In fact, all ancient magical families have such vaults next to the main family vaults, but to get to them you need to be of the blood of the family and have been told about them. At the house, one of the Potter house elves will look after you. In case you are with Sirius, he will have returned to Potter Manor already. His magic will know where you are. Your mom and I love you more than anything in the world, and we don't want you to be taken advantage of or die because you weren't strong enough. There is some kind of prophecy that concerns you or Neville Longbottom, the son of good friends of us, and Voldemort. Dumbledore keeps the wording to himself, but he warned us that Voldemort would come after us and we should go into hiding to protect you. Don't trust him blindly. While I don't think that he is an evil man, he clearly has his own plans, and those are not necessarily to your best. Please learn all you can, Harry. I want you to be happy, but that happiness can only truly be yours if you are strong enough to prevent others from hurting you or the ones you love. Love, James Charles Potter, Dad. Harry cried openly over the letter. Here he had the proof that his dad had truly loved him. He had been loved, and his dad hadn't been an unemployed drunk like his aunt and uncle had always pretended. He was a wizard and had a special heritage. Harry was determined to make his parents proud of him. He opened the crate after a few minutes and wiping the tears away with his sleeve. He saw that there were lots of books inside the crate and another letter written in a different handwriting to his dad's. He decided to read it as soon as he was away from Privet Drive. He looked for the necklace the letter from his dad had mentioned. He found it after a minute in a small box and held it reverently. This would be his ticket to freedom. He looked at the note, which only held 2 sentences of instruction. He was to hold onto the crate, and the password to activate the portkey was Wizard of Oz. Harry snorted at the password. Yes, he would definitely leave for home. So once Harry had taken everything he thought he would need and what was his, as little as that was, he held onto the crate and spoke the password. Harry Potter wouldn't be found for the next 4 years by anybody, no matter how hard Albus Dumbledore would search for him. Harry smiled seeing the Hogwarts letter. So it was finally time to see the school where his parents had learned magic. It would definitely be fun. For him that was, not so much for his teachers. Harry Potter didn't take crap from anybody. He had developed and trained his abilities over the past 4 years and, thanks to his parents' planning in advance, he didn't have to worry about pesky ministry detectors for underage magic. After all, he didn't have a wand with the trace on it, and on himself there wasn't one either. So nice to know how the wizarding world put the spell on children. Monitoring all underage children for all events of underage magic would be too much hassle. So his mum had worked out how they did it. It was actually quite ingenious. All witches and wizards bought their wands at a registered wandmaker, mostly Ollivander here in Britain. The ministry had decreed that Ollivander placed a trigger onto his wands that, when a child used the wand it had bought for at least 5 spells, it would place the trace on the child for the next 6 years. The wandmakers sent lists with the name of the child and the wand it had bought, including the birthday, to the ministry, where the Department for the Sensible Restriction of Underage Sorcery filed them away and placed another trigger spell that would break the trace on the date of the child's 17th birthday. Of course, the British system was quite flawed, as the ministry couldn't detect who used a spell, only that one was done around a child with the trace active. In wizarding homes, the parents were thought to keep the children under control, and therefore those children didn't get warnings if underage magic was detected. Muggleborns or half-bloods living with a Muggle parent didn't have that luxury. But there was a way around the scheme. Harry planned to put the trace on somebody else. It wouldn't do him any good if the ministry or Dumbledore could find out where he lived. No, anonymity was his best protection right now. The only thing he needed to do was letting a shadow clone do the job for him. That jutsu was in one of the books his mum had labeled, "Read first," inside the crate he got. By now he had read all the books and had trained physically and mentally to use the skills that the ninja clans he was descended from knew. The teachers had never understood how Harry's dad got away with so many pranks, but the simple truth was that he had been able to walk on the walls and ceilings, and nobody ever searched for a culprit above them when there was no way that they could have got up there. Next to the books on ninja techniques, which were called jutsus, Harry had also found notes of his parents, his paternal grandmother and maternal great-grandmother, about a ritual that would let them return to the elemental nations if things got too bad in England. The main part of the research had been done by his mum. From the letter she had left him, she and his dad had decided that risking Harry's life wasn't worth staying in England. And prophecy be damned, they wouldn't endanger their beloved baby. So they had worked on the notes they had from their mother or grandmother respectively to find a way to go to the elemental nations to escape the wizarding war. His mum had been very close to finding the final sealing formula when she had written her final entry in her diary on the 30th of October 1981. She only needed some last tests before she could safely say it would work without negative side effects. Jolly, the Potter elf that looked after him, told him that said tests had been done the next day, which sadly was also the one on which Voldemort attacked. Had he come only a single day later, the Potters would still be alive, as they had planned to leave the next morning, as their magic needed to replenish after the successful test. Harry now planned to first see Hogwarts for himself and get his magical education done. It would be a waste if he didn't learn all he could about his heritage. But, from the little Jolly had found out during trips to buy supplies in Diagon Alley, Harry wasn't very impressed with Wizarding Britain. People were lazy and used magic for every little thing. Muggleborns, while not hunted like Voldemort and his supporters had done, were massively disadvantaged, and sentient magical creatures were seen as lower creatures. It was not something Harry liked. He knew how it felt to be treated like dirt from his time at the Dursleys. May they rot in hell for their sins, and to think that whole races were treated like that didn't sit right with him. Harry's ninja education put him on roughly the same level as a good genin. The ranking system had been described in his great-grandmother's journal, and for an 11-year-old boy who didn't have a real trainer, that was impressive. He would have to keep his training up when he was at Hogwarts to not lose his skill level, but that should be possible. Even if a wizard working out physically was rare. Harry strolled through Diagon Alley after asking Tom to let him through the portal, showing his Hogwarts list as his reasoning. He had a plan of action, and that included getting full access to all Potter and Evans vaults at Gringotts. Both his parents had had their own vaults next to the old Potter family vault. Harry knew what they had arranged from their diaries and was glad that they had planned for all possibilities. He also had read the last statement from the 25th of October 1981, and therefore he could estimate how much gold should be in the vaults. He would let the goblins do a full audit to make sure that nobody had stolen from the vaults while he had been absent from the wizarding world. After all, The Potters were one of the richest families in Wizarding Europe, and he needed to be sure if anybody had tried to profit from the absence of a proper regent of the family. He knew that the key hadn't been in the things his parents had left him, and that worried him. Normally the keys for his trust vault and both his parents' personal vaults should have been in their things, and he knew for sure that they had been at the house in Godric's Hollow. If the goblins had them to keep in trust until he arrived there, all was well. If not, he would have to get them all back or let the goblins issue new ones. So he walked up to one of the tellers and waited until he was noticed and addressed. It was polite to not disturb a working person until the person finished what he was doing. "Yes?" the goblin asked. "Good morning, Master Goblin. My name is Harry Potter and I would like to talk to the Potter account manager about my finances here at Gringotts. Would it be possible to arrange an appointment?" Harry asked politely. "Can you prove your claim? We get those claiming to be Harry Potter all the time," the goblin sneered. "I think a blood test should be enough to prove my identity, right?" Harry asked. "Indeed. If you would put 3 drops of blood on this paper," the goblin handed Harry a piece of paper and a small dagger. Harry pricked his thumb and let the 3 drops fall onto the paper where a name formed. "Harry James Potter Uchiha Uzumaki. I will inform Korpnik about your arrival. If you would wait over there," the goblin told Harry, pointing at a group of chairs. "Thank you. What is your name, by the way?" Harry asked. "It's Firmfist," the goblins answered, surprised. No wizard ever asked for a goblin's name. This one was definitely interesting. He went to inform Korpnik about the presence of the missing Potter heir. 10 minutes later, Harry sat in a comfortable leather armchair facing an old goblin who looked at him curiously. "Now, Mr. Potter, you wished to see me?" Korpnik asked. "Indeed. You see, Master Korpnik, my parents took some precautions in case they died thanks to the Dark Lord Voldemort targeting our family. One of them was making sure that I wouldn't fall prey to the machinations of others that wanted to use me and my family's power, be it magically or financially, in case they couldn't protect me anymore. Their last will was ignored, as they explicitly stated that I was to never be living with my maternal aunt Petunia Dursley née Evans because of her jealousy turned hatred of the magic my mother could use. Still, till I was 7, I was forced to live with them, while they told lies about my parents and abused me. I say till I was 7, because one of the precautions of my parents kicked in then and it gave me a way out. I have since lived in a safe house they set up under the care of one of the Potterhouse elves. I learned from the books they left me to not be helpless now that I return to the magical world to start my full magical education at Hogwarts." "Are you informed about the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans?" Harry asked. "Yes. Your father once explained to me the importance of the Uchiha clan and that they are a clan of warriors called ninjas from the elemental nations. We goblins of course knew of them, but they are inaccessible by normal magical means. There is a strong barrier that separates them from the rest of the world," Korpnik answered. Harry nodded. This made things easier. "I have also used the exercises and training tools for becoming a ninja that my parents left for me. Right now I could probably hold my own against one of the lower rank ninjas there. Concerning my magical education, my best areas are ancient runes and arithmancy, as they are the base of something my mother worked on hard and which I wanted to be able to do if the worst happened here," Harry said. Korpnik looked curiously, but Harry didn't give up more details. Nobody really needed to know that he planned to go to the elemental nations if things went downhill here. "The thing I need to know right now is if anybody managed to steal from the vaults, because the keys for my trust vault and my parents' personal vaults weren't with their things as they should have been." "Are they in trust of the goblins or did somebody else take them?" Harry asked. "Let me see," Korpnik said and summoned a file towards him. Your mother's vault key is with us, but the ones for you father's personal vault and your trust vault aren't. That's a serious issue, as that shouldn't have happened. I will investigate immediately. You have my word, Mr. Potter. On the other hand, I can assure that the Potter family vault hasn't been touched, even if there were attempts to gain access by the Ministry of Magic and Albus Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore claimed your magical guardianship through the Wizengamot and used that to vote the Potter seat. As the heir, you can decide if you want to uphold the votes he made or not, as he clearly didn't have the right to do so if he went against your parents' explicit ban of you living with your maternal aunt and her family. You won't be able to claim emancipation before your 14th birthday though, Korpnik told Harry. I know. Do you by any chance know what happened to my godfather Sirius Black? Harry asked. I should after all have been raised by him. He was thrown into Azkaban for betraying your parents' hiding place as the secret keeper and killing 12 muggles and the wizard Peter Pettigrew with a single curse, Korpnik said. Huh? That's impossible. Sirius couldn't have told anybody the location, he wasn't the secret keeper. Peter was. It was a bluff my parents and their friends came up with to buy more time. Sirius was going to be the decoy to lure Voldemort on a wild goose chase and Peter would keep us safe. Harry opposed that statement. Interesting, are you absolutely sure about that? Korpnik asked. Of course, my mother wrote in her diary about the trick and how they had done the spell that made Peter the secret keeper. To make it believable to others, Mum brewed polyjuice potion for which Sirius gave a hair and Peter in Sirius form used the flow to inform a few people like Dumbledore, Remus and the Longbottoms of the secret, Harry answered. Could you give me a copy of those pages in the diary? With that we might be able to force the ministry into at least giving your godfather a trial, which he never got. Barty Crouch, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement at the time, claimed overwhelming evidence to Sirius Black's guilt and sent him to Azkaban without 1. Korpnik asked. They denied him a trial? They are really bastards like Mum wrote. Harry exclaimed angrily. I will bring the copies next time I come to Diagon Alley. I don't want to let an owl transport something this important. And you have wards to keep house elves from popping in. Indeed we have. Otherwise it would be a big hole in security, Korpnik confirmed. Well, we will take care of things then. Regarding your vaults, we will need to do a complete audit to be sure if anybody took gold they weren't entitled to from your vaults. In the meantime we will exchange the locks of your trust vault and your father's personal vault. For buying your school supplies and other things you might want, I suggest using your mother's personal vault as it can be exempted from the audit as we had the key the whole time waiting to give it to you, Korpnik said. That sounds like a good idea. Please do that, Harry agreed. Can you send me the results to a postbox? I let my house elf collect the mail I get there regularly. It's how I got books I wanted so far, Harry said. How did you pay for them as you couldn't access the vaults? Korpnik asked interestedly. I didn't buy magical books but muggle ones. Mainly science and how to train your body. The magical ones that got me started on subjects were among those that my parents left me. I have all their old school books and as between them they had all subjects except divination covered. I was good to not direct attention to me. Mum had an account at a muggle bank as well, as she said it was stupid to always pay the exchange rates that the ministry saw fit to set up and get cheated out of a lot of money every time. When my grandparents died, they left my aunt the house knowing that Mum would want to live in the wizarding world and Mum got an account with money. She kept that account as a reserve and for when she went shopping in the muggle world as she liked wearing pretty clothes and was bored with the robes that were available here. The only magical fashion shops she liked were those in Italy and France when she and Dad were on their honeymoon, Harry told Korpnik. Ah, I see, that was indeed a smart thing to do. Your mother really does her reputation as the smartest witch of her generation justice. We can indeed arrange for that, Mr. Potter. I expect that we should have the results in 2 weeks. If anything was taken we will make sure that it is returned with interest, Korpnik stated. Harry nodded and then asked to be taken to his mother's vault to get his school shopping done. When Harry left Gringotts, he was happy that everything had worked out so well. He now had a bag filled with 150 galleons. He knew that he probably wouldn't need that much with 1 galleon having a real worth of about 50 pounds, even if you only got 5 with the ministry exchange rates. They really didn't want gold leaving the wizarding world and disadvantaged those wanting to buy muggle things. So for the ignorant wizards, the things in the muggle world seemed to be extremely expensive compared with the wizarding world. It was another reason why many looked down on the muggles. Some might think that it was good for the muggle-born students as they got more things for school in exchange for their pounds, but that was only on the surface. The ministry made sure that, while muggle-borns were allowed to learn magic at Hogwarts, they had difficulties getting good jobs after graduation. And without having continued their normal education next to their magical ones, it was impossible to get a place at university as they not only looked at the report cards that were arranged by Hogwarts to resemble those of muggle secondary schools, but also had entry tests in which most failed thanks to not having learnt the things that were asked. While Harry knew that he wasn't better off, in fact he was worse as he didn't have any primary school records after disappearing from Privet Drive. He didn't really need them. His plans didn't involve living in Muggle Britain, and if Magical Britain didn't massively shape up he would leave for the Elemental nations. Once he had completely finished understanding the transportation ritual that his mom and dad had worked out. Even if the elemental nations were harder to live in, at least there he would be able to be himself. With the distorted image wizards had about him here, he wouldn't be able to show who he really was. Except to those he really trusted. The press would keep a close eye on him, and they could be brutal if they didn't get what they wanted. So for now Harry got to getting school robes. No way was he wearing them any other time than during class. They were horribly impractical for fighting if you needed to. 2 pairs of dragon hide boots with inbuilt growing charms for 4 sizes. 2 pairs of dragon hide gloves, one with fingers and one fingerless, which he wanted to use for his ninja training. Enough potion ingredients to last him the year while experimenting with some of his mother's recipes. A basic carving kit for runes. 3 kinds of cauldrons for different recipes. Only the pewter one was for classes, even if he knew that it wasn't great quality and copper worked better, which was the second one, with the last one being silver, and a telescope. He didn't really see the massive use of learning astronomy, as the main purpose was in divination, which he didn't plan to take in 3rd year. For the few uses certain times had for potion ingredients, basic knowledge that could be learned in 1 year would be more than enough. Well, at least it would be a relaxing subject, as he had already studied the one book that his parents had written contained all the knowledge anybody ever needed. His main focus would be learning the spells which he knew about in theory. He could use some very basic wandless magic, but it was really tiring for some reason. Probably it was a question of first learning how to properly channel the magic before it became easier. He got the books on his list and a few additional ones to know about recent events. The history books his parents had left him, both about the magical world and the elemental nations, as far as they had them on the latter, had been interesting, and he felt good about being able to completely ignore the boring ghost that was teaching the class at Hogwarts to learn something more useful. Not that history was useless, but when you couldn't stay awake thanks to the teacher, the time you spent in class was wasted if you didn't find something else to do. His father had planned pranks with his friends during that time, as Professor Binns never paid attention to the students and only read out the book. His mom, after getting the title of the book he read out, had worked on charms and arithmancy. As long as her grades were up to scratch, she couldn't care less about not paying attention. Harry was just walking into Ollivander's. He had found an awesome snowy owl that was tougher than all the other owls in the Owl Emporium, and she also seemed really smart. He simply had to buy her, and he hoped that he could train her up as a kind of nin animal. His grandmother had written about summoning contracts and clans that trained animals to fight by their sides. If he could train his owl, it would be great. And post owls had to have some inborn magic to always find their destination, so increasing that potential should be possible. His owl was certainly agreeable when he had asked her. Now he looked around and felt a presence of somebody with powerful magic slightly to the right of him. "Ah, Mr. Potter, I wondered when you would come here," the man who seemed to be Mr. Ollivander said. "Well, I had to get a wand around this time of the year," Harry deadpanned. "Indeed. I remember well when your mother bought her first wand from me. Willow, 10 inches, very good for charms work. Your father meanwhile preferred a wand made of mahogany. A bit more power and excellent for transfiguration." "Well, I said your father preferred it, but it is really the wand that chooses the wizard," Ollivander said, and looked at Harry's forehead. "And that's where, I'm sorry to say, that I sold the wand that gave you that scar. 13 inches, powerful wand, very powerful, and in the wrong hands, no matter, which is your wand arm?" "I'm right-handed," Harry answered, and a tape flew around him measuring him while Ollivander looked before going off into the racks of boxes that all contained wands. All Ollivander wands contain one of 3 base core materials. I work with unicorn hair, phoenix feather, and dragon heartstring. No 2 Ollivander wands are the same, as no 2 unicorns are the same. And only with a wand that suits you, you will achieve the best results. Any wizard will be able to channel magic through any wand if he is at least somewhat talented, but the best results will only come from your own chosen wand. He came back with a few boxes. "Now try this birchwood and unicorn hair." Thus began the long search for Harry's wand. After half an hour, Mr. Ollivander brought out what he called strange combinations. Still nothing really worked. Then he brought a box that Harry had a bad feeling about. "Not that one," Harry insisted. "It gives me a bad feeling." "Now does it?" Ollivander asked and looked critically at the wand. "I don't sense anything out of order. The combination might just be what you need, holly and phoenix feather." "No, "I won't touch that wand," Harry stubbornly declared. Ollivander sighed and went off again, finding other wands. Harry meanwhile used his chakra sensing ability to inspect the wand. There was some kind of powerful spell on it that would cause him harm if he took the wand. He didn't know what kind of spell, but he didn't want to find out. Then he felt somebody trying to enter his mind. He quickly pushed the intruder out angrily. Who dared trying to get into his head? He only sensed a powerful presence quickly leaving from outside the shop. The attempt had been subtle, but the culprit clearly hadn't expected him to be as good at occlumency as he was. The person seemed to stay close to the shop, but walked around it right now. He knew that it all had something to do with the wand. Making sure that he was alone, he quickly made a shadow clone and hid under his father's invisibility cloak. He had read that Dumbledore had tried getting his father to let him borrow the cloak, but he had been denied as Harry's dad had told him that it was a family heirloom that wouldn't leave his hands, especially not in a situation where it could possibly save his family's lives. Soon Mr. Ollivander came back with 6 more boxes. Harry watched how his shadow clone waved the wands without getting results. Harry decided then and there that he would look for another wandmaker. Something was really off here. He should have got some results by now. Finally Ollivander more or less forced the wand into clone Harry's hands and the result wasn't pretty. Harry was glad that he had followed his instincts and had a clone take his place. The clone was overcome with a strong binding charm seemingly. The clone fell to the ground, just not dispelling. Finally, another voice sounded. "I thought we would have to resort to the Imperious." He felt that something was off. "Albus," Ollivander said. "Well, it won't be a problem from now on anymore. The charm will make him follow my suggestions without doubting them, and I bound about half of his magic. We can't have him become too powerful. He would get ideas that would disrupt our plans. And with Fox Feather being the core of his wand, he won't be able to duel Tom properly when they meet. I will get my answers where he disappeared to for the last 4 years once he comes to Hogwarts." "Thanks for your cooperation, Garrick," the man that was probably Albus Dumbledore said. "You're welcome, Albus. A shame that this is needed. He had so much potential," Ollivander said. "But we don't need a second Tom Riddle who acts up against those trying to control him. And this much power needs to be properly controlled." Harry was disgusted with the 2 old men. He was seriously considering not going to Hogwarts at all. But sadly he needed at least basic instruction and training in how to use his magic with a wand, and thanks to Dumbledore's influence no other school would take him. But with them not knowing that he had dodged their conspiracy, he had a lot of options. He would get a proper wand somewhere else. Probably in Nocturn Alley. That was about the only place where Dumbledore didn't have too much influence. Thank God for Jolly's and the other Potter elves' spying abilities that got him information about how things were in the wizarding world right now. He watched how Ollivander pointed his wand at the Harry clone on the ground and used a memory charm to let him forget what had happened. Well, he would have to make sure that he didn't get the memories of this particular clone. There was a trick to avoid it. So when Ollivander and Dumbledore left, Harry grabbed his owl and dispelled his clone before leaving the shop quietly. No way was he staying around them longer than necessary. He would have to learn that ritual quickly. Britain could hang itself. He was moving to the elemental nations. Harry had got his wand easily. A simple transformation jutsu let him look 10 years older than he was with smooth black hair and blue eyes. He told the wand crafter that he had outgrown his mass-produced wand and now needed a customized one to fully use his magical potential. It was a matter of an hour before he held his real wand in hands. 11 inches, elder wood and cherry wood with a triple core of ice Nako tail hair, thunderbird feather and kitsune claw. It was an unusual creation, but all 3 creatures were both rare and powerful, he was told, and the wand crafter declared that it was no wonder that he needed a new wand if he had such powerful cores that called out to him. Harry filed that information away. While he was there, he had a look around the shunned alley and found a few very interesting shops. One even sold quality weapons that were similar to kunai from the description. The ones that his grandmothers had were long since broken and only pictures remained. The secrets of proper forging of them wasn't known in this part of the world, so the throwing knives he bought were the closest he came to getting proper weapons. Next to that he added a dagger that could be concealed in a boot, buttons that could be turned into sharp blades in case you got tied up, and a guide to poisons that could be applied to weapons. He bought about 20 new books on runic applications that his parents hadn't had in their collection, banned potions books, books on dark arts. After all, how would you defend against them if you didn't know what to defend against? One on advanced transfiguration and about warding. He paid 35 galleons for his books. His wand had cost 22 galleons, but it was totally worth it. He was about to skip the clothes shop even if their assortment was much more interesting than that of Madame Malkin. He couldn't after all let go of his disguise to put the clothes on. Or perhaps he could. He looked around and walked into a deserted alley. He made a shadow clone of himself in his normal form, then he let the clone transform his appearance, but only hair, face and eyes. The rest of his body he kept the same. This way he could pretend to buy clothes for his little brother. They entered the shop and only had to wait for a minute until somebody came to serve them. "Good morning, sirs. I'm Mrs. Whitney. How may I be of service to you?" the middle-aged woman asked. "My little brother starts school this year, but I frankly wasn't impressed with the assortment of clothes besides the standard school robes that Madame Malkin kept stocked. When I wandered past your shop I noticed some much better suited clothes and therefore brought him here. We need about everything for him to make an impression with his peers and teachers," Harry stated businesslike. "Of course, I know how unimaginative the clothes of Madame Malkin are. Don't worry, we will easily manage to get your brother equipped. What kind of clothes would you prefer? We can make them following traditional wizarding styles or more modern including Muggle styles. Of course only with them being made of quality wizarding produced materials. Then there is the option to go exotic. In regards to the materials we have nearly everything stocked. The one thing we don't keep is snake leather as it is too sensitive in our climate. Dragon hide works a lot better in clothes," she told them. "Well, we don't want him to freeze to death in the cold climate that is typical for Scotland, so trousers, shirts and pullovers are a must. They should be easy to move in and comfortable. The complete set of charms please. Concerning style, go with form-fitting but still leave enough room to move easily. Next to that I would like if the clothes would have size adjustment charms for 4 more sizes, as my brother has proven to grow like a weed recently and getting him here for new clothes during the school year won't work. Next to that we need 3 sets of workout outfits, easy to move in and durable. My brother practices martial arts and fencing and the clothes must be suited for that. Then there are of course some warm cloaks for winter. One should be long and one short like a Muggle jacket." Harry listed his wishes. Then it was time for the clone to get measured and he was asked which colors he preferred, which the clone all answered. They got informed that the clothes would be ready by tomorrow afternoon and that they could get them then. With it being a whole customized wardrobe that was fairly fast. Harry paid half of the price immediately and half he would pay the next day. And the shopping trip is over with. Just so you know, there will be more bashing of Dumbledore and other characters in the British wizarding world in the upcoming chapters. Deception start high. Here is the next chapter. Enjoy. Thanks for all the reviews for the last chapter and also the ones that favored this story. Deception start. Harry was ready to take off to Hogwarts the morning of the 1st September. He knew that Dumbledore was confused why he didn't turn up at his relatives, but he would claim that he had simply gone home, and home hadn't been with the Dursleys for 4 years now, if he asked. He could blame that on a slightly imprecise memory charm. Not that he would reveal that to Dumbledore. His mind was closed off to any intrusion and the old bastard wouldn't be able to peek into his private thoughts. He knew how to make it look as if he was a natural occlumens. He only needed to survive 1 year at Hogwarts, then he would have had enough time to train the practical use of his magic to move to the elemental nations and never look back. With how nearly nobody knew about them and as his parents had kept their heritage secret, even from their friends and Dumbledore, he wouldn't be found there. His father had written about a fantastic room that he had found and where he had practiced using his Sharingan and his ninjutsu. The room could alter time, so that if you wanted to, you could spend a day inside and outside only 10 minutes would have passed. A perfect way for Harry to train. With how he had already learned nearly everything about theory of all subjects that his parents had taken up to 7th year, and in case of potions, charms, runes and transfiguration up to master level, the normal classes would be really boring. Not that he would show off. He would pretend to be a good student for a first year, but not a prodigy. Let them think that he simply put a good amount of work into his studies, that would make the teachers like him enough to leave him alone, but not enough to praise him to high heavens and direct the old bastard's attention to him more than it already was. From his Parents' diaries. He knew how to get to the platform and he would see if there were more planned manipulations set up. After all, the headmaster couldn't know that Harry had all the things from his parents. He thought that he had simply run away from his relatives when he had been 7. The between years were nothing he could easily explain, and to not make Harry, no matter if there were compulsion charms to trust the old man or not, suspicious about the major interest he showed in him, he couldn't demand that he told him everything. He had to know about the horrible situation at Privet Drive, and if he wanted to control Harry, it made sense to keep him downtrodden and abused by his relatives to let him see Dumbledore as his savior. Fat chance of that ever happening. From Harry's calculations, he could use the secret room during the nights as much as he liked. It could keep up the time change for up to 2 months inside the room on end. That meant at most 10 hours normal time. If he used 6 hours, nobody would become suspicious. He only needed to sneak out after his dorm mates fell asleep and return before they woke up again. So normally he should be good if he left around 12 and returned around 6. First years wouldn't be awake during those hours. That meant he could train a little over a month each night without anybody finding out. Perhaps he should keep it to a month flat to have a little space in his calculations. If he kept it to 3 nights a week, he would have 3 months of training per week. School was in session for about 10 months as he planned staying over the holidays. So round about 40 weeks or 120 months. He could train 10 whole years in 1 year. That would be more than enough to get any masteries he wanted, finish his magical education and improve his ninja skills rapidly to be ready for moving. Hell, if he wanted to, he could take Owl and Newt exams to block any point of attack Dumbledore could have. Perhaps. That was even a great idea. It would serve the bastard right for trying to bind half of Harry's magic and making him his puppet. Wizards were really petty. How could 2 11-year-old boys be so hateful of each other just because of who their families were? Ron Weasley was clearly tasked to stick to Harry on Dumbledore's orders. Malfoy was a Death Eater child and thought too highly of himself and his family. None of them were in any way impressive for Harry. He kept reading his potions book, no matter how much Ron tried to get him to talk about Quidditch or play chess. Really, the boy was stupid to the extreme. And Dumbledore really thought that idiot would be able to keep up with him? Dream on, old man. Harry sat under the Sorting Hat. He was very curious what Dumbles had planned for this. Ah, very interesting mind you have here, Mr. Potter. Albus will be so disappointed that his little plot fell through, the Hat commented. If you tell him anything, I'll first hit you with a babbling curse, then color you hot pink while hanging you in the Great Hall before I use you for target practice for my fire jutsus, Harry threatened. Why would I do that? It will ruin all my fun, and I need some fun with that wannabe Dark Lord manipulator leading the school. He undermines all my attempts to unite the school and uses his little tricks to influence where I send the children each year. For example, he wants me to send you to Gryffindor with the Weasley boy, the Hat revealed. Would be a wonder if he didn't get into Gryffindor if he is anything like his family. Brash and rarely really smart. The twins were a delight to sort though. Devious, I was really tempted to send them to Slytherin just for the kick of it and to see Snape cry tears of despair about having to deal with a new prankster duo in his house for 7 years. Oh, I have nothing against going to Gryffindor. I plan to stay off the old bastard's radar for as long as I can. And I plan to use this year to the fullest. But why don't you sort Ron to Slytherin? His greed and ambition to get fame on my back would perfectly fit there, Harry suggested. I like the idea. If he really is like that, I can simply overrule Albus and state that I sorted the boy perfectly. And he didn't really give orders for the Weasley boy. Oh yes, a worthy prank, the Hat cackled. Now off with you to cause havoc in Gryffindor. Ron Weasley hid a gleeful grin hearing the Hat sort Potter into Gryffindor. The money he had been promised for ensuring that he would go there by the headmaster was his. Now he only had to wait for the next day to start making Potter see which kind of families were the only ones worth knowing. Meaning light families like the Weasleys. For that he would get even more money. Finally he wouldn't be poor anymore. His name was called and he walked up to the stool and sat down and had the hat placed on his head. Interesting. You definitely aren't like the other Weasleys I have sorted. What's that? Oh yes, ambition to step out of the shadows of your brothers. The wish to be the greatest of them all. And a plan to use Harry Potter for your own benefit. You would do everything to reach your goals. There is only one place for you with traits like those. Slytherin. the Hat bellowed, and McGonagall looked as shocked as the majority of the students that a Weasley had been sorted into Slytherin. "No, you can't do that. I belong in Gryffindor," Ron bellowed. "Mr. Weasley, the Hat's decision is final. Get over to your house table," McGonagall told him sternly. Ron faltered under that look and promised to write to his mum that she got him resorted. He didn't see the unfavorable look that Dumbledore gave him. His plans had just been thwarted, and by a 1,000-years-old Hat nonetheless. Dumbledore ranted to the Hat once all students had been led to their houses. "I gave you explicit instructions where to sort the new students. Why did you go against my orders?" he yelled at the Hat. "What? I did follow them. You told me to not place that Granger girl into Ravenclaw but Gryffindor, even if she belongs into Rowena's house. I also sorted Harry Potter into Gryffindor as I was told. He could have made a fantastic asset to both Ravenclaw and Slytherin, but he also has traits that Godric favored, so he won't stand out too much. You wanted all the Death Eater children in Slytherin so that your pet Death Eater can keep an eye on them even if the majority of them don't have any attributes that Salazar looked for," the Hat countered. "You were to sort Ronald Weasley into Gryffindor so he could be close to Harry Potter," Dumbledore shouted. "Oh, that was an order? Well, your exact words were, 'Sort Harry Potter into Gryffindor so that the Weasley boy can keep an eye on him.' After all, no Weasley was ever sorted anywhere but Gryffindor. It's not my fault that the boy is so much Slytherin that he had to go there. Ambition, the will to do anything to reach his goals, and the wish to be the greatest amongst his brothers. He would also rather let others take the fall than brave difficulties himself. Hello, that's the poster child description for Slytherin. And he's a pureblood. It's not my fault that he wasn't like his brothers at all. While he may lack cunning, tact and smarts, that isn't necessarily a requirement for Slytherin these days. Look at the Goyles, Crabs, Parkinsons, Puseys, Montagues, and I could go on. No brains and all bronze the lot," the Hat gave back. Dumbledore nursed a migraine. Resorting was not possible by the charter of Hogwarts. And he indeed hadn't ordered the sorting of the Weasley boy into Gryffindor. He had been convinced that after the older five had all gone there, Ronald would as well. Perhaps he should change his plans to concentrate on the daughter, Ginevra, ensnaring Harry once they were old enough. She would start next year and Molly could ensure that she went to Gryffindor. Perhaps cutting his losses this time would be best. After all, Harry was just 11 and he still had 7 full years to make him into his weapon. If only there weren't those constant setbacks. The Hat silently cackled. He knew that Harry Potter would only stay at Hogwarts for a year at most. He had seen the boy's plan when he had scanned his mind to see where he belonged. Harry had the intelligence to go to Ravenclaw, the working attitude for Hufflepuff, and the sneakiness for Slytherin. With his courage to face his challenges head-on, he could have gone into any house. This would definitely be an interesting year. Harry had to suppress a yawn with the level that the lessons were at. Really, even if he had never used spells with a wand, he had no trouble at all changing a matchstick into a needle, and he couldn't stop himself from turning it into other small items as well. As long as he didn't do bigger things, he could get away by stating that he had devoured his books and knew the theory by heart. Everything else could be blamed on an inherited talent from his father. He noticed that Hermione Granger didn't look happy how easy using spells came to him, but honestly, he didn't care. From the other Gryffindors, he got along best with Neville Longbottom, as he didn't stare at him all the time. Harry had made it his mission to bring the shy boy, who was the son of good friends of his parents, out of the shell his family had created by constantly complaining about his power and how little he was like his father. Harry even got Neville to agree to jog in the morning with Harry after Harry had told him that physical training was good for the development of one's magic. It was true as well. Magic and chakra were basically the same energy. Spells just relied more on the spiritual aspect of energy than the physical. But you could work on your reserves and use of spells by working on your body and using control exercises. Surprisingly, Neville quickly learned the control exercise of tree climbing and was moving on to attempting water walking in the shallow parts of the Black Lake. He just needed something or someone to make him believe that he wasn't a failure. It just baffled Harry that Neville, after 2 weeks of practicing his control, couldn't get spells right. Harry knew that it wasn't a problem with control. If that was the case, Neville wouldn't have mastered tree climbing in 3 days. So it had to do with channeling the magic through the wand. Harry managed to find out that Neville's wand had been his father's. Harry could only groan at the idiocy of that. Neville's grandmother should know that a wand that wasn't compatible with the wizard would only hinder the wizard. So Harry tried if Neville would be able to use the wand that Harry wouldn't touch. He had checked if there were any more nasty spells on the wand after it had knocked his shadow clone out, but there were none but the ministerial tracing charm, which Harry had set off with a clone already so it wouldn't do it again and make people wonder about it. So Neville tried if he could use the Holly and Phoenix Feather wand. While not a perfect fit, it was a good one, and he now could perform the spells even if he needed more attempts than, for example, Hermione. Neville didn't really care. The wand felt loads better than his father's. For Harry it had the nice side effect that if Dumbledore monitored the spells the wand performed, somehow he would see that it did the normal classwork and that it took a while for them to work perfectly. Just what he expected to see. Sneaking around was incredibly easy for Harry. After all, nobody, not Filch, not Snape or any other teacher, would look for a student out of bed at the high ceiling. Harry used his chakra to stick to the walls and ceiling to walk to the room of requirement that his father had described. It was time to start his intensive training. He walked down the wall when he arrived at the spot his father had described. He had needed to search for it for a few days, because the castle was so damn big. A tapestry with a wizard trying to teach trolls ballet. No wonder he was called Barnabas the Barmy. Harry walked past the stretch of wall 3 times thinking hard what he needed for his training. After the 3rd time a door appeared and he opened it. Once he closed the door it disappeared. After all, he had told the room that he didn't want to be found. He had a good look around. There was a big bookshelf with books on advanced magic, one with ninja techniques, one with books on Muggle science, and the last one was filled with books on anything that could come in handy, like rituals, politics, creatures, languages and more. There also was a set of separate rooms. One was a room where he could do physical training, a bedroom, a bathroom and a kitchen. Very basic for his needs, exactly what he had wanted. Now he only needed to make sure that he always brought enough food with him. His father had written about that quirk of the room. It couldn't make food. It was one of the exceptions of the elemental laws of transfiguration. But with a simple sealing scroll, easy with his Uzumaki heritage and the collection of his great-grandmother, who had written down all the knowledge of her clan that she could remember, which was massive, had left to her descendants. He took out the plan he had made for the first month of training. He would concentrate on spell casting and magical studies for now. He first needed to get his level there on par with his ninja studies before going further there. It would be a lot of fun to see the old bastard's face at the end of the year. Neville looked blearily at the chipper face of his best friend. "Harry?" he asked tiredly. "Good morning," Harry crowed, way too awake for 6 in the morning. "Come on, training time." "Ugh, how can you be such a morning person?" Neville asked. "Training," Harry answered, snickering. "Come on, get out of your bed and change into your training clothes. The weather is great. It's a little before sunrise and it will be fantastic to watch it while running around the lake." "We are tackling the whole lake today?" Neville asked, surprised. "Yep. Your stamina has gone up massively, so you should easily manage the 7 kilometers that is one round," Harry declared. Neville smiled. He had started training with Harry the first week of being here and it had been the best decision in his life. He felt better in his body and his clumsiness had gone down massively. He also was more confident and his grades were something he could be proud of. Within 5 minutes he was ready to go. To avoid teachers, technically curfew only ended in half an hour, they kept to the ceiling to get into the entrance hall. Harry knew that as long as no portraits saw them, which they wouldn't at the ceiling, there wouldn't be an alarm. And really, what difference did it make if they went jogging at 6 or at 6:30? They started at a slow jog to warm their muscles and lungs up in the cold weather. Scotland at the end of September this early in the morning was cool. When they reached the lake they did some stretches before taking off to do the one lap around the lake that was their goal this morning. Harry kept his pace to a level where Neville could keep up. For a boy who had only started training his body 4 weeks ago, he was really doing well. While 7 kilometers was a long distance for a beginner, Neville had also learned to support his muscles slightly with chakra. It prevented them from cramping and their first goal right now was getting his chakra coils trained at a safe pace. They took about an hour to finish the round and then returned to school to get a relaxing hot shower. With how Neville wasn't used to these distances yet, it wouldn't do to work on other things this morning and Harry suspected it would help Neville more if he simply let him enjoy the success of making the full round without having to stop. Harry was seriously considering poisoning Snape at this time. Not only couldn't he see past the similarity that Harry had with his father, he also bullied Neville horribly. While in all other classes Neville was doing well with Harry's mental coaching, in potions he lost his nerve under Snape's stares. While he somewhat managed to brew potions, they never came out as good as they did when Harry repeated the potion they covered during the class with him afterwards. Neville was a veritable herbology genius, and by cross-referencing he could easily understand the effect the plants that were ingredients would have on the potion. The other parts were simple learning. But with the stress from Snape hovering around like an overgrown bat, he made stupid mistakes that cost him better grades and made the man belittle him for incompetency. It didn't help that they shared potions with the Slytherins, and especially Malfoy and Weasley, despite the two not being able to stand each other, always made fun of Neville and tried sabotaging the potions of the Gryffindors. Harry really hated the two. Weasley was so bigoted, he perfectly fit in with the Slytherins that were mere followers of the few that had intelligence. While he had massive ambition, he lacked the will to work for his goals, which showed in his grades that were at the bottom of their year. Only Crabbe and Goyle were worse than Weasley. Not to mention that the boy was incredibly jealous of everybody that had more than him, and he thought that the world owed him for some reason. When Harry was asked to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team after he showed off massively in his first flying class after coaching Neville to fly safely, Weasley and Malfoy had been the leaders of making disparaging comments about Harry. Harry could honestly care less. Words didn't harm him. He gave back as good as he got, and normally the Slytherins were unable to match his wit. While Hermione was always berating him for getting into confrontations, he also ignored her nagging. She was another one that couldn't deal with competition and hated that he easily performed the spells they were learning the first try each and every time so far. She was manic in her attempts to get the top spot of their year, and nobody liked her for how she treated others. She nagged them to study more, but they all could see that she didn't like when somebody was better than her. She had no social skills, and while Harry mostly spent his time with Neville, he was often found to play a game of cards with his other dorm mates Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas in the evenings when he didn't have Quidditch training. So overall he was doing nothing out of the norm besides doing well in his classes, which he could easily say was because he had learned all the theory before coming to school, and that for some reason using spells came easily to him. He would see how things developed. So far Dumbledore hadn't made a move yet. Perhaps he only monitored the wand's performance, and that one showed a dedicated and good student but not an exceptional one. But then again, Harry wasn't seen to study ahead of his year. Instead he used his free time to hang out with Neville and help him with his schoolwork, Quidditch or playing games. Dumbledore wasn't really all that pleased that Harry was in the top 5 of every single one of his classes. Even in potions, where Severus was trying to make the boy react to his insults of his father. Thankfully he seemed happy enough with doing well and wasn't trying to learn more, which wouldn't be good for his plans. He had asked Irma Pants if any of the first years borrowed books above their level, and the only one to do that was Miss Granger. The results in classes, while surprising, weren't worrying so far. First-year spells were after all easy to learn and didn't need much magic. So it wasn't an indication that the half of Harry's core that he had bound was getting free. His hopes that Hermione Granger's attitude to learning would deter Harry from doing well in class hadn't come true. The girl only alienated herself from the other students more and more. Well, she didn't really play a big role in them anyway. She was a minor pawn in his game. More interesting was that Quirrell was playing into his hands perfectly. He clearly was up to something, and it had to do with the stone. The bait was in place, and now Harry just needed to find the clues that he had prepared. Smart he might be like his parents, but he was a curious boy, and he wouldn't be able to resist solving such a riddle. He would be able to see how Harry could fare with half his magic bound and prepare the boy for his unavoidable fate. He wouldn't allow that a wizard with as much power as Tom Riddle got out of control again. He didn't notice how his phoenix looked at him disgustedly, or how the Sorting Hat would have shaken his head if he had had one. His manipulations, which he loved justifying with the greater good, would come to bite him. At the Halloween feast everybody was happily enjoying the feast and talking about pranks, and in case of the Muggleborns going trick-or-treating where they collected big bags full of sweets. Then suddenly Professor Quirrell burst through the doors, looking panicked. "Troll, in the dungeons," he shouted. "I thought you should know." Then he fainted forward, making Harry narrow his eyes in suspicion. Didn't people faint backwards? All around him the students were in panic until a loud bang quieted them. Be silent. Dumbledore's enhanced voice sounded. Good, now the prefects are to lead their houses back to their common rooms while the teachers follow me into the dungeons to deal with the troll. Harry didn't like the orders. Why would they be sent away from an easily defendable location into the corridors where they were easy? Pray if the troll got out of the dungeons. Not to mention with only the prefects as protection. He fell into line with the other first years and kept his senses on alert. He was proud to see that Neville was also looking around attentively. They were now on the second floor when they smelled something horrible. Shit, the troll is on this level now. Percy, take the younger years and get them to the common room as fast as possible. We will try and delay it. How the hell did it get here from the dungeons so fast? Michael Varys, the 7th-year male prefect, cursed. Count on me, Percy said. 1st to 4th years, hurry and follow me quickly. Percy, this way, we know a shortcut to the common room. Fred called out. All right, but this better not be a prank, Percy agreed. Of course it isn't. Not in this situation, George exclaimed angrily. The twins raced in front of the group and pushed a brick into the wall, activating a secret passage when a part of the wall slid aside. Good work. Use the Lumos charm to see your path. Fred, will the wall slide back when we are all in? Percy asked. It will stay open for 2 minutes if you don't hit a certain stone on the inside. I can stay and do it while George leads the way in front, Fred answered. Good, we will do that, Percy decided, and quickly the students that had followed them were inside the passage and Fred hit the stone to close it. Nearly everybody had the Lumos charm activated so that their wands spent them some light in the otherwise dark passage. Now that they were out of immediate danger, some started crying while they all walked at a normal pace back to their common rooms. They only hoped that none of the other students that were delaying the troll would be hurt. The next morning the school was abuzz with news about the Gryffindors having to flee from the troll, how the older students had barricaded the corridor to trap the troll in there with anything they could find, including the suits of armor, and how the teachers had only come in the end to get the troll subdued and out of the castle. Some said Snape had killed it and rendered it for potion ingredients. Others said that Hagrid got to keep it as a pet. The last rumor, which was closer to the truth, was that it was imprisoned and waiting for getting shipped off. Fred and George Weasley earned 30 points for keeping their heads in a dangerous situation and getting the students to safety. The prefects also got 20 each for their actions. Madame Pomfrey had ordered that all students of Gryffindor came to the hospital wing for a quick check if everything was really okay, and she handed out some calming drafts. Thankfully nobody had really been hurt. The teachers were investigating how the troll had managed to get into the castle, while the headmaster was busy sending out assuring reports that everything was under control and that nobody had been hurt. He had forgotten that the children would write their parents about the troll getting inside and it had somehow reached the ministry. Too bad he had been busy, otherwise he would have locked the owlery down. Thankfully for him, with the first Quidditch match of the season between Gryffindor and Slytherin coming up, talks would switch to that really soon. Okay. That was the start of the time at Hogwarts. More will be coming soon. Till next time. Companion hi. Here is the next chapter. Enjoy, companion. Harry watched Neville intently. It was the first day back after the Christmas break. Something was horribly wrong with his best friend. He just didn't know what, and Neville wasn't talking. Neville behaved like a skittish rabbit. It seemed as if all the hard work to get his confidence boosted had vanished over the 2 weeks he had been at home. Finally he decided that he needed to find out whatever was bothering Neville. Okay, Neville, we are going to a place where nobody can overhear us, and then you will tell me what has you so spooked, Harry declared, and dragged his friend away to the room of requirement. His own Christmas had been fairly boring except for sneaking around a bit and finding the mirror of Verized. Really, did Dumbledore honestly think he wasn't up to his little games? He kept something valuable at the 3rd floor corridor that he let a Cerberus guard. Harry didn't investigate the other protections, but after overhearing Hagrid drop the name Nicholas Flamel when the Weasley twins were needling him for information about the Cerberus, he was fairly sure it might be the famed Philosopher's Stone. Really, if it was, then Dumbledore was crazy to keep it at a school with hundreds of innocent students in the line of fire. And all those little clues and incidents that happened since Halloween. Somebody had tried cursing his broom during the Gryffindor versus Slytherin match, but a massive burst of chakra against it had broken it easily, and after the first attempt it hadn't happened again, and he had managed to help winning the match for Gryffindor easily. He didn't think that anybody had even noticed the cursing attempt. He had been really fast in breaking it after all. More than 20 seconds it couldn't have lasted in all. Then there were the article about the Gringotts break-in on Harry's birthday that Hagrid had lying around in his hut, the suspicious behavior of Quirrell and Snape and Granger spending time in sections of the library that didn't have anything to do with the normal classes. Probably she had overheard something when Fred and George had talked about the Cerberus, which curiously was called Fluffy, and that it guarded something of Flammel. She wanted to know everything, but with her attitude she pushed all other students away. Harry wondered why she was in Gryffindor. With her love for learning everything she belonged into Ravenclaw, but probably the hat had been forced to sort her into Gryffindor by the headmaster. If his plans had been to keep Harry ignorant by having Weasley hold him back with his lazy attitude and Granger being the negative example of a good student, that might have worked. Sadly, Harry had learned a lot about psychology in his studies before coming to Hogwarts. With how rarely he left his sanctuary, he had mostly been training. They reached the tapestry and Harry asked the room for a comfortable sitting room and that nobody was allowed inside but him and Neville. "Okay. The room won't let anybody but us in now, so please tell me what happened?" Harry asked. Neville only had to look into Harry's eyes to know that he wouldn't get out of this and that Harry wouldn't hesitate to do what was necessary to get him to talk. Giving in was simply the less troublesome way. Harry would win anyway. When I was home and woke up one night, I decided that, as I couldn't sleep, I could as well get some hot chocolate from the kitchen. I walked down without making a noise and I saw that there was still light in Gran's office. I wondered why she would be awake in the middle of the night. So I channeled some chakra to my ear too. Listen. Neville gulped heavily. Gran and Uncle Algy were in the office and talking about how Mum and Dad didn't get better even after 10 years. Then Gran complained how much of a disappointment I was to the family and how it would be better to have my dad back. Harry seethed hearing how Neville's family couldn't see the great potential his friend had and which was coming out slowly. "Don't worry, you'll show them." Harry tried to encourage Neville. To his surprise, Neville shook his head miserably. Uncle Algy told Gran that there might be a way to get Dad back with a dark ritual that the Department of Mysteries had recently discovered. The downside is that to restore a person to full health, magically, physically and mentally, you need to sacrifice the magic of a close family member. They decided that as soon as Uncle Algy has learned the full ritual, they will use MEA as their sacrifice. Neville broke down crying. "Those bastards," Harry thundered. "I will never let them do that." He then tried to calm Neville down, but only after the room provided them with a calming draft Neville was able to talk comprehensively again. "This changes things a bit. Neville, what I tell you now has to stay between us, but with what your relatives have planned, I can't let you return to them during the summer." Neville looked at him desperately and confused at the same time. "You can easily dodge Easter saying that you need to study for the exams early on. This room is called the Room of Requirement and I use it a few nights a week to train. The room can activate a time distortion function where one day inside is the same as 10 minutes outside. We have 5 months until the summer break starts and if we use the function to the fullest we can get years in to train you and me," Harry stated. "Years?" Neville asked, shocked. "Yes, years. And you don't age more than you would in normal time, but your muscle strength and magical strength will keep the growth you achieved." "Now what exactly is wrong with your parents?" Harry asked. "They were tortured to insanity by Barty Crouch Jr. and the Lestranges," Neville answered, too shocked over the revelation. "I'm not really knowledgeable in healing besides basic first aid and some potions. But I know that chakra-based techniques are different than normal magic because the composition is slightly different. For magic you only need your spiritual energy, for chakra you need physical energy as well. It might be possible to find a way to heal them, if you studied healing and medical jutsus," Harry said. "I have some books on medical jutsus from my great-grandmother, who was a medical ninja before she was transported here in some strange accident," Harry said. "I don't plan to stay at Hogwarts after the end of first year. When I was at Ollivander's, Professor Dumbledore and Mr. Ollivander tried to bind half of my magic and place me under compulsion charms to follow Dumbledore like a puppet." "What?" Neville shouted in rage. "That's illegal. Binding a wizard's magic has a penalty of 10 years at Azkaban. You only need to prove it and there is no discussion and there is no chance for dropping the punishment. The only thing that needs to happen is that the Wizengamot sees the evidence. If they don't send the culprits to Azkaban, then they lose the same percentage of their magic as they let the accused get away with. Nobody would be crazy enough to do that. Really? That's interesting, and I'll make sure to use that knowledge. A memory from me watching it should be enough. Does the witness have to reveal his identity? Harry asked. Not necessarily, but in case of a memory it has to be taken in presence of the Wizengamot, which makes the part redundant normally, as the chamber has charms that neutralize any kind of potions and spells to disguise people as assassination attempts of members of the Wizengamot, and accused people trying to counter truth serum and truth spells have been common in the past, Neville answered. So what do you think would happen if I used a transformation jutsu? The energy used isn't really magic, even if chakra and magic are nearly the same, Harry asked. You would have to test it to be sure, but that could be done in one of the boring open sessions where it wouldn't be caught. The effect takes place when you go through the doors. You could claim a dare or simply wanting to see how things were done at the Wizengamot if it fails, Neville suggested. I might just do that. I just need to find a good time to disappear without anybody finding out that I'm gone. If I vanish for too long during the day, the old bastard will try to find out where I am, and right now I enjoy the benefits of not being on his to watch closely list. His little plan with placing Weasley as my shadow failed, because I convinced the Hat to place him in Slytherin if he fit into the house. I'm sure he had a reserve plan with the Git's younger sister, as Fred and George told me that their little sister was a major boy who lived. Fangirl, Harry shuddered there. So, if you want to leave, where will you go? Neville asked, currently too shocked that he had temporarily forgotten his fears. The elemental nations where my paternal grandmother and my maternal great-grandmother were from. The training exercises that I showed you, as you know, are things that ninjas learn. I plan to go there and join one of the ninja villages. My grandmother wrote that her clan, the Uchiha clan, had just agreed to found a village together with their rival clan, the Senjus, when she had been transported to England. I will probably see if I can join that village. There is nothing here for me in Britain. I will only be used by old men like Dumbledore and probably get killed in whatever hair-brained scheme they have cooked up. On the third-floor corridor, Dumbledore hides a philosopher's stone, if I'm right. It's clearly bait for somebody and a test for me, as he keeps playing clues into my hands, Harry said. How would you get there? Neville asked, understanding his friend's opinion. A ritual that my parents, especially my mother, worked out. They wanted to leave and take everything with them the day after Voldemort attacked us, as the successful test was done that Halloween. If Voldemort had only come one day later, we would have been safe and I would know what it's like to grow up with a proper family, Harry said sadly. Can you take me with you? Neville asked seriously. Are you sure? Harry asked, surprised. To use your words. What is here for me, Harry? People have thought of me as a squib for years. My own grandmother sees me as nothing but a shame for the Longbottom name and is willing to sacrifice my magic in a dubious ritual to get my dad back. You are the only true friend that I have. Without you, I wouldn't have got where I am now. I get good enough grades in class because, while I get the spells normally, my bad memory needs some work to get over. For some reason the lessons on chakra control that you showed me helped me more than what the teachers in any class tried to teach me. And if you say that this room can give us years to train till the end of the school year, then hell, why not use it to get ready so that I can come with you? Neville exclaimed. I would love if you came with me, but what about your parents? Harry asked. You said your great-grandmother was a medical ninja, right? Then I will study all you have on medical jutsus and whatever I can find on magical healing. If after the years the room can give me I can't find a cure, then I will have to give up the hope that they will ever be healed. It wouldn't make any difference for them then if I didn't stay. At the moment they don't even recognize me when I visit them, but if it works, they could come with us as well. Would serve Gran right for her plotting, Neville declared. All right. Then we'll do it. The way I sneak out of the dorm and the common room is by walking on the ceiling. Nobody ever looks up and, besides you, nobody gets up as early in the morning as I normally schedule our training. So they don't realize how much time I get to do things that Dumbledore doesn't want me to do. I'm supposed to not show too much enthusiasm for learning more than what is taught in classes. Now with how we need to get you up to the level you need to be at to survive in the elemental nations, we could use 6 hours 3 nights a week and 1 day on the weekend to get ready. I'll teach you more about the ninja system as far as I know about it, and we will get to a level where we can easily sit our owls and newts at any ministry, as I fear that might be a loophole the bastard could use to get me back. But as a fully qualified wizard I would be free of having to go to school. The law states that any wizard that has passed his owls is free to leave school and continue his studies in any way he sees best, and that any wizards who pass the newts is fully qualified. That means even if we are underage by definition of age, we would be exempt of the underage magic law, as that only concerns those that are still at school. Okay, that makes sense. But will the trace break as well? Neville asked. You never had a trace on you, Neville, and neither did I. The trace is put on you by a spell that is on all wands that are sold by ministry-approved wandmakers. My main wand comes from a wandcrafter in Nocturn Alley who thought I was about 20. Yours, while it comes from Ollivander, unloaded that part on my shadow clone that I made because I had a bad feeling with Ollivander trying to insist that I got the wand that you have currently. Before we leave we will visit the wand crafter again and get 2 more wands. One good one for you and a backup for me. Not to mention that I will stock up on some materials to make replacement wands in case we need them. Though I hope that I can somehow find a way to create another, more practical focus. You can lose a wand too easily in a fight, Harry pointed out. True. All right, what are we going to do first? Neville asked. Neville and Harry worked very hard. They devoured all the books in the library, and Neville even found a spell that let them make permanent copies of the books, circumventing the copyright charms, as long as they had the base materials for the book, ink, paper and the book backs. They hadn't found a way to get through the protective charms on the restricted section yet, but that didn't stop them from copying every single book in the normal section. They shared the orders for supplies, as it would have been suspicious if only Harry ordered that much. They finished with the normal section by Easter, and Harry finally found a way into the restricted section. It was said that the Hogwarts library was one of the best in the world. Well, now Harry and Neville's was much bigger. One night a week, when Madame Pants was in London for her book club, was all the time the two needed to get everything done. Thankfully the sealing jutsus that Harry had learned from his great-grandmother's notes enabled them to store all the books easily. Harry had discovered that a shop in Hogsmeade sold notebooks that could hold 1,000 pages each, but didn't look thicker than 100 at most. So those notebooks became their personal library. Harry had asked the Weasley twins to get him 50 of them, saying that he wanted some for himself and some for Neville for this and the next years. The twins, after getting a galleon each for the errand and of course the money to buy them, bought the notebooks and delivered them after a Hogsmeade weekend in March. So now each page of Harry's notebooks held one copied book from the Hogwarts library. And as nobody but he and Neville understood sealing, nobody would be able to tell what they held. Their training in the ninja arts and magic progressed really well, and Neville took to medical jutsu like a fish to water. His great chakra control that Harry had noticed in the beginning, when Neville was still self-conscious, made him perfect for it. Harry's strengths were more with fuinjutsu, ninjutsu and genjutsu, as his Sharingan was the perfect tool to cast them without hand signs. Both boys were more than competent in taijutsu and all supplemental skills, though Neville was better at survival skills, as his prodigy level in herbology allowed him to learn everything about plants, no matter if edible, medical or poisonous. And Harry suspected that Neville could have similar abilities as Hashirama Senju that his grandmother Vivi had described. He simply had a knack for plants, and they grew at illogical paces under his care. The boys made sure to stay in the top 10 of each class, but never did anything to show off. Well, as far as getting all the spells within 3 tries wasn't showing off. Actually, they could do all the spells in their sleep by now. They had already finished the spells asked for 5th year by Easter and were now concentrating on mastering Newt level. They saw it as a great prank next to being necessary to their survival that they managed to get away with their sneaking out of their dorm and learning whatever they wanted. One point was massively annoying Harry though. The goblins had informed him that the ministry flat out refused to set up a trial for his godfather, stating that the diary pages weren't proof of anything. The one to sign the letters was a woman called Dolores Umbridge, who was known to have it out for magical creatures and being a pureblood bigot. She was clearly in the pocket of Lucius Malfoy, who had no interest that Sirius Black got his trial. After all, his son was probably the candidate with the biggest claim to the Black Lordship and fortune if Sirius died at Azkaban, as his mother was a born Black. Harry decided that, when he was already getting away anyway, he wouldn't let his innocent godfather suffer under the Dementors. Neville fully agreed with him after reading the pages in the diary. He had always been told that Sirius Black was Voldemort's right hand. Thanks to Harry, Neville now used the name, and a traitor to the light. So next to furthering their training, they plotted a way to get Sirius out of Azkaban without anybody being any the wiser before they left Britain for good. The problem was finding a way to get in and out without being bothered by the Dementors. After hearing about them from Neville, they both dived into research to find a way to deal with them. The newer books didn't really have any ways to get rid of one except for the Patronus charm, but that was really flashy and would attract attention. They still learned it as it was useful in more than one way. A really old book that the room produced for them when Harry asked about ways to destroy Dementors was much more helpful. Dementors, being creatures that thrived in the cold, were weak against fire. The main problem was that nobody really managed to burn them while they sucked all happy thoughts and feelings out of you. Well, they were not like others, as they had the option to keep a Patronus up while firing fire jutsus at the Dementors. At least that was the first plan. When they had thought about it for a while longer, they saw the problem of getting to Azkaban in the first place to do all that. After a while they decided that sending Sirius a couple of fire seals that he could use to get out would be a better first plan. Owls for some reason weren't influenced by Dementors, and it was normal for the Ministry to send messenger owls there, so the Dementors never bothered with them. Hedwig, who could easily be classed as a high-ranking nin owl now, was more than eager to take over this infiltration mission and deliver the tags. Hedwig had joined the nightly training regularly, and Harry had soon found out that his owl wasn't just smarter than other owls, she also had a natural talent to channel chakra. In addition, Harry would seal a breathing device and a diving suit into another paper together with instructions on how to use them. Even the high-security wing cells had windows, so getting a letter in wasn't that difficult. Not to mention that Hedwig had learned to control her chakra, which allowed Harry to give her a collar that had an invisibility seal on it. He was incredibly proud of his owl. Neville's toad Trevor still liked wandering around the castle, so Neville made the best of that and put a listening seal on him to have a way to get more information. While most what the recording device that they set up to write down the information the seal overheard was useless gossip, some things were useful. For example, that Snape suspected Quirrell of attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone, or Quirrell being the one killing the unicorns for their blood. Harry and Neville decided that one night they would sneak down there and get the stone before Quirrell could. They weren't sure yet if they would return the stone to Flammel or keep it after that. They would see what worked out better. They just didn't want that Dumbledore kept it or that it fell into Voldemort's hands. Either of the two was bad news for them. End cut. Till next time. The Stone High, the next chapter is up. Hope you like it. Thanks for all your reviews. I read them all, even if I don't answer all questions, because I'm too busy. Happy reading. The Stone. Finally, the night they had been planning for was there. It was the first week of May. Exams would start in 3 weeks, and the teachers were so busy with revision of classes that they didn't take their patrols as serious as they did the rest of the year. Both boys were clad in black with masks and hoods hiding their faces. Only the area around their eyes could be seen. And a little-known fact was that Harry had permanent contact lenses in his eyes and just used glasses with no effect to deceive people into thinking that he needed them. It helped, making him look more like his father and less likely that they found out anything significant about him. Harry and Neville could easily pass their newts now and had agreed to ace the end-of-year exams. After all, as they left after this year anyway, they could go out with a bang. Right now they silently hurried along on the ceiling towards the third-floor corridor. Silent casting was now second nature to them, and while they still needed their wands for the higher-level spells, they could do first- and second-year spells wandlessly. It was extremely handy in pranking Weasley and Malfoy. Whenever Snape tried blaming them for a prank, they handed over their wands to Professor McGonagall for testing, and the test always came up negative, with a spell they had used in class or practiced for revision being the last one used. It drove Snape crazy. They reached the locked door and Neville opened it with Alohomora. Really, to let such a dangerous place be accessible to all students. Dumbledore was clearly insane. Trap and test or not, you didn't risk the lives of hundreds of children like that. Harry threw a small smoke bomb filled with sleeping gas into the room. It would be suspicious if they harmed the Cerberus in any way. There wouldn't be any traces of the sleeping gas later on, so nobody, who checked if the dog was all right, would grow suspicious. They waited for 5 minutes and then went inside. Their masks also filtered any gases that weren't normal air for them, so they didn't have to worry about falling prey to their own gas. The dog slept peacefully next to the trapdoor, which Neville opened before the two boys stuck their feet to the sides of the hole and then let themselves drop down, and Harry closed the trapdoor with a spell. After all, if anybody coincidentally checked if everything was okay, an open trapdoor wouldn't be good, though they really hoped that nobody would look closer. They found that under the trapdoor was something like a chute, which they now walked down. With a little light from their wands, they found another room once they reached the end of the chute. Neville only needed one look at the plant below them to shake his head. That's Devil's Snare. It might be useful to trap a thief if you surprise him, but any competent wizard would recognize it at once and set it on fire. It's part of the first-year curriculum in herbology for Merlin's sake, Neville complained. It only proves our theory that the whole thing is a ridiculous test for me. After all the clues that were left over the year for one of us to find are pretty obvious. And this test screams of your specialty. Probably Dumbles wanted me to come here and lead a group of my friends through the whole thing, Harry commented. That old man is insane. But no matter now, the door is over there. Neville pointed at a large door behind the Devil's Snare. Good that nobody thought of somebody using alternate means to get down here. I mean, even a broom would have done the trick, Harry mentioned and got a nod from his friend. They continued to walk on the ceiling and the walls and soon reached the door that wasn't even locked. Really, if you wanted to protect the stone properly, you only needed to ward the door to force a thief to deal with the Devil's Snare until you undid the wards. What do you think about making this whole little obstacle course more difficult when we go back? Harry suggested. Neville grinned evilly. Good idea. I have some nice improvement ideas already, he cackled. They continued and found a room with flying keys and 3 brooms in a corner. Convenient, really convenient, Neville commented. Tailored for the youngest seeker in a century, if you wouldn't have been suspicious. Now, I would have had to worry for your mental condition. Remember, he thought he would have to deal with an 11-year-old boy new to magic, and hopefully too meek from the abuse and neglect of his relatives to think a lot about the things happening around him. And he had to set up the course before I arrived at Hogwarts, Harry reminded Neville. Well, let's see if he is more stupid than I thought, Neville said and used a silent summoning charm to get the key to the door. An old-fashioned key with light blue wings struggled against the pull, but was overpowered. He is more stupid than I thought. Why the hell wouldn't you secure the right key against such a basic spell? I mean, okay, it is part of what you learn in 4th year, but the whole course was meant to at least delay a thief until Dumbles could get down here. We haven't found any alarm wards at all. The obstacles are a joke for any proper thief, and even first years that pay attention in class could have come this far. The sleeping gas is a 2nd-year potion after all, and it's mentioned in our books, Neville exclaimed. Yeah. Come on, let's go on. We want to get this done quickly, and we can show our opinion of the course by making it a lot harder on the way back, Harry told Neville. The room with the chessboard was easy as they weren't noticed at all at the ceiling. The room with the troll was similar. The tricky part came up when they were in the room that Snape had set up. A riddle with a line of potions. They took the time to inspect the content of each flask. Snape may be an ass, but he clearly is a fantastic potions master. The quality of this internal fire protection potion that is coded to the purple flames is incredible, Neville commented. And letting a wizard, normally they don't have an ounce of logic, deal with a logic riddle to figure out what to do is also brilliant. I tried to freeze the flames with a flame freezing charm, but that doesn't work. Finally, something that could honestly be called a proper obstacle, Harry added. They both took a sip of the potion that took them through the black flames and found the mirror of Arise that Harry had already seen before on a small pedestal. Harry looked into the mirror, knowing that the mirror showed you the deepest desire of your heart. Knowing Dumbledore, this was some stupid plan, so he simply thought about finding a way to find the stone. To his surprise, his reflection, which was standing between his parents with Neville and his parents, fully healed, by his side winked at him and took a blood-red stone from his pocket. Once he put it back into it, Harry felt a weight in his own pocket. He pushed his hand into it and found the stone. You have got to be kidding me. You get the stone if you ask to be told how to find it? What kind of protection is this? Harry asked, baffled. Another proof that Dumbledore is insane. Come on, let's get back and have some fun making the traps more difficult and dangerous, Neville declared. Harry nodded and they briefly discussed what they wanted to do. Then they set to work. Harry carved some hidden runes into the floor around the mirror, which would make anybody that tried looking into the mirror confused. Similar to a Muggle repelling charms where Muggles were made to remember urgent errands that they forgot or feeling the urge to go somewhere else. They left the room with the potions and the riddle basically like it was, but added a locked metal box which would float around the room until you gave the right password. Of course they put the riddle into it. Then for the room with the troll they got creative. They added random sticking charms to the floor, the walls and the Trolls Club. It would be hilarious seeing a thief deal with suddenly being stuck while the troll swung his club. The room with the chessboard was their masterpiece so far. Harry let stalactites grow from the ceiling to prevent anybody flying over the board, and he conjured a few blood-sucking bats for good measure. Let Quirrell deal with that. The keys were charmed razor-sharp and made to attack any intruder, not to mention that only the right key got an anti-summoning charm placed onto it. Next to that, Neville set up a ward that protected the door from being blasted out of the doorframe. The last obstacle under the trapdoor was purely Neville's part. He dropped a bag of soil onto the ground and threw a pack of seeds that broke open immediately. The plant was known as Dragon's Breath. It liked the dark as much as the Devil's Snare did, but contrary to the other plant that shied away from fire and sunlight, Dragon's Breath bloomed under sunlight and set a poisonous mist free. And if you were stupid enough to try and burn it, you found out why it got its name. The plant retaliated with fire that was as hot as a dragon's. Normally you didn't survive that. Not to mention that with the large tentacles of the Devil's Snare around the smaller plant wouldn't be noticed immediately. They left Fluffy alone but left him a big steak as an apology for sending him to sleep. Harry and Neville listened in on the discussion that was held in the headmaster's office. They had managed to get a listening seal inside thanks to overhearing the password for the gargoyle one night when Trevor had been in the corridor. They had sneaked in and applied it to Dumbledore's desk later that night, and now they could always listen to what was said there. "Nicholas, the trap is set and we will soon see what Harry is capable of," Dumbledore said. "Good. We need to get the boy trained up to be the sacrifice we need against Voldemort. That upstart needs to die, and it's too bad that that cursed prophecy blocks us from doing what's necessary," Flamel replied. "You're right. I made sure that the obstacles are challenging for a first year but not too difficult. I don't want him to die too early. Right now Voldemort is nothing but a wraith possessing the body of Quirrell. We have no way to trap him somehow and wait until we get confirmation which way he used to cheat death. There are simply so many." "Which obstacles did you set up exactly?" Flamel asked. "First, a Cerberus that falls asleep hearing music. I know that Hagrid slipped up in the village when he was drunk. Harry regularly goes down to Hagrid's hut to talk about magical creatures together with the Longbottom boy. So he will find out about that. He was after all the one to find a way to get the dragon egg away safely before the beast could hatch. Really, sometimes Hagrid lacks common sense. If the stupid half-giant wasn't such a loyal supporter, I would have got rid of him already. But it makes me seem like the good side in the eyes of the magical creatures. So he has his purpose by staying here. He's too stupid to see that I use him. Really, as if an Acromantula could have killed that stupid mudblood girl without leaving a trace. You would have been able to see bite marks at the least and it would have started eating her," Dumbledore commented. "True. I can't believe Dippet bought the story and that the morons at the Ministry went with it. Too bad that we didn't suspect how far the Riddle Boy was ready to go. We could have taken him out early on, but since the 60s no method worked like it should," Flamel pointed out. "Well, I'm sure we will solve that mystery soon. With Voldemort on the move again, we will probably get more information again. How are your elixir stocks? Do you need to make more right now?" Dumbledore asked. "No, I stocked up for the next 2 years just to make sure all goes to plan. My vault is also full with gold, so I can deal with not having the stone for a while longer. Now you wanted to tell me about the other obstacles." "Indeed. Second is a pit full of Devil's Snare. Should be right up the Longbottom boy's line. Then a room with hundreds of flying keys of which only one opens a door that is charmed against being opened with any unlocking charm. Harry is the youngest Seeker of the Century and his performance in the 2 games that Gryffindor played against Slytherin and Hufflepuff was very impressive. So he shouldn't have trouble with that. Next is a chessboard with giant chessmen in which you need to play yourself to the other side of the room. I originally came up with that having the youngest Weasley boy in mind, but the stupid boy got himself sorted into Slytherin. Severus reports that he is lazy, stupid but wants to get everything. I have written that plan off as a lost case. His mother, after she got over her fury and the information that there was no way to resort the boy into Gryffindor, now concentrates on making sure that her daughter is ready next year and will be sorted into Gryffindor. The girl will then seduce Harry when they are old enough, Dumbledore informed him. We can't after all risk losing the massive Potter fortune when Harry dies. I don't want Fudge and the Ministry to get it. I need it for my plans. So far I was blocked by the dratted goblins. But when Harry marries Ginevra, she will inherit it upon his death. The classics are always the best, Flammel agreed. After the chessboard comes a mountain troll. That one is a real challenge and I had hoped that Harry would have been forced to deal with the one that Quirrell let in on Halloween, but the Weasley twins with their knowledge of hidden passages prevented that the Gryffindor group had to face it. Was a bit of a hassle to calm down Amelia Bones, but of course I managed. She takes her job a bit too serious sometimes. Do you have somebody watching her? Of course. Alistair is one of the senior Aurors and when he retires his students Kingsley Shacklebolt and a new trainee, Nymphadora Tonks, will take over. The last obstacle before my own is a riddle that Severus came up with. A logic puzzle. Cute and entertaining in my opinion. 7 bottles with different potions, the room closed off by 2 fires. You have to puzzle out the potions to get you through the black fire which is the barrier to the last room where I have hidden the stone in the Mirror of Arised. Only those that want to find the stone without using it will be able to get it out, Dumbledore stated proudly. Ingenious, Albus. Yes, those looking for the stone would want to make gold with it or create the elixir of life. And if the boy is like we hope he will, save the stone before facing Quirrell. Do you know when he plans to strike? Not exactly, but probably after the exams. He is too busy with them to give it a try before that. He will lure me out of the castle somehow to have a clear path. The only thing I need to ensure is that Harry finds out one way or another and tries to protect the stone. He found the mirror over the Christmas break and I guess he realized how it works, Dumbledore said. Harry frowned hearing that. So there must have been alarm wards. He looked at Neville. We can keep the stone. Flammel is as bad as Dumbledore, Neville stated. Yes, it will be useful in the future. I only hope he can't make a new one on short notice. It would be good for the world if a manipulative old git like him would finally die. Really, over 600 years? Harry asked. Too true. Well, we now have to set the other plans into motion. We need to get Sirius out of Azkaban. Thankfully the first letter with explanations and some compressed potion pills got to him all right. He should be in much better condition once we send the second one with the tools for him to escape. Then we need to sneak out and see if my theory on how to heal my parents works out. If it does, they need to go into hiding to not tip off my grandmother. I'm honestly happy that we will be away soon. It's obvious from her letters that she and her brother have the preparations ready. The assholes, Neville cursed. I know. As if your parents would have wanted them to sacrifice you to get your father back. No parents want that for their child, Harry commented. Let's go over everything again. We send Hedwig with the seals to get Sirius out of Azkaban and wait until he appears at the shore. Then we side along apparate him to Hogsmeade and hide him in the Shrieking Shack where he can recover from the long-term Dementor exposure. I can easily sneak in there through the tunnel under the Whomping Willow that we discovered. Not to mention that we can apparate anywhere from the shack without being stopped by the wards of Hogwarts. After that we go to St. Mungo's, see if I can get my parents healed and if it works like it should we smuggle them out by leaving 2 golems in their beds for a day so nobody becomes suspicious, Neville listed. Yeah, we then hide the 2 with Sirius in the shack and nurse all 3 back to a healthy condition. We have 2 weeks before we plan to sit our newts at the Ministry as they're done in the week after Hogwarts lets out. The results will come a week after that. With them filed, we can go to the seal setup in Godric's Hollow with all the things we want to take with us, including the fortunes in the Potter, Black and Longbottom vaults. Good thing you found the loophole about underage heirs being able to get in there to find certain objects. We can't physically take out gold officially, but the goblins can't sense if we seal it up according to my grandmother. So with one of our storage seal books we should be able to store everything we need. We will leave the minimum amount of gold in there like my parents planned to do in 1981 so that the goblins don't raise a stink, Harry added. Too bad for Gran and Uncle Algy that the minimum amount is 100 galleons. Not enough for them to continue living like they did, Neville commented grinning. Yeah, too bad. The good thing is that gold coins can be changed into any currency. We won't have to worry about getting a place to live and finding a job before we know how to fit into the village we go to. We can take the Potter elves that want to join us with us, the rest will keep the properties here in good state. I already arranged that the ones outside of Britain were rented out through Gringotts and earn steady income for me. It's one of the reasons Korpnik is so easy to deal with. He sees our plan as a great way to stick it to Dumbledore and the Ministry. The vault I use for the profits is under a company name that doesn't have a direct connection to the Potters. Therefore it should be ignored if anybody tries to find out where we left to. Korpnik has carte blanche to invest the profit made from the renting out of the properties as long as he makes sure that they don't lose in value, Harry informed Neville. Good plan. I have all the plants that I want to take with me ready to be sealed away. It's great that I can use this room to grow the plants, as many need months if not years to get into a state to be ready for use. I can breed from all of them so we won't have to worry about running out of potion ingredients there. How about your creatures? Neville asked. It's going great. Hagrid loves looking after so many different creatures. Thanks to a seal he never talks to anybody but us about them, and I have finally mastered the seal that allows transport of living beings without harming them. They will be put in stasis until we let them out in our new home, Harry said. He won't like that, he'll have to give them all up, Neville said. No, and I'm sorry that we will hurt his feelings when we go, but it's too dangerous for both of us to stay here. He has his job here and he knows nothing outside of Wizarding Britain. He wouldn't be happy anywhere else. Hogwarts is his home, Harry stated. Well, I'll see how many of each kind we have by now, and if there are enough, I'll let him keep some as pets. That would make him happier. Are we going to tell him that we are leaving? Neville said. I plan to send him a letter with an owl that he can keep just before we activate the seal. That way he will know our reasons and that we prepared properly for this, Harry said. He's the only one that deserves an explanation. Neville nodded, knowing this to be true. Too many people that were in power were corrupt and did their best to get control over young, powerful witches and wizards, while they were still young enough to be controlled. They would be better off somewhere else. Even if both knew that the elemental nations were a dangerous place, they decided that they would rather deal with ninjas than old, controlling bastards. Sirius Black eagerly took the second letter that he got from his godson. He had been surprised to get mail from Harry, but the contents of the letter were all the more baffling. He had known that Dumbledore was a bastard and couldn't be trusted after he let him rot here, and clearly had no intention to get him justice. They had taken precautions in case something happened to Peter, like torture and him giving the location of James, Lily and Harry up and Sirius being blamed. Dumbledore got a letter telling him everything signed in James's and Lily's blood. It was like an unbreakable vow or a wizard's oath. And still he has stayed here. Harry wrote how the Ministry was refusing to give him a trial, even with the evidence from his parents' diaries. So he was more than willing to take his chances with Harry's plan to break him out. Just because it hadn't been done before, didn't mean that it was impossible. He was a bit confused about the instructions he got in the pills, but he had followed them. After a few days he didn't doubt the efficiency of the pills anymore. He could feel their effect. Harry's friend Neville was really a genius in healing if he managed to turn potions into pills. He kept to the doses and times that Neville had prescribed for him, and he had lost a bit of his malnourishment and his muscles had rebuilt. His mind was also healing a little bit, as much as the Dementors couldn't take away. The plan to get him out now was easy. With his better physical form he would be able to swim to the mainland using the things that would be in this second envelope. As the main problem in getting away was getting out of his cell in the first place, the bars needed to go. Harry would send a storage seal which he could put on the bars to seal them away. He would escape through the hole. Harry planned to let him use special fire seals that would burn the Dementors. They shouldn't be able to influence him much, while they were busy getting away from the fire seals. Sirius had added his own part into that. He wanted revenge for the years that had been stolen from him, and he wanted to get the people that deserved Azkaban. Like his insane cousin Bellatrix. The human guards were also on his shit list with how they abused him, as if being trapped with Dementors all day wasn't enough. No, beatings had been a weekly occurrence since the new lead warden had started 5 years ago. He would seal away the bars and then turn into his animagus form that was more or less immune against the effects of the Dementors. He would sneak out, place seals all over the place, including the office of the warden, and then get out. The seals would go off once Sirius channeled some magic into the trigger. Simple, really. He followed the instructions and put a little bit of magic into the seal that was numbered with 1. A curious mask fell out with instructions how to put it on and how to use it to breathe underwater. Next, under number 2 was a diving suit and flippers from the Muggle world that would isolate him from the cold, especially as Harry had put warming seals onto it. Number 3 were the seals for the bars, number 4 the fire seals, number 5 the trigger, and number 6 some invisibility seals. His godson was a genius. There was no doubt about it. Just how did he manage that when he was just 11, turning 12 in July? Something to find out later. For now he needed to follow instructions. He started with changing into the diving suit while leaving the flippers off for now. They would only hinder him until he was in the water. He secured them at the belt of the suit. The mask got a place on the other side. Then he sorted through the seals. He thought about when the Dementors would be back. They had left about half an hour ago, which meant they would return in an hour. More than enough time to pull this off. An invisibility seal on his hand did its job, and he took the other seals. First was sealing the bars. He decided that he would simply put them back in place once he was out to make the stupid Aurors that would come to investigate later wonder how in hell he got out of the cell. Once he was out of his cell, he quietly placed fire seals into the cells of all the worst Death Eaters that were still alive. The corridor walls also got some. He turned into Padfoot and ran as silently as possible towards the exit. He roughly knew the way from when he was brought in. When nobody was around, he turned back into his human form and placed a few more seals. Thankfully the area around the lead warden's office was empty, as he was currently inspecting the lower security wing. He took a bit of food that lay around, just a box of biscuits, but he could need the sugary treat for his trip to the mainland. He kept to the shadows as a dog whenever he encountered Dementors. With how easily he could feel when they came closer, he could get into hiding places before they were too close. Dog form or not, he didn't want to be too close to them. He needed half an hour before he reached the lowest floor, and he was lucky that a delivery of food was just arriving, which meant the main door was open and he could sneak out invisibly. He pondered for a moment if he could hitch a ride with the supply boat, but cancelled that idea as if he was found he would be at a massive disadvantage. And then the whole escape plan would fail. No, he would do it the way Harry and Neville had thought up. He reached the beach and hid in a small cave where he transformed back to human and put on the flippers. He ate the biscuits and took the last potion pill with a little bit of rainwater that had assembled in a groove. Then he put on the mask and walked out into the sea. He would never willingly return to this place. The last thing he did before vanishing under the water surface was pushing magic into the trigger. Then he swam towards the mainland. Harry and Neville sat in the Great Hall, reading the Daily Prophet. Yesterday they had collected Sirius from a beach in Montrose. He had been dead tired, but okay. Hedwig had led him towards the right beach when he was close to the coast. The plan had been to use Hedwig's superior sense of orientation to have Sirius come up from under the water every hour to let Hedwig show him the way. It had worked perfectly. With Azkaban being somewhere in the North Sea between Scotland and Norway, if you followed the direct line, it was easiest to let Sirius swim to Scotland in a fairly deserted part. There were more than enough of those. Harry and Neville had waited there with a dose of pepper-up and some warm clothes. Despite the warming seals on the diving suit, the sea was cold this time of the year, especially far out. They had sighed along apparated Sirius directly into the Shrieking Shack where a makeshift hospital wing had been set up. Neville had taken action and given Sirius several potion pills before letting him sleep. Jolly was making sure that Sirius had food and drinks and took his medicine. One of them would go to the shack at least an hour a day to get Sirius caught up with recent events and their plans. To say Sirius was shocked and angry was an understatement. He agreed to come with them. So far there hadn't been any information about a breakout at Azkaban, which they wondered about. Normally the absence of one of the high-security prisoners should have been noticed. They wouldn't know until a few days before they left, but with Sirius also targeting the lead warden's office and triggering it coincidentally when he and the other 4 human guards had come back from their inspection, he had prevented that an alarm was sounded. Only when the next rotation of guards happened, the Ministry found out about him missing and several Dementors and high-security prisoners dying in their cells from an incredibly hot fire. It started a panic, but no results could be reached for years. By that time they were long gone. In fact, the public only found out about it months after the event, as the minister wanted to hush this blunder up completely. Tonight they would turn to their next target, the Longbottoms. They only had 1.5 weeks of term left and they needed to do it now. Their exams didn't matter. They were dead easy for them. While their classmates were worried, especially Granger, they knew everything they needed and simply wrote the paper tests from memory and did the practicals with ease. Even in potions where they got good entertainment from Snape's annoyance that they didn't make mistakes. And no matter what kind of hints Dumbledore would drop for the test, Harry and Neville wouldn't go. With their improved obstacles there was no reason. Quirrell would have to get through lots of nasty tasks now and at the end there would be nothing. The prize was gone already. It was interesting that Dumbledore didn't know about it though. He normally seemed to be pretty well informed. And another chapter done. Till next time. Hospital Rescue. Hi everybody. The next chapter is up. For all fans of Embracing Destiny, the next chapter is about 3/4 ready and should be up by next weekend or at least the one after if the muse stays with me. Now enjoy this one. Hospital Rescue Street Mungos was silent. The healers had already gone home and only a few nurses stayed to keep an eye open in case a patient needed something during the night. Nobody noticed two shadows move through the corridors at high speed. No magic detectors were triggered as the shadows didn't use magic to move at their current speed. Pure speed training got them to the level they were at. They kept to the dark corridors, out of the sphere of the few lit gas lamps. Finally they reached their goal. One shadow gave the other some signs with his hands and got some back. He placed a piece of paper with strange signs on a door with a small window in it and tapped it twice with his finger. The door suddenly vanished. The two shadows entered the room and one returned the door from the paper. One of them walked over to the two beds at the back of the room. They were occupied by a sleeping man and a woman. The shadow took a small bag out of his pocket and prepared some syringes. Once done he pierced the veins on the man's left arm first and then injected one liquid that he had in the syringes after the other into the man's bloodstream. Once all his syringes were empty he walked over to the woman, prepared a fresh needle and repeated the process. He looked at his wristwatch and after a certain period he flew through a sequence of hand signs that none of the healers that worked at the hospital had ever seen until his hands glowed in a light. Green light. He put one hand on each person's forehead and channeled energy into them. The second shadow stayed next to the door and kept watch over the currently empty corridor. He would only take action when his partner was done or somebody arrived unexpectedly. Normally the routine control should only come in 2 hours. Long after they were gone if everything went well. And he was relatively sure that it would. His partner had worked long and hard on the treatment to restore the two in the beds to their sanity. If it worked, they should get results in about half an hour. At least the two should show some signs of the treatment working. He didn't want to disturb his partner. The technique he used was complicated and required precise control. They had come too far to make a mistake now. After 15 minutes his partner stopped his technique and took out a vial with a light blue liquid and drank it. The potion to restore his energy. So at least this part of their mission was done. Now they had to wait. The two in the beds were moving around, turning and tossing. That was a good sign. Before they had been apathetic and had simply lain there. After 13 minutes their eyelids started twitching and they let out low moans. The second shadow set up a silencer to avoid the nurse coming running because normally the procedure would end with loud screams. And indeed at the mark of 15 minutes both people in the beds let out blood-curdling screams. Then they lay panting on the beds, their eyes frantically darting left and right. "Can you understand me?" the first shadow asked. "Why yes," croaked the man. Water. "Not yet, it will hurt you more, as your bodies need to adjust to their new situation first. You don't have any proper control over your muscles after nearly 11 years in a near catatonic state." He denied the request. "Ela Ven?" the woman asked. "Yes. The healers gave up on you ever waking up again. We will take you out of here and hide you at a safe place. There are things going on that we need more time to explain than we have. We don't want them to find out that you are going to be all right and are gone," the shadow answered. "MIB baby," she rasped. "You'll see your son soon. I promise," the shadow assured her. "We need to get going. The nurse might come along here within 15 minutes. Sometimes she changes her route," the shadow next to the door said. "All right. Give me a minute to get them stable for transport," the other shadow said. He injected another liquid into the arm veins of the two patients. before touching their heads with a hand each, both glowing green, making them fall asleep. He took a hair from each one. Then he watched as they shrunk. He took out a padded box with 2 compartments. In each of them he carefully placed one of the shrunken people before closing the lid. Then he took 2 dolls and inserted one of the hairs in each of them before laying them in the middle of the beds. He formed some signs with his hands and the 2 dolls took the appearances of the 2 patients. "Ready," he said, and his partner vanished the door again with his paper seal and let them out of the room. They left the hospital within minutes and none of the nurses found out about it. The disappearance of those 2 special patients would only be found out much later. Alice and Frank Longbottom woke up in a place they didn't recognize. It seemed to be a small room with wooden walls. They tried sitting up but their bodies didn't comply. "Don't overexert yourselves. You have been basically in a coma for 10 years. Your muscles first need to be rebuilt so that your bodies will move as you want them to," they heard a young voice to their left. They managed to turn their heads there. A blond boy whose face looked massively like Alice's and a black-haired boy who looked like James Potter when he had been young, just without the glasses, stood next to another bed in which they thought they recognized their friend Sirius. "And Neville?" Alice asked. Neville nodded happily with tears in his eyes. "You don't know how much I have waited for you to recognize me," Neville said and walked over to his parents. What happened?" Alice asked, horrified at the thought of not recognizing her beloved little boy. "You were tortured to insanity by the 3 Lestranges and Barty Crouch Jr. No healer found a way to heal the damage done by the Cruciatus curse. I hate to say it, but I think it will be easier if I tell the story than Neville, as he was hurt quite a bit from the results of your condition after the attack," Harry spoke up. "Harry?" Frank asked. "Yes," Harry confirmed. "Sirius?" Alice asked, then looking at the man in the next bed. "Yes, it's him, but he is asleep right now. He is still recovering from 10.5 years of Dementor exposure. Just listen and I will fill you in on the most important events that you missed while being in a waking coma." Harry started and then went over how his and Neville's childhoods had been, how Sirius had been thrown into Azkaban without a trial, how Augusta and Algernon had bullied Neville and stunted his development, how Harry and Neville had decided to go through with the plan that Harry's parents had made to get to safety from Voldemort, the manipulations of Dumbledore, and at the end the plan that Augusta and Algernon had made to sacrifice Neville's magic to restore Frank to full health. He could see that the 2 Longbottoms were aghast about the things that the boys had gone through. They were impressed though when Harry reached the part where Neville had studied anything on healing, potions, medical jutsus, muggle medicine and plants to find a way to heal them, and he had succeeded. "When do you plan to go?" Frank asked. "As soon as we sat our newts. We plan to make it look like a dare from Fred and George Weasley. By law you can sit any newt you want at any age as long as you have attended school for at least a year. Mostly that was set up for older, home-schooled students or students from other countries where the education is done differently. So, as we spent a year at Hogwarts, we are allowed to sit them. Nobody will take us serious of course, but in the end we will have passed them. We plan to leave as soon as the results are there. Nev and I have made some secret trips to Gringotts to get all the gold in our vaults sealed up. I also arranged to buy some gold bars through the goblins, telling them that for simply storing amounts like the ones in my vaults, bars are handier. It wasn't a problem at all. Right now the sealing scrolls are in the vaults ready for transport. It's a little trick. The goblins don't look into the vaults except a client wants to go down there. The magic of Gringotts allows them to teleport gold that is deposited with them directly into the vault in question. They only have to put the number of the vault in which the gold should land into the machine that does it for them. It saves them a lot of work, Harry explained, having read that part in his grandfather's journal. The advantage is that right now, the goblins don't know that the gold is sealed up for transport. Their account information only tells them that the gold is inside the vault, nothing more. So we can simply go there once we want to leave, take the gold out, which nobody will realize until it's too late, and not return. The Potter Vault will refill over time as the business investments will still deposit their winnings in there. But I don't think I want to return so soon if ever. Frank and Alice were stunned. It was so much to take in. They could understand that with how people played with Harry's life, just because he didn't have a proper protector in their world, Harry held no love for it. And they were somewhat proud that Neville wanted to stay by his best friend's side. They would follow the 2 boys to the elemental nations, but not before they put a few things right. And that included making sure that Augusta and Algernon regretted their behavior massively. Frank had never wanted that they sacrificed his child for him. Rather would he have stayed insane or died. It was the last day of school. Exams were over, and from what he had seen in the results, Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom had declassed their whole year by far. Harry had come in first and Neville second. Hermione Granger had been distant third. It was a first for 3 Gryffindors to get the top 3 spots in the end-of-year results. Though neither Harry nor Neville had shown anything beyond first-year level, perhaps a spell or two that were in the first chapter of the second-year books. Nothing to worry about so far. But he needed to get control over the boys next year. He watched the Gryffindor table closely. His hopes that Harry would go and protect the Philosopher's Stone hadn't come true. Sure, Harry had told Minerva that he had figured out that the stone was in danger, but when she blew him off he hadn't gone after it like he had assumed he would. But somebody had stopped Quirrell, and rather effectively. The traps that had been meant for first years with the mirror stalling Quirrell. Until he could sweep in and save Harry, showing the boy that he was his savior, had been much more difficult. He himself had even had a hard time getting past them when he followed to save the day. The only thing that stayed like before had been Fluffy. There had been a second plant added that negated the weaknesses of Devil's Snare, and only his vast skill and power had helped him getting past the chamber. Then he definitely didn't let Phileas use razor-sharp keys and didn't tell him to make the key summon-proof. At least the blood on the floor proved that Quirrell hadn't got through unscathed either. The new ceiling and the bats over the chessboard were annoying as they cost time. He should have told Minerva to add a code to allow him to have them step aside, but he had simply levitated himself over the board the past times he had come down here. Then the troll witch had been killed, but not before it had definitely hurt Quirrell more, if the big patch of blood on one wall was an indication. Really, the random sticking charm on the floor was annoying, but with the troll alive that would have been a lethal trap. The only good part in the next room was that he knew in which bottle the right potion was. He didn't need the riddle, which had probably been hidden in something if the remains of some kind of box were any indication. The sight of Quirrell fighting against something that looked like a confundus charm was entertaining, but the sight of Voldemort's head on the back of Quirrell's not so much. He had thought that Quirrell was working for Voldemort and wanting to get the stone for him, but he hadn't suspected that Voldemort had possessed Quirrell. How could anybody be so stupid to allow a parasite to share his body? He had of course defeated Quirrell, which made Voldemort abandon him like he knew he would. He wasn't strong enough to go up against Dumbledore. Too bad that he couldn't really hurt a wraith. His best spells didn't work against something like that. But it gave him more information about how Tom had managed to cheat death. There were only a few possibilities now that he knew for sure that Tom was a wraith. As the trap was useless now, he wanted to get the stone out of the mirror, but to his horror it wasn't there anymore. He searched Quirrell, but he didn't have it. Where could the stone be? In his panic he ordered the house elves of Hogwarts to search all trunks and bags of the students and teachers and bring him the stone if they found it. Little did he know that the stone was already sealed in a scroll and safely in Harry's Gringotts vault. He looked over the students. None of them had been found in possession of the stone, and neither had the teachers. While Nicholas had been informed and was scrying for it, so far they didn't have any success. The only logical explanation was that whoever had made the traps more difficult had also taken the stone. The problem was they had no clue when that had happened. Otherwise there might be a possibility to tell who could have smuggled the stone outside. Which should have been impossible, as the wards had been set to trigger an alarm and alert him immediately when the stone was taken from Hogwarts. Then his eyes were drawn to the Gryffindor table again. He saw Fred and George Weasley talk animatedly with Harry and Neville. What could be going on? Harry and Neville had managed to manipulate the Weasley twins into issuing their challenge. It had started as them mocking the 2 first years for acing their exams. They had given back as good as they got, saying that the twins would never surpass the Marauders with not putting more work into classes, as they had been good students as well. The twins denied that and said that legendary pranksters couldn't be boring nerds. Harry topped it by stating that the one person the Marauders feared had been his mother, because they got hexed whenever she caught them, and she had been top of her year as well. Well then, you two geniuses. Let's see if you find all exams so easy. You know about the owls that Percy had to take this year? If you dare, take them at the ministry. If you only pass one subject, we will put more work into our schoolwork, Fred challenged. I give you one better. We will take the newts in all offered classes. If we manage to pass one newt each, you won't prank anybody for a whole year and not do anything intentionally to gain you a detention. Instead you'll concentrate on schoolwork, Harry countered. Fred and George looked at each other and nodded. That was impossible to manage and they didn't need to fear losing that dare. And if you fail, you'll appear to the opening feast next year in neon orange robes and declare our superiority, George stated. You have a deal, gentlemen, Harry said, and he and Neville shook hands with the twins. Look forward to 1 year without pranks and detention. He and Neville grinned at each other. That had been easier than they had thought. Albus chuckled at the silly bet that Harry and Neville had made with the Weasley twins when he heard about it from Minerva. Let the boys try. There was no way a first year could pass a newt. An owl in a subject they had learned from the time they were toddlers on might have been possible, like herbology if your family did business with them, but a newt, no way. Well, it seemed he would get to see the Potter and Longbottom heirs in orange robes at next year's opening feast. He would tell Griselda Marchbanks about the bet and to humor the two boys. Why should he block them if there was no danger to his plans at all? Even if they against all odds managed to get one newt each, it would only mean they had a little more time in their schedules and he would know where to watch out with them. Nobody took the two children that had applied for all newts serious, but they were allowed by the rules and Professor Dumbledore had already given green light to humor their wish. 1 week into the summer break of Hogwarts, the home-schooled students and those that wanted to sit subjects that they didn't take the classes for at Hogwarts were assembled to take their owls and newts. They all were aware that these exams would be as exhausting as their name implied. Well, everybody but the two 11-year-old boys. They knew all the stuff that was asked here. They would shock their examiners and then have the legal base to drop out of school and disappear. The trace would be deactivated as soon as the results were filed, and they had to be filed thanks to the oath of the examiners to never intentionally sabotage a student's education. Not that they had a trace on them, but the ministry didn't need to find that part out. Contrary to the way the exams were done at Hogwarts, here at the ministry you had 2 subjects each day. Theory in the morning and practical in the afternoon. Monday was defense and herbology, Tuesday charms and potions, Wednesday was set for transfiguration and care of magical creatures, Thursday for the purely theory classes, arithmancy, history of magic and muggle studies, and on Friday divination, ancient runes and astronomy rounded everything up. For subjects outside of the Hogwarts curriculum like warding, healing, politics, estate management and languages, the tests would be next week on Monday and Tuesday. But few students took them ever and therefore Hogwarts didn't offer them with their already full timetables. Harry's and Neville's quills basically flew over the theory papers, answering question over question. The best part of the exams at the ministry was that the examiners were forbidden to talk to anybody about the performance of the students until the results were filed. An ancient rule from the time where the heirs of old houses had sat the exams here, and assassination was too much of a risk to take. With nobody knowing which students took their exams, it had been a lot safer. Not to mention that the ministry had to activate the strongest wards they had by law during the exams. Nobody could sneak in and interfere. Only the students and the examiners had clearance. So, to the astonishment of the examiners, they handed in their papers for defense half an hour before the next one finished. The examiner read over Harry's test while waiting and paled at the answers. Harry grinned at Neville. They had taken their seats again while waiting for the others to finish. Harry knew his test was perfect. Defense was easily his strongest subject. Neville suppressed a laugh. That wouldn't have been fair for the other students. But he and Harry were really way above the pitiable newt level that was asked for in England. They had taken mock exams in the room of requirement to see if they were ready, and they had been much harder. The room had supplied them with tests from previous years. For example, the defense exam they had done had been from 1974 and the herbology one from 1914. Educational levels had really dropped. It was a pattern. No matter which subject, the two 11-year-old boys breezed through them. Neither theory nor practical posed a problem for them, and they weren't cheating. The wards would have alarmed the examiners to that. The examiners didn't fancy having to tell certain people that Harry Potter had passed enough newts to graduate from Hogwarts just after his first year. It was clear that the two boys had had education above the level that Hogwarts provided, but nobody could tell how, when, where or from whom. The two boys weren't saying a thing, just showing that damnable grin. It was Friday and the last exams were done. Thanks to their oaths, they would start grading the exam papers over the weekend, as they couldn't leave the examination wing before they were filed. With only a dozen students normally taking the home-schooled option per year, it wasn't a problem of time. They could get through everything in 2 days, and then, combined with the practical grades, determine the owl and newt results. Then, after the optional classes, they would finish the other newt results before starting on the owls from Hogwarts. Newts were graded first because the students needed their results to apply for jobs. The Shrieking Shack was filled with activity by a dozen boys, meaning Harry and Neville, with a few shadow clones each. They were preparing everything for their leaving. It was all ready. There was no doubt that once the newt results reached them, all hell would break loose. Dumbledore would try to catch them before they could get away, but they would be faster. The runic circle was finished in the old house in Godric's Hollow. As nobody dared entering the Potter property, nobody had discovered the circle. Neville had an extensive collection of magical plants from all over the world. Some of the clippings and seeds he had taken came from Hogwarts greenhouses. By ordering the others from plant nurseries and plant dealers, he had nearly every magical plant imaginable. Harry, meanwhile, had made sure to have breeding stock for magical animals that were currently living in sealing boxes that mimicked their natural habitat and kept them basically in stasis. It was a masterpiece of runic arrays and fuinjutsu. Harry had combined both to create miniature habitats that were fully functional. He only needed to place shrinking collars around the creatures and they could live in them. If he needed any of them, he could summon them and, for example, milk the snakes for venom or gather Nako hair by brushing their fur. Some minerals completed their ingredient collection. They had planned to go tomorrow. Today they would get all the prepared sealing scrolls full of their family's treasures. Frank had got them entry into the Longbottom family vault and told them to only leave his mother 30 sickles together with a letter he had dictated and signed in blood to symbolize her betrayal against him. Sirius also had emptied all vaults he had access to and called in all debts that anybody owed the Blacks. The same was true for Harry, though he left a few exceptions after some research. For example, Remus Lupin had got money, but he was already poor enough and he had been a good friend of his parents. Sadly, he owed Dumbledore too much and was bound by tricky oaths to not reveal their plans if they included him. They had wanted to take him with them. He would definitely have been happier in the elemental nations too, but he would have been compelled to inform Dumbledore. The goblins were told to transfer all gold that was available in the vaults of those that owed Sirius and Harry immediately, and then if it wasn't enough, to start selling investments and properties. The gold that would come in after they left would stay in the vault with the instruction that it should be used as a fund for St. Mungo's. That was the one magical institution that the group didn't absolutely hate, and the healers had tried to heal Frank and Alice for years. Too bad that they didn't know about medical jutsus. But anything they could take they wouldn't leave in the vaults where, with enough time, the ministry could find a way to confiscate them. And with the Potter, Longbottom and Black fortunes gone, the economy would go into a crisis. Well, an open letter to the Daily Prophet would see to it that the old men got their due. That and a memory from Harry sent to Amelia Bones that would reach her the day after they had left to get Dumbledore and Ollivander for trying to bind Harry's magic. It might not cause the automatic penalty, but together the group had decided that it would be too risky to let Harry give his memory in front of the Wizengamot. It could have stopped his chance to leave the country. And he would rather take a chance with the old bastards getting away too lightly, than having to stay here where corruption ran the ministry. Harry and Neville stood in the old Potter cottage next to Sirius and Neville's parents. They had just got their newt results. While the adults were shocked speechless by the straight O's in all subjects that the two had got, Harry and Neville only grinned. Sure, they were proud of their achievements, but now they needed to get the last few things done and then get away. One thing they did was sending off 2 owls. One to Hagrid with a thorough explanation of their actions and one to the Weasley twins with their newt results. Both parties were told that they could keep the owls. The Weasleys only had a really old one and the twins didn't have a pet for themselves, contrary to their brothers. And Hagrid would be good to the owl they got him. They had a small group of owls among the creatures Harry kept in his habitats, as they were really useful, even if the elemental nations didn't necessarily use them to send messages. Harry had checked the runic circle and the ritual 3 times before he was happy with all preparations. All the things they wanted to take with them were sealed. That included the Potterhouse elves that had decided to come with them. Only 3 older ones wanted to stay and take care of 2 properties here in England. One was Potter Manor, which was sealed up until Harry or one of his descendants returned, and one was the house where Harry had lived from when he was 7 years old. On Sirius' advice, he had set the wards to let Remus Lupin in so that he would have a safe place to live. Harry had done some discreet research and had found out that Remus had tried to adopt Harry 3 times when he had been a child, but had always been denied. He had instead been forced to stay away from Harry while he lived with the Dursleys. Harry was sad that he couldn't take Remus with them, but Dumbledore had trapped the man. So the one thing he and Sirius could do was letting him live in the house and setting him up with some gold in exchange for looking after the Potter and Black business in their name. Neville had also left Remus a 10 years supply of his wolfsbane pills together with the recipe. They worked a lot better than the potion. You still had to take them the week leading up to the full moon, but they not only allowed the werewolf to keep his mind, they also numbed the pain of the transformation. Now Harry looked at the people that would follow him to the elemental nations. Neville, his best friend and the only person in the whole world that Harry fully trusted. Sirius, his innocent godfather, who had suffered because he had been in the way of the old bastard. Frank and Alice, Neville's parents who had been tortured by Death Eaters, leaving their son at the mercy of a person who should have loved him. Frank had made sure that nobody would forget his last actions soon. The Longbottom estate was down to the manor where his mother lived and the things on the manor grounds. Everything else had been sold and he had all the gold stored in the luggage they had with them. "Are you all ready?" Harry asked. "We are," Sirius said firmly. "Yes," Frank and Alice said together. While they were still physically weak, they could stand for a few minutes and Harry didn't need any longer. "Take us to the elemental nations," Neville stated smiling. Harry nodded and went through a series of hand signs in fast order. He had practiced the sequence over and over again until he could do it without making mistakes. At the same time he channeled magic into the runes at his feet. This ritual was a mix of magic and chakra applications, which would ensure that nobody could copy it and come to follow them. He didn't falter in his concentration when he felt the strain. He would see this through. His freedom was at stake as well as that of his godfather. His best friend's family depended on this working. So he persevered until the last hand sign was done. "Transport," Harry declared in the end, and the whole group flashed white before the place they had been standing before was empty with only a few burned-out runes remaining on the ground. When the Ministry and Dumbledore arrived there 20 minutes later, after a citizen of Godric's Hollow had alerted them to the magical light in the old Potter house, it was way too late. The boy who lived had left Great Britain and nobody could tell where he had gone. End cut. Next up, the elemental nations. Till then. Arrival in Konoha. Hi everybody. Now the first chapter for the elemental nations is up. Reactions on how people in England deal with the disappearance of Harry and the others will come soon. Enjoy. Book 2, Adventures in the Elemental Nations. Arrival in Konoha. The group landed in an ungraceful heap on the ground. "Ugh, don't let us do that often," Neville groaned. "If there isn't a very good reason, I don't want to do it ever again," Harry commented, panting heavily. This had really taken a lot out of him. He gratefully swallowed the pill Neville gave him and which would restore his energy a bit. The 3 adults of the group had trouble getting into sitting positions. They were still not fully healed from their ordeals. "Don't overexert yourselves," Neville warned. Going into healer mode, as Harry had dubbed it, your bodies still need to recover from the time they suffered. "You don't say," Sirius commented sarcastically. "Did it work? Are we really in the elemental nations?" "Seems like it. The plants are completely different to anything I have seen before," Neville commented. "There's also energy around that isn't magic. I think it's chakra. I could never really get a good reading of mine of Neville's around Hogwarts, because the ambient magic is so powerful there," Harry informed them, "not to mention that we were kind of limited in learning jutsus beyond the books my grandmothers left me. We know a lot more about magic than nin and genjutsu. Our taijutsu should be okay, as we had complete styles to work with next to Muggle martial arts." "So in which direction should we head, Harry?" Neville asked, knowing that his friend was the better censor. "There is a big concentration of people over there, perhaps 2 to 3 kilometers away." Harry pointed in the direction. "That could be a village and we can see where we go from there." "Won't we have problems with the language barrier?" Sirius asked. "No, Neville and I can both speak and write Japanese fluently, and my grandmother wrote that it was the language around here in her diary. For you, a normal translation spell should do the trick until you can learn to speak it without the spell. And as we made sure that you all got proper wands before we left, it should work well enough. I'm still working on the alternate foci, but I think I'm close to getting them right, Harry answered. The project hadn't been finished by the time they needed to go, but Harry would finish the last part in his free time. For now they could make do with their normal wands. Frank had got his old wand back from Neville. He had let a string of very impressive curses loose once he heard that his mother had tried to force Neville to use his wand. It was common knowledge that you needed your own wand to learn magic properly. He was just glad that the wand that Harry got from Ollivanders worked fairly well for Neville and that he had a natural talent for chakra control. Otherwise, who knew how much his education would have suffered? Harry and Neville made 2 shadow clones each, which would carry the stretchers for Frank and Alice. They didn't want to announce their abilities openly until they needed to. Their plan was to see if they could settle down in a village and find out if any of Harry's distant relatives lived around. It would be easiest to live there. If the village wasn't to their liking, then they could at least get enough information to move to a better suited place. The ritual should have transported them to a place where some of Harry's blood relatives lived. Once everybody was ready, they set off walking towards the village Harry had felt. After 15 minutes of walking, the real Harry lifted his hand and signaled Neville 3 incoming people. Probably ninjas. Neville was on guard, keeping his parents to the back of their group, but for now he didn't do anything that could be seen as an attack. Soon 2 people landed in front of their group. Stop, identify yourselves and tell us what you are doing on Konoha land outside the normal traveling routes, one of the 2 demanded. Both wore dark blue uniforms with green vests over them and a headband on their foreheads showing a stylized leaf symbol. We're here to see if your village leader will allow us to settle down in your village, Harry explained. We come from far away and I used a special secret jutsu from my clan to transport us here. Which clan are you talking about? The second one asked. I would like to only give that information to your village leader, as I don't know about the political situation around here. We won't do anything aggressive, and as you can see we have 3 persons among us that are in no state to fight properly. He pointed at Frank, Alice and Sirius, who all still looked ill. All right. We will take you to the Hokage where you can tell your tale. Know that we will attack as soon as you turn against us, the first ninja said. Understood, Harry replied. He looked at the others and got nods. They followed the 2 ninjas. Harry was very aware that the third one was keeping to the treetops to keep an eye on them. They reached a very large gate after 15 minutes. Harry had to admit it was impressive. Their escorts informed the guards at the gate of the reason they accompanied them, and then they were led through the village. Many looked at them curiously, which might have to do with them having 2 people being carried on stretchers among them, and Sirius, even if he walked by his own power, still looked very pale and skinny. Harry took in his surroundings without looking, as if he was looking for attack points. The village seemed nice. Nothing indicated massive technology like it was in the Muggle world in England, but there were some things. Overall the village seemed peaceful. That was a good sign. After a while they reached a tall tower with the kanji for fire on the roof. This is the Hokage Tower. We will announce you to Hokage-sama and you can then tell him your story and request citizenship in Konoha, one of their escorts told them. Thank you, Harry replied. They were led to a waiting room with some seats. Neville used the waiting time to check over his parents to make sure that after the ritual they didn't suffer relapses in their condition. To his satisfaction they were okay even if all the traveling had tired them out. The Sandaime Hokage sat in his office, watching through his crystal ball the actions of the group that he had been informed about by a group of the guards. So far they didn't do anything that might indicate that they were enemies. And the condition of the 3 adults seemed to be genuine. Though he was surprised that the blonde boy seemed to be a skilled medic nin at his age already. Even Tsunade had only really started becoming really good when she was around 15. So, the black-haired boy says he is from a clan. Any information on the others? He asked the 3rd member of the group that had escorted the newcomers here. He seems to be the leader of their group, even if there are 3 adults. The 2 boys have strong chakra signatures while the adults give us strange readings. Their energy is similar to chakra but not really the same, the ninja informed the Hokage. Interesting. It would probably be a good idea to talk to the black-haired boy alone first. If they really just want a place to live, We shouldn't stress the sick adults too much, and the blonde boy is a medic. That way we wouldn't appear threatening to them if they knew that one of them could stay with the sick ones, while I talk to their leader," the Hokage said. "Call him in." "Yes, Hokage-sama." The ninja left and went to get the boy. The door to the waiting room was opened. "Hokage-sama will see you now. Considering that you have 3 sick persons in your group, Hokage-sama thought it would be easiest for you if your medic stayed with them while you talked to him." The ninja pointed at Harry. "That's fine, thank you. Nev, I'll be back soon," Harry told his friend. "All right, I'll look after them," Neville replied. Harry followed his escort to a door which was opened for him. He had to admit that he was slightly nervous. But if he was in Konoha, he should have good chances to get their group accepted. After all, the Uchihas had been co-founders of this village. The man he found waiting for him behind a massive desk was probably in his 60s. He wore white and red robes with a conical hat on his head. Harry knew that in this culture it was polite to bow to an important person, so he did exactly that. "Thank you for seeing me this fast, Hokage-sama," he said. "It wasn't a problem. Now why don't you start with a basic introduction? You told the guards that found you that you were from a ninja clan. Which one are you talking about?" the Hokage asked. "Okay, I'll start with my name. I'm Harry Potter. Actually, I'm descended from 2 clans. About 60 years ago, my maternal great-grandmother and paternal grandmother were transported to a country called England, which is about on the other side of the world and behind the veil that keeps the elemental nations hidden. They tried to find out what had happened, but never really could, as they didn't have much information to go by. Both couldn't find a way back, and so they settled down in the places they landed in. My maternal great-grandmother was Emiko Uzumaki, who was a medic nin. She used her abilities to heal people in the Second World War of that world, where she fell in love with my great-grandfather, who was a civilian soldier. My paternal grandmother was Vivi Uchiha. Harry answered to the shock of the Hokage. To think that this boy was part Uchiha and part Uzumaki. They started families and left journals and books about their abilities to their families. On my father's side, my family has had special powers for hundreds of years. In the country where I come from, they call it magic. The energy used for the spells that wizards and witches use is nearly the same as chakra, but it only uses the spiritual part of chakra and is normally channeled through a focus. Most English wizards use wands with a core from a highly magical creature as their focus, Harry told the Hokage, knowing that lying wouldn't look well on his request. "I see. Why did you travel to the elemental nations, Harry?" the Hokage asked. Harry flinched at how mangled his name sounded in this language. He would have to come up with a variant of it. In England there was a powerful wizard called Voldemort that started a war over the ideal of blood purity, in his opinion only. Wizards from long wizarding lines deserved to learn magic. All others should either be killed or enslaved. Not to mention that non-magical people were dirty animals in his eyes. My parents fought in that war against him and became high-priority targets. When a prophecy was made that told of a boy that had the power to stop Voldemort, I became a target as the things describing the boy fit for me. The same was true for my friend Neville Longbottom, who is the blonde boy with the adults in our group, Harry told the Hokage. "I think we will have to find names that our people can pronounce. Yours is already difficult for me and his is even worse," the Hokage sighed. "Yes, I noticed," Harry commented to the chuckle of the Hokage. "Well, the jutsu I used was originally created by my parents. They planned to come here with me to get me to safety as they had got information that Voldemort was hunting me. As I was just a baby, I was helpless. They had just finished the jutsu to get us here the day before they were murdered by Voldemort. A friend of theirs had turned traitor and gave up the location of our hiding place to Voldemort. There is a curse that can kill you if it simply hits you. My mother theorized that it forces the soul out of the body, which is why you can't defend against it properly. Soul magic is dangerous and difficult. Voldemort used that curse to kill both my parents, but for some reason the curse didn't work on me. He lost his body and fled. I was then placed with magic-hating people, my mother's sister and her family, and I grew up abused and neglected. Thankfully my parents had taken precautions to help me, if I wasn't placed where they had wanted me to. The man that had led the fight against Voldemort had decided that he wanted me to become a weapon under his control for the time when Voldemort managed to get his body back. My parents sent me a crate with books on my family history, magical techniques and ninja arts when I was 7. It was triggered by my Sharingan awakening. They also included a portkey, which is a magical traveling device, that took me to a safe house where a servant of the Potter family then looked after me and helped me get ready for the time when I started at the magical school they had also learned at. Harry continued his story. So far that sounds good, but what made you decide to come here if your parents made sure you had a good start in the magical world in your home country? I mean, surely one man's actions and power alone wouldn't be reason enough to leave behind a country behind the veil, as you said, the Hokage asked. The older generation in the English wizarding world is completely corrupt. My godfather, who should have raised me, was sent to prison on false accusations and never even got a trial to defend himself. All evidence against his guilt was ignored as false. On top of that, Dumbledore, that's the war leader's name, tried to bind half of my magic and make me his puppet before I even started school. That was when I decided that as soon as I was strong enough and could do the jutsu, I would leave. I met Neville at school, and at that time he was really timid thanks to his overbearing grandmother who crushed his spirit with her expectations that he should be a copy of her son Frank. Neville's parents were tortured to insanity by followers of Voldemort after he had disappeared. They wanted to find out his whereabouts. Neville's parents were like special policemen, which are called Aurors. I got Neville to start training with me, and over time he came out of his shell. When he coincidentally found out that his grandmother had planned to sacrifice his magic to restore his father to health, I told him about my plan. He decided to come with me, Harry said. I see. How far have you got in your abilities? The Hokage asked. Well, Neville is a fully qualified healer, and officially of course, and we both sat our graduation exams before we left to take away a way which Dumbledore could have used to get us back to Hogwarts. Normally wizards sit that test after 7 years of education, but the only real requirement is having attended school for 1 year or having passed the OWLs, which is the first important test, Harry explained. How did you do that? If I understand you correctly, you only spent 1 year at school, the Hokage asked. There is a special room at Hogwarts that uses time manipulation if you ask for it. It can give you any kind of room and things like books, training dummies, weapons and so on. Nothing can be taken out of the room though that you or somebody else didn't bring into it. For example, the room gave us books that were lost in time. We couldn't take them out, but we could use a copying spell that required the raw materials of the book. With that we had the books, even if the originals were mere products of the room, Harry answered. I used the room from the start of the year and Neville joined me after returning from Christmas break. That's a really important celebration for families in winter and is about a month before the end of the first term of school. 1 day in the room was 10 minutes outside, so we got years of magical training in. We are both fully qualified wizards. Now, in ninja skills I think we have the basic level of a middle-ranked ninja. I base that on the descriptions of my grandmother, though I don't know it for sure. Neville would probably qualify as a full medic nin and I as a fuinjutsu master, Harry pondered. We can easily test your level later on. You said you wanted to join Konoha. What would the village win from your settling here? The Hokage asked. Well, if you allow us to join, Neville and I would like to join the Ninja Corps. Neville can do some shifts at your hospital and he would also like to learn more medical jutsus. I think in the last 60 years there would have been a lot of advances compared to what my great-grandmother wrote down. Both Neville and I know how to brew potions that would help healing ninjas from injuries faster than other methods are able to in many cases. We have brought about any magical plant and creature we could get our hands on with us, sealed in special transport boxes, which I sealed in stasis scrolls. That assures that we won't run out of potion ingredients. Neville can also do some research in plants that are native in the elemental countries to see if they can be used as well. He has a special connection to plants and they grow a lot faster than normal under his care, Harry said. I have my Sharingan and the abilities that come with it and can teach those that have talent in the art fuinjutsu. Yes, that would be a good addition. What about the adults in your group? The Hokage asked. They are my godfather and Neville's parents. They are all fully qualified wizards. Once they are healed, they could join the civilian police in the village or help at the hospital by brewing potions. They were all trained as Aurors, Harry answered. All right. I think I can get our council to agree with you settling down here. There are some things you need to be aware of though. The Uchiha clan was nearly completely wiped out by one of their own a few years ago. Itachi Uchiha killed everybody except for his younger brother Sasuke, who is about your age, in one night. We haven't been able to catch him so far, and if he finds out that you have Uchiha blood, He might target you, the Hokage warned. Can you give me a photo so I would recognize him? Harry asked, shocked hearing about the fate of his grandmother's clan. I'll send a Chunin over with it later, the Hokage promised. The Uzumaki clan, meanwhile, has been killed in the Second Shinobi World War, and the few survivors spread in all directions and hid their heritage. We have one descendant living in Konoha. His name is Naruto, and he is also around your age. What about his parents? Harry asked. Died in the Kyuubi attack 12 years ago defending the village against the demon fox. I would like if you could try and get to know him a bit. He's quite lonely as the village blames him for the fox attack thanks to his birthday being the same day as the attack of the fox, the Hokage told Harry. I'll at least meet with him, Harry promised, knowing how much being an orphan hurt, not to mention being blamed for something you had no control over. Good. How much space would you need for all your plants and animals? The Hokage asked, thinking where he could have the group settle down. It would be perfect if we could have a big compound where we can make sure that none of the animals we have can wander out of it. After all, they are mostly completely different to what you are used to. It would probably be good if I made sure that no curious person can get inside as well. I think that seeing a creature that's half eagle and half horse would frighten many, Harry pondered. A what? The Hokage asked, shocked. It's called a hippogriff. Quite nice to have around if you know how to handle it. The feathers can be used in blood-replenishing potions, not to mention that flying on the back of one of them is incredible, Harry explained. I see that things won't be boring with you around. Which clan name do you want to use? The Hokage asked. I think Uzumaki will work best. If the Uchiha clan was wiped out only a few years ago, many won't know too much about the Uzumakis. It wouldn't be a problem if I made the other members of my group clan members, right? Harry asked, not knowing for sure. It's possible to adopt people into clans. And while normally the clan members have to share certain traits, I'm sure we can use your ability to use magic for that. I think I also have a good idea where you can set up your clan compound. There are parts of the village that were hit hard in the Kyuubi attack and which were never fully rebuilt, as the ones living there either moved in elsewhere with relatives or died without heirs. There is one big clan compound that once belonged to the Adamara clan. They died out about 20 years ago. The plan was to use the compound as a new business area, but after the Kyuubi attack it was never realized. As we didn't need the space for houses, it was simply left alone. I could sell you the land for a good price and you can set it up to your liking, the Hokage offered, which brings up another concern. Do you need monetary support or can you buy the things you need yourself? We're good. We took all the gold in our vaults in England that didn't need to stay in them with us, and our 3 families were really wealthy. If you can direct me to a respectable exchange office we won't have any trouble, Harry answered. Your people pay with gold? The Hokage asked, surprised. Harry nodded and took out 1 galleon. This is the biggest unit of the wizarding currency, called a galleon. It's pure gold and the ones issuing the coins are the goblins. It's part of a treaty that ended the last war against them. The next lower unit is a silver coin called a sickle and the last one a bronze one called a canute. Sickles are smaller than galleons and nuts smaller than sickles. The true value here is in the material of the coins, Harry informed the Hokage. Indeed. I would guess one of these gold coins would get you about 5,000 ryo. To have an idea of the worth of a ryo, you need about 20 ryo to buy a whole bread. The Hokage gave an example and Harry calculated. A galleon was worth around 50 pounds, not considering the exchange rate of the ministry. So 5,000 ryo were 50 pounds. Making 1 pound worth 100 ryo. A bread in Muggle England normally cost about 2 pounds. Which meant that things were massively less expensive around here than in England. He could use that as a measure. Wizarding prices were screwed up anyway. Okay, that helps, Hokage-sama. How much would you ask for the compound? Harry asked. 2 million ryo. You can have a look at the compound before you decide, of course. Part of the grounds are forest area. There is a small lake on it and large fields. There are only 2 small houses, but with just 5 people for now you should get by, and you can always build bigger houses as you like. The Hokage gave a basic description of the compound. So far that sounds really good. If it meets our needs, I'll take your offer. Now, would it be possible that Frank and Alice get checked by your medic nins? While Neville is great, he came up with the method to restore his parents after all. His knowledge of medical jutsus is limited, as I said, and I think with Konoha being a ninja village, Your medics would know a lot about getting people back into shape after long periods of physical inactivity, Harry asked. That's no problem, and I'll offer the same to your godfather. Now I just need the names of all your new clan members, the Hokage said and took out a form. Well, obviously the surname would be Uzumaki for us all. I can change my first name to Haru as it's quite similar to Harry. Neville can go by Nev officially. Sirius by Siri. I'm not sure about Frank and Alice though. I'll have to ask them, as they need to have a name they recognize after they were in a basic coma for years, Harry pondered. I'll leave it up to you. If you change the pronunciation slightly, Frank and Alika will work, the Hokage suggested. I'll tell them. When can we inspect the compound? Harry asked, hoping that the compound would fit their needs. I'll call a Chunin to show you the way and get the members of your group that need medical attention to the hospital, the Hokage promised. Thank you very much, Hokage-sama, Harry said, bowing. You're welcome, Haru. Now concerning yours and Nev's introduction into the Konoha ranks, I think we can simply put you onto a Genin team together with one of the new graduates from this year. The exams are in 2 weeks, and from the current predictions of graduates, we have one more than we can put into 3-man cells. With you both not growing up in the elemental nations and neither of you having fighting experience, it would be best if you gained it under the tutelage of an experienced Jonin. If you show that you have the skills for promotion, your Jonin sensei will get instructions to nominate you for the Chunin exams quickly. They're held every 6 months in different villages, the Hokage told Harry. That works for us. The only request I would have for a teammate is that it isn't an arrogant, introverted egoist. Nev and I can work with nearly all kinds of people except for that, because we suffered too much because of that kind of people, Harry said. That can be arranged, the Hokage nodded. The request wasn't too difficult to meet. I suggest you get caught up on some history and geography. The rest you can learn over time. Harry nodded at the suggestion. It was 3 hours after Harry's meeting with the Hokage, and a Chunin called Iruka was currently showing him and Neville around their soon-to-be new clan compound. The place was really perfect for their needs. They could set up all kinds of buildings that they would need for their creatures and greenhouses for the plants. There was more than enough space. Some of it would be turned into clan training grounds. For the price of £20,000 it was really a bargain. It probably was so cheap, because it was a good distance away from the other clan compounds that were inhabited, and it needed massive repairs. But with a bit of magic, not to mention hordes of shadow clones and some house elves, they would have it up and running in at most a month. I like it, Nev. What about you? Harry asked. It's perfect for us. We can set up everything we need, and the 2 houses that are inhabitable will suffice until we get a better one built. I can take one with my parents and you the other one with Sirius, Neville informed Harry. Great. Then I will take care of signing the sales contract with the Hokage. The others are better off staying at the hospital for a week or so. Until we have at least the basics ready, it's better for them to get medical treatment around the clock, Harry stated. Neville agreed with that sentiment, and cut. Till next time. Reactions. Hello, everybody, it's time for this week's story update, and Heritage is the story that won to be updated. Smiley face. Thanks to all those that read the previous chapter, and special thanks to all reviewers. I hope you enjoy this chapter too. It's about the reactions of those that were left behind in England. Happy reading. Reactions. The Ministry of Magic was in uproar. Not only had nobody managed to find out what the light in the old Potter cottage had been about, the results of the owls and newts that had been taken at the ministry were now known. It was a sensation that 2 not even 12-year-old boys had aced all the newts that they had taken. Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom had done what everybody had thought to be impossible and got straight O's in their newts. And as they had taken all the newts available from the classes that were taught at Hogwarts, there was nothing anybody could say about them having to return to Hogwarts. The Daily Prophet had caught wind of the incredible achievement and reported about the 2 boys' families and history. How Neville was the son of 2 well-known Aurors, and of course Harry's position as the boy who lived. Though with continued investigations more things were found out. For example, the Longbottom parents had vanished from St. Mungo's 2 weeks ago and hadn't been found yet. The healers and the Aurors were mystified how that was possible, as the wards of the hospital would have been triggered if patients that weren't properly discharged had left the building. Attempts to interview both boys failed. An inquiry at Longbottom Manor revealed that Neville hadn't appeared at the manor after he returned from school. He seemed to have stayed with Harry Potter for the time he had sat his newts without the knowledge of his grandmother. She was angry about that and said that while she was proud that he had given the family such positive publicity for passing his newts with 11, she didn't approve of him running around with his best friend without telling her where he went. Nobody could know that she and her brother had planned to perform the ritual on summer solstice to transfer Neville's magic to Frank to heal him. But the disappearance of both Frank and Alice from the hospital had thrown a wrench into that. They hadn't really cared if Neville was at Longbottom Manor or elsewhere at that time, as they were busy to find Frank. Without him the ritual would be pointless. Sadly they had had to find out, when they went to Gringotts to get more funds for their search, that the Longbottom vaults were empty except for 30 sickles. There also was a letter written by a shaky hand, but clearly in Frank's handwriting, that condemned them for their plans to sacrifice Neville just to get Frank back. The letter told them that Frank had taken all the gold the Longbottoms had and had moved to another country to see his son grow up into the incredible man that Frank knew he was. After all, it had been him that had managed to heal them from their condition. When Augusta realized that she was more or less broke and that her son hated her for how she had treated his son, she broke down. All her ambitions to use her son to get back to the peak of social and political importance in Britain were ruined. She would have to sell things from the manor, which were the only ones that weren't gone, to have food and clothes. Any plans that Algernon had had for the Longbottom fortune were also done for. He wouldn't be able to grease some hands to further political decisions that favored him and his associates. Albus Dumbledore was furious that two children had managed to destroy his master plan. He had expected that Harry and Neville would fail the newts spectacularly and had to pay the price for their bet with the Weasley twins. They hadn't shown anything over first-year level, even if they did very well in their classes. He had suspected that they had learned some second-year spells. Most students that were that good looked into more advanced material, but no first year should have been able to perform seventh-year spells with the ease that he had got reports about from the proctors at the ministry. And the boys had disappeared. He knew that they were with Frank and Alice, after Augusta hadn't managed to keep her mind shielded in her distress over the letter that Frank had left in the Longbottom vault. It was mind-blowing to think that the boy that had been thought to be a near squib had found a way to heal the damage that the Lestranges and Barty Crouch Jr. had caused 10 years ago. It seemed that Neville had only needed the right motivation and encouragement, and Harry seemed to have been perfect for that position. The two boys had to have trained in secret. Just how and when was the question. He hadn't got any reports from the portraits about them sneaking out of their common room at night or behaving odd in any way. Sure, they did train physically in the mornings and on the weekends, but that wouldn't be the reason for their skills. He had alerted anybody that owed him a favor and the members of the order that were loyal to him. They had searched all over Great Britain, but there was no trace of the group. His contacts in overseas also didn't inform him about the group asking for permission to settle down there. Well, over time they would be found and then he would bring them back to England. Harry especially had a role to play and he wouldn't be allowed to get away from Albus Dumbledore and his plans. The boy was nothing more than his weapon against Voldemort. And from the new revelations the Longbottom boy would also be a valuable asset. The one mystery was the burned-out circle at the Potter cottage in Godric's Hollow. When he had heard about it from a contact, he had gone there immediately, but it had been too late. He didn't know who had used a ritual or what kind of ritual it was. There weren't any traces of the runic circle left anymore and the magical outburst was too strong to determine single magical signatures. He guessed that Harry was involved as it was his parents' house, but he couldn't prove it and he couldn't gain information about things. It frustrated him to no end. Fawkes also hadn't been any help. When he had asked him to bring Harry back, he had just cocked his head to the side and had shaken his head. That normally meant that the Phoenix couldn't find a person. Any of his tracking devices that were keyed to Harry's blood had strangely been overloaded and the blood in them had been boiled and destroyed. There was no way that he could use the blood anymore. It was a big clue in the suspicion that Harry had been a major part of that ritual in Godric's Hollow. He was also worried about Nicholas and Perenelle. There was no sign of the stone anywhere. Nicholas had supported his plans with gold and information a lot of times in the past. With the stone gone, he and Perenelle only had 2 years left to live. They had elixir stocked for that amount of time, but the creation of a new stone was difficult. Nicholas had told him that he had only succeeded after hundreds of failed attempts. The conditions had to be met precisely and the ingredients had to be of the exact potency to work. He had started to gather everything, but some things were hard to get by. For example, ice fairy wings were extremely rare. Elemental fairies had already been nearly extinct 200 years ago. Now you had to have major luck to find one, and to look for one with a certain element was ever harder. But those wings were the core element in controlling the cooling down of the mass and condensing it into a stone. Once you had all things assembled, you had to work for 3 months and not make a single mistake, or you had to start anew. He could only hope that the public wouldn't lynch him for letting Harry Potter leave England. Molly Weasley was doing her best to keep from shouting all day. How did that Potter brat dare to thwart all the plans she had agreed upon with Dumbledore? The plans that would not only give her precious daughter, and through her the whole Weasley family, the place in society that their family rightfully deserved, at least in her eyes, but also bring them out of financial trouble forever. She had read the letter that Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom had sent the twins. She hadn't thought much of it when the twins had told them all what kind of bet they had made with the 2 first years. While she was happy that the twins now had no other choice but to concentrate on their studies for the next year and were honor-bound to not play any pranks and not get into detention for them, the result of Harry actually graduating from Hogwarts and therefore getting away from the control of Dumbledore was a catastrophe. She had spent the last year, ever since Dumbledore had written to her how Ron's part in the plan had been a total failure, because Harry took offense to his behavior, preparing Ginny to succeed. Harry hated bullies, bigots and mindless fans. That much Dumbledore had managed to find out over the last year. His best friend was Neville Longbottom, who had shown a surprising improvement in his abilities and character once Harry had taken him under his wing. So taking that into consideration, Molly had coached Ginny to be a girl that Harry would in time fall for. Molly had too much experience to not be able to put together an act that would ensnare the boy to her daughter. Boys like that were easy to snatch, but hard to hold. But only if you didn't know how to handle them. So Ginny would have first tried to befriend him in innocent ways. Asking for help with homework after hearing that he was really good in a class occasionally, only in one subject that she could pretend to not really get while being good in others. She should appear to be a smart girl with a little weakness in one area. Boys liked it if they could help a girl if it wasn't a totally stupid one. Then they could have talked a little about Quidditch, as the boy was on the Gryffindor team. It would have been so easy to build up from there if you were patient. Ginny was already pretty, and when she grew up, she would become a beautiful young woman. But that damned boy had to simply pass all the offered newts with straight O's and leave Hogwarts and England. Nobody knew where he was now. Arthur was part of the group that searched for him when he wasn't at work. They didn't have any success in finding him. Neither could they find the Longbottom boy. It was infuriating. All that carefully planned work, for nothing. Well, perhaps not truly nothing. Molly at that moment had an epiphany. Harry Potter was hardly the only rich heir in Britain. While he was the most desirable candidate for her Ginny, there were others that had nearly as much money they would inherit and would be open to fall for a charming, beautiful pureblood girl like Ginny. She would have to think about it a bit more. Harry Potter had been her preferred target because he was an orphan and would have inherited the Potter fortune upon his 17th birthday. A boy without a family to protect him from outside influences. Not to mention that his fame was a bonus for future ambitions, be it getting her sons into good professions or being accepted back into high society, where she felt the Weasleys rightfully belonged. If not for Arthur's grandfather losing nearly all of the Weasley fortune in a dubious deal with the Malfoys, they wouldn't have lost as much standing as they did. But Harry was hardly the only rich orphan thanks to you-know-who killing off so many good people of the Light families. She would have to make a list to see which heirs were around Ginny's age. No, Molly Weasley wouldn't let the disappearance of one boy stop her plans for getting out of there. Financial debacle. If Dumbledore managed to get the boy back soon, Ginny could still do what she had prepared her for, but if not, she would have to switch to a better and more available target. She would look over her book with the family trees of all wizarding families in Britain after she was done with lunch. Right now she had to take care of the things needed right now, preparing food for her horde of children, ensuring that Ron didn't dare to bring back another equally bad report card next year. He had only barely managed to get into second year, and that was only because he was too lazy, which she wouldn't tolerate at all. It was bad enough that he had been sorted into Slytherin, but then also slacking off took the cake. And of course she had to make sure that Ginny didn't mope too much over not being at school with Harry Potter. Cornelius Fudge was just short of panicking. The news that Harry Potter had left England and couldn't be found was a catastrophe. The boy was the icon for their defeat of you-know-who. If he left the country, it would look as if they were not worth his time. And the public would blame him for losing the boy who lived. He had thought that Dumbledore had everything under control. But things certainly didn't look like that. And how could two boys manage to pass their newts when they hadn't even turned 12 yet? He had demanded answers from Dumbledore after the news about that light show in Godric's Hollow had reached the Ministry, but he had been annoyingly vague, telling him that he was working on it, but didn't have reliable information yet. He was the Minister of Magic, he needed to know these things before anybody else. He had sent out his Aurors to find the boy, but so far no success. The Unspeakables also didn't have information about the ritual that was probably used. Just why couldn't the boy stay where he was told to stay? He was a child and he had to listen to what the adults told him. Perhaps Lucius had it right that he shouldn't listen to Dumbledore anymore. The old man was the one that had told them to humor the boys for their little bet after all and had caused this mess. If only he could claim that they had cheated, but they had used the especially enchanted quills of the Ministry and those prevented cheating. Saying that they cheated would be telling that the Ministry was incompetent and couldn't enchant their quills correctly. It would lead to all students of this year having to retake the exams, and that was just impossible and would cause a greater mess than Harry Potter running away. He would let the Department of International Magical Cooperation ask around if any other nation had knowledge about the boy's whereabouts. It would only be a question of time until he was found. And then he would have the Unspeakables place some spells on the boy so he couldn't leave the country again. Let's see if one boy with an attitude couldn't be brought back under control. Hagrid sat in his hut, tears running down his cheeks. He held the letter that Harry and Neville had sent him. He truly liked those two boys. Nicer boys you couldn't find in their generation. They had been regular guests at his hut and they had even asked for his help with raising a number of magical creatures. He hadn't known what they needed them for, but he had been delighted to help them. He loved having so many interesting creatures to look after. He hadn't noticed that Harry had got them all and somehow put them into a shrunken environment where they could live until he had a new place finished for them. The letter that Hagrid got read like a story from one of those horror movies that one of the Muggleborns had once described to him. How could anybody try to do those things to boys like Harry and Neville? It was hard to take in that Dumbledore, the one man that had allowed him to stay at Hogwarts after he had been wrongly blamed for the Chamber of Secrets being opened 50 years ago, had tried to bind half of Harry's magic in cooperation with Ollivander. But Harry had signed the letter in his blood. That was proof that everything was the truth as far as he knew it. And to think that Neville's own family wanted to take his magic away to get Frank back. Frank would never have wanted that. He had loved that boy so much and had been bursting with pride when he learned walking or spoke his first word. No, Frank wouldn't have wanted his son hurt. Hagrid had been incredibly happy when the sons of good friends of his had come over for tea regularly and he could tell them some stories about their parents when they had been at Hogwarts. And seeing Harry help Neville out of his shell had been great. Harry truly had the heart of his mother. Now both boys were gone. Gone to a place where they couldn't be found. They had written that they couldn't tell him, because they knew that he simply couldn't lie to Dumbledore and they didn't want to put him into the position to having to do that. They had left him 3 of the creatures he had helped taking care of and the owl that had delivered the letter to him, as they knew that he had developed a very close bond to those 3 in particular. Hagrid was touched that they had done that. He only wished that things were different and they didn't feel the need to leave their home country to be safe and free from control of old men. The descriptions of all those that had harmed them was a harsh blow, and even if Hagrid didn't realize it yet, it would lead to him distancing himself from Dumbledore and his plans. Fred and George Weasley stared at the letter from Harry and Neville again. They knew that they were done for the next year. No pranks. It was pure horror. How in hell had 2 firsties managed to ace their newts? They had been sure that instead of them having to pay for the bet, they would get to see the 2 in orange robes at the opening feast. But no, they were even better than their nerd of a brother Percy. Fred, I think we're royally screwed, George commented, for once not joking. You're right, George, Fred agreed, but who could have known that they would actually pull this off? No one, but there's one thing you didn't realize yet. Something even worse than having to pull through 1 year without pranks, George replied with a dark cloud over his head. What could be worse than that? Fred asked incredulously. Explaining to Oliver how we were basically responsible for losing our team the best seeker to ever be in Gryffindor since Charlie. George answered. Shit, Fred exclaimed and paled. Think we could find a solution to that? We need to offer something to not be killed by him. Both boys thought about that frantically. They knew how much of a maniac their captain was. Well, there's only one solution. We need to find a seeker that can replace Harry, Fred finally said. Oh, and where would we find someone like that? George asked. You remember the last tryouts before McGonagall put Harry on the team as well as I do. That had been an absolute disaster. There was a reason why they had got permission to add a firstie on the team, despite the normal no brooms for firsties rule. Well, while Ron and Percy were passed over for the proper Weasley Quidditch genes, there's still Ginny. And face it, she's more like us than the other two, Fred stated. It bears investigation at least. Let's grab our little sister and see if we can't make her the new seeker and save us from getting killed in horrible ways by our captain, George commented, and the twins set out to find their sister. 1 year of no pranking was already hard, but having the whole Quidditch team, and probably the rest of the house, against them for losing their star seeker would be much worse, as that wouldn't be over after a year. Remus Lupin looked at the letter that had arrived this morning together with a small crate. He couldn't believe the information that he read. Harry, the son of James and Lily, had written why he had decided to leave the country, even describing what Dumbledore and some others had tried to do to him. That he had tried to find a way to let Remus come with him and the others, that would go to a place where they would be safe from the manipulations and attempts to harm them, but how the spells that Dumbledore had placed on Remus years ago couldn't be broken by them. Instead, they had done the next best thing and arranged that he wouldn't have to live as miserable as before. The information that Neville Longbottom, Frank and Alice's boy, had managed to make wolfsbane potion into pills like the Muggles used them was incredible. And having a 10 years supply of them would help a lot. Not to mention that with being given the cottage where Harry had grown up since he was 7 to live in for free would lessen his financial problems massively. It had always been hard to keep his apartments with how his working for people was often interrupted by his transformations on the full moon. If the pills really worked like they were supposed to, he would be able to keep his jobs easier than before. Not having to have the wolf rage during the nights of the full moon and being able to simply roll up in a corner of a room and sleep through the night would enable him to work the next day, even if it would not be in best condition. But he was used to working even if he didn't feel that well. He truly wished that he could have got to know Harry. He had tried to get Dumbledore to let him see the boy while growing up, but he had been rebuffed all the time with platitudes. He knew that the story about the spells was probably true. He knew how easily he had accepted the excuses and assurances that Harry was well and that to keep his relatives happy, he needed to not have contact with the wizarding world until it was time for him to go to Hogwarts. Even now his mind was split. One part tried giving explanations for Dumbledore's behavior and that he wouldn't want to harm Harry and knew best, but another raged at the injustice and wanted to rip the man apart for trying to harm his cub. Tears flowed from his eyes when he realized that he would continue to be alone, even if there were people that would have wanted him with them. The information about Padfoot being innocent was also hard to take in. He had believed too easily that Padfoot had betrayed James and Lily, just because Dumbledore said that he had been the secret keeper. His inside war about Dumbledore also being deceived by the plan to prank Voldemort and his other voice telling him that a simple questioning under Veritaserum would have easily taken care of that didn't help at all. The one thing he was happy about was that at least the people he cared for were safe now. Lucius Malfoy had to hide his glee. Harry Potter leaving Great Britain was great in his eyes. It had opened the path for him to get into the Minister's good books and help getting the easily influenced fool away from listening to Dumbledore. He would prepare to be the one pulling the strings from the shadows. He knew too well that he couldn't hold any high office thanks to being known as a Death Eater, even if he had managed to convince, bribe, the right people that he had only acted under the Imperious Curse. He wouldn't be able to rule in the open, but he could use this situation to gain more power. He didn't really care for having the Dark Lord back. It was nice to be able to live the way he liked it openly, but he didn't depend on that power anymore. And over the past 11 years he had managed to regain the good name of the Malfoy family. He was known as a wealthy patron who donated to charity and who was on the board of governors of Hogwarts. He had carefully placed his chess pieces, and with the outside attack against Dumbledore he could finally push some laws forward that he wanted to become active to give the purebloods more privileges. Dumbledore had somewhat blocked the better ones for a long time, but right now, he would be able to slip them past him. He had originally planned to use the diary that his lord had left in his protection to open the Chamber of Secrets through the youngest of those Weasley blood traitors, but this might work even better. Losing the boy who lived would be a much darker spot on Dumbledore's record than a few mudbloods getting petrified or killed. Who truly cared for mudbloods after all? And that's it for now. Till next time. Settling in Konoha. And this week I have the new chapter for Heritage finished. Hope you like it. Happy reading. Settling in Konoha, the Hokage signed the deeds to the new Uzumaki compound in Harry's name and handed them over to him. The council meeting about your inclusion into the village will be tomorrow at 10 in the morning, Haru. It would be good if you and Nev would be there. We will tell them the story that you lived far away and were attacked there. Your grandparents were survivors of the attack on Uzushio and hid their origins to prevent persecution. You were taught as ninjas by them. Haru's parents died in an attack on your home when you were young and your grandparents just managed to save you. For you, Nev, we will let it look as if your parents were hit with a forbidden jutsu that let them fall into a coma, which they only recently woke up from, which explains their weak physical condition. You traveled to Konoha having been told by Haru's grandparents before they died that there might be survivors of the Uzumaki clan here. With the Senju clan being related to the Uzumaki clan, it isn't that far-fetched to think some might have come to us for help. The Hokage informed them of the cover story. Do not, under any circumstances, reveal your Sharingan for now, Haru. There are elements in the village and outside of it that would attempt to get you under their control. Those eyes are among the most powerful bloodline limits, and I don't want you to have to deal with those people before you're ready to take them on. It's close enough to the truth to not give us problems remembering that cover, Neville said, and it's nice to know of things like that. Up front for a change. Yes, we can work with that. Would you like the payment for the compound now or later? Harry asked. If you have it with you, you can leave it here. You can also deposit the amount at the bank, the Hokage said. Did you get your gold coins exchanged already? Some of them. I had some trouble opening a clan account on the Uzumaki name though. I had to go aristocrat on them to get everything I wanted done, Harry grumbled. I'm sorry for that. The civilians are the ones that are most unreasonable in concerns to Naruto, and as he is the only one with the Uzumaki name, it has a somewhat negative reputation. The Hokage's side, it doesn't help at all that he retaliates against their treatment with pranks. Pranks? Siri will love him, Harry snickered. Where can I meet Naruto, by the way? He normally trains on Training Ground 65. It's a bit away from the main training grounds as he is left alone there, the Hokage said. Well, Nev, are you up to meeting my cousin? Harry asked. Sure, should be fun, Neville agreed. They bowed to the Hokage and left the office. For some reason the Hokage was slightly worried about the three boys meeting. Well, he only hoped they wouldn't cause him more paperwork. Harry and Neville asked around to find Training Ground 65. After finally getting proper directions, they needed half an hour to get there. It was quite nice with different terrain parts to train. They entered through the door and Harry reached out with his senses. Trying to find his relative, he was hit with a very strong chakra signature. If that is Naruto, who I felt, he has massive amounts of chakra, Harry said. Well, let's find whoever that is, Neville declared, and they both went into the forest part of the training ground. After a few minutes they found a blonde boy with a horribly bright orange jumpsuit working on a jutsu. Each time he tried he massively overloaded his poor clone and the result was a very zombie-like product on the ground. Damn it. Why can't I get this fucking clone jutsu working? I don't want to fail again, the boy shouted in frustration. Harry decided to take pity on him. You literally kill your clone with too much chakra, he spoke up. The boy turned around surprised, obviously not having noticed them before. I what? And who are you? What are you doing here? The boy asked. Are you Naruto Uzumaki? Harry asked instead. You bet, the boy shouted. Good. Hokage-sama told us you would train around here. My name is Haru Uzumaki and this is Nev Uzumaki. We just came to Konoha and I asked if there were other members of my clan living around here. He pointed me into your direction, Harry explained. You're really Uzumakis? Naruto asked shocked. Yeah, though the last full Uzumaki in my family was my great-grandmother. Her name was Emiko Uzumaki. But as in case that a clan member marries somebody from outside another clan, the clan name will be the family name, Harry explained. Wow. That's so great. Are we cousins or something like that? Naruto asked. Probably. I have no idea how distant or closely we might be related. We would have to let you take a heritage test to know for sure, Harry answered. You could really do that? Would that also tell me who my parents are? Naruto asked hopefully. Sure. We have a method to tell your ancestors up to 500 years back, Neville told Naruto, but don't you at least know their names? No, Naruto looked sad at that. Old man Hokage said that he couldn't tell me, because it was too dangerous. They had enemies that would come after me. But I really want to at least know their names. Then we'll make sure that you find that out. You just have to make sure you don't tell anybody else who they were if it's really too dangerous for you. And I didn't get the impression that the Hokage would do something like that out of spite. He told me that your parents died fighting against the Kyuubi 12 years ago, Harry told Naruto. I know, Naruto said, thanks for the offer. No problem. Now back to your clone jutsu. Why do you push that much chakra into it? Harry asked. At the academy the teachers told us when we learned the jutsu that if it came out wrong, we needed to put more chakra into it, Naruto answered. Harry sighed. Please try molding as much chakra as you can without using a jutsu, Naruto. I want to see how much you have and how potent it is. Naruto nodded and put his hands into the ram seal. To Neville's absolute shock and Harry's resigned acceptance, Naruto managed to have his blue chakra erupt around him in a bright twister-like fashion. I feared that was the case. Naruto, you'll never be able to learn the normal clone jutsu. You simply have too much and too strong chakra, Harry told the blonde. What? He exclaimed shocked. But how can I graduate then? For some reason they always test the clone jutsu. You'll learn another kind of clone that takes up a lot more chakra to work. Don't worry. Some Uzumakis simply have that problem. It's nothing too out of the norm in our clan. I didn't get the basic clone jutsu down myself thanks to having too much chakra when I started. I can now make 50 normal clones at once thanks to having done years of chakra control exercises, but I don't get the number lower, Harry calmed Naruto down. Really? What kind of clone do you use then? Naruto asked curiously, never having heard about other kinds of clones. Shadow clone jutsu, Harry said while making the cross hand seal to produce a clone. A single clone of Harry popped into existence next to him. To Naruto's surprise, the clone stole a kunai from his pouch. Hey, give that back, Naruto demanded, and the clone only laughed and played tag with Naruto, which gave Harry the opportunity to measure Naruto's level. He wasn't impressed. What are they teaching at the academy here? If he's about to graduate he should be better, Harry told Neville. You're right, but I think that might have to do with him not being liked by the villagers, as the Hokage said. If they ignore him at best and insult him otherwise, he would have to teach himself most of everything. And without the right instructions that can be hard. I would never have come as far as I did without your support in the beginning, Neville reminded Harry. Thanks, but most was your own hard work. Well, what do you think about giving him a crash course? Harry suggested. Good idea. A bit of chakra control combined with proper taijutsu training would go a long way with him, I think. And as he has so much chakra, we can abuse the hell out of shadow clones for training. Would work as well as the time distortion function of the Room of Requirement, Neville mentioned. Yes, you're right. Hey, Naruto, come over here. Nev and I have a suggestion for you. Harry called, and his shadow clone turned the kunai back over to Naruto. What kind of suggestion? Naruto asked curiously. Nev and I couldn't help notice that your movements aren't very skilled for a soon-to-be graduate. So as we already are going to teach you the shadow clone, we decided we could as well help you out with some chakra control and taijutsu, Harry said. You'd really do that? Naruto asked surprised. Sure, you're an Uzumaki after all, and no matter how distantly we may be related, we're still family. And family looks out for each other, Harry stated. Thanks, Naruto replied, touched. Nobody had ever offered him to help him, and the thought of having a family was making him feel warm inside. Don't mention it. Now first we will start with teaching you the shadow clone, and then we will abuse its special ability to hell to give you months of training in just the 2 weeks we have till your graduation day. Prepare for hellish training, Harry stated. It were 2 very long weeks for one Naruto Uzumaki. His cousin was a sadist. But Naruto was so happy that somebody besides the old man, who was too busy with paperwork all the time, was giving him the time of the day that he went through the training without many complaints. First Harry taught him the Shadow Clone Jutsu, which Naruto had down pat after 2 hours. Then he and his shadow clones were made to train the whole day. Harry had decided, after hearing that Naruto skipped school most days anyway, that he could send a shadow clone to attend the classes in his stead, while he worked on strength and speed. Harry had put resistance seals on Naruto's body to make the physical training more effective. Naruto needed 2 days to adjust to just the first level, which made him feel as if he was treading water the whole time. Each morning Naruto was told to make 500 shadow clones that all got different tasks. One group of 100 was set on learning tree climbing without their hands. One was tasked learning the Academy Taijutsu-style katas under a clone of Harry. 5 clones each got 1 kata they had to practice until it was instinctive. While physical strength couldn't be relayed by shadow clones, experience of how to perform the katas could. The third group was put on reading and writing with Neville's clone, as he had realized that a lot of Naruto's problems came from having problems reading the few books he had. Knowing that, it was no wonder that Naruto couldn't learn the things he needed on his own. It was really embarrassing that the Academy hadn't corrected that problem years ago. But probably nobody had wanted to give Naruto that much attention, and they thought this way they could hurt his dream to become Hokage. Harry had taken the 4th group and let them practice with thrown weapons. Naruto's aim really needed some work. The last group trained in ninjutsu. They needed to be sure that Naruto was ready for the exams, so transformation and substitution needed to be perfected. The clone jutsu was trained all the time with the shadow clones anyway. After the first week, Harry invited Naruto to the new Uzumaki compound where the house elves had already cleaned up a lot of the grounds. Now only a few of the destroyed houses were left, and the raw materials that were still usable were put aside for later use. So far they hadn't set up stables and the like. The habitats were good enough for the magical creatures to live in them for about a year before they really needed more space. So the Uzumakis had enough time to get everything ready. Sirius had joined the group after 1 week when the medics discharged him from the hospital with strict instructions on how to work on getting back in form. Frank and Alice needed more time and had been put into a rehabilitation program. Harry and Neville visited them every day and told them about the progress of the compound. They had agreed with the name suggestions of the Hokage, and so the new Uzumaki clan now counted 6 members. Naruto had simply been taken in. He had taken an instant liking to Sirius, who loved the little prankster and could be found rolling on the ground hearing about his pranks. The council had been hesitant in the beginning hearing about the acceptance of the Uzumakis as a clan, but after hearing about the abilities that especially Harry and Neville had to offer, minus Harry's Sharingan, which only the Hokage knew about, they were more welcoming. Harry didn't even have to reveal how rich they were. He only said that they had enough money to start up their clan and that they would not be a burden on the village finances. The Hokage had helped them set up a clan account at the bank as well as personal ones for each of them. After finding out how many problems Naruto had with the villagers when he went shopping, Sirius had taken care of the problem by dragging the boy to live with him and Harry. Their house had 3 bedrooms, so each of them had one for himself. They shared the chores as long as the house elves were busy getting the compound grounds ready for use. After that, the elves would be insulted if they didn't get to clean, cook and generally look after their family. One of the other Uzumakis now took care of buying groceries, so they always had enough food stocked for everybody, and by simply taking Naruto's measurements they could get him some more clothes that didn't scream, "I'm here, kill me now." Naruto really liked being taken into the clan as easily as he was. He found out that only Harry really had Uzumaki blood and that the others were simply adopted into the clan. It didn't matter. He liked all the others, even if he didn't get to know Frank and Alice that well yet, because they were in hospital and most of his days were spent training to get ready for graduation. Harry had attempted to get to know Sasuke Uchiha as well, but the boy was antisocial and arrogant to the extreme. Sure, Harry could somewhat understand where he came from, but his revenge drive and disregard for anybody besides him was something that Harry couldn't stand. Relative or not, he wouldn't willingly associate with somebody like that. He hated arrogant emos like that. Iruka Amino looked at the class that was eager and nervous to take their graduation exams. His looks stayed on Naruto Uzumaki for a bit. The boy seemed different, but he couldn't really put his finger on what was different. It wasn't just that he had discarded the jacket of his orange jumpsuit. That could simply be explained by the current really hot weather. Many others that normally wore long-sleeved shirts or jackets were in short clothes right now. Well, he would find out. The students needed to pass 3 tests for graduation. A Rin test, a taijutsu spar, and they needed to perform one of the basic 3 ninjutsus that were taught at the academy. Alright, you all know what you have to do. The exams have 3 parts, a written test, a taijutsu spar, and a ninjutsu test. On each seat you have the test paper. You have 30 minutes to answer all questions. Anybody caught cheating will fail immediately. Begin, Iruka announced, and then he and Mizuki Toji, his friend and assistant teacher, watched over the class closely. The 2 new boys that had come to the village 2 weeks ago seemed to get through the test easily, and they finished writing after just 10 minutes. To Iruka's surprise, Naruto was also writing a lot of answers, and he didn't look as stressed out as during his previous attempts to pass. Perhaps he had truly studied for this test for once. He finished with 5 minutes left and looked quite happy at the achievement. Iruka collected the tests and told the students to take a 20-minute break before they had to be in the yard for the taijutsu spars. Those that needed to could warm up. He took out the answers to the test and quickly corrected the 33 papers. There were quite a lot with mistakes in them. The students really needed to pay more attention in class. Then he reached Naruto's test. His handwriting had massively improved, he noticed, and the answers, while not all of them were correct, were more than enough to let Naruto pass. Actually, he passed with 85% correct answers, a record for Naruto. The other 2 Uzumaki boys got a perfect score. It was astonishing. Once he had noted the results in his notebook for the class, he went outside where Mizuki was watching over the class. It's time for the taijutsu spar. In this test you need to hold your own against Mizuki-sensei for 3 minutes to pass. If you land a good hit on him, you get extra credit. Any kind of ninjutsu or weapon use is forbidden, Iruka explained. He knew that Mizuki wasn't one to hold back, and the students needed to learn to deal with such an opponent. Of course, Mizuki wouldn't use any crippling jutsus, but he would not take any student lightly. Iruka started calling up the students by name. Many students showed a disappointing performance. He had a few fails in this area. And Mizuki didn't even fight with his full strength. He just used his superior techniques to throw the children out of the area in which the spar was limited. Really, if they couldn't escape something like this, they should think about repeating a year at the academy. But he also knew that with the civilian council having cut the practical lessons in half after the Kyuubi attack and adding more theory, the children were only partly to blame. The clan children gave good impressions. Sasuke Uchiha even managed to land a good hit. He would be a good genin. Then it was time for the first new student. Uzumaki, Haru, Iruka called, and Harry stepped forward. Harry stood opposite of Mizuki and made the appropriate hand seal for a spar. Then he took the opening stance of the Tide's Fist, the Uzumaki clan taijutsu style. He watched Mizuki for a few seconds before shooting forward and engaging the teacher with fast kicks and punches. Like the name of the style, he came upon his opponent fast and strong before retreating to watch. Like ebb and flow, you were unpredictable. His opponent realized that he had to take him more serious than the other students. Good. He wanted to see how he fared against a Chunin. Harry again attacked, and this time he needed to work more for getting hits in, but he still managed. They clashed again, and the signal of the timer came as a surprise. If Harry had counted correctly, he got 5 good hits in. Not bad. It would give him great marks for this part. He noticed that all other students except for Neville and Naruto were looking at him disbelievingly. Had they never seen a ninja fight? Pass. Iruka just brought out. Uzumaki, Naruto, he called the next one. Mizuki was a little pissed at the first Uzumaki brat being that good. Well, the demon brat would have to make up for it. He started the fight off this time, but contrary to past occasions, the demon had learned to dodge and block properly. In a moment of inattention, he even landed a solid punch at his jaw. That was simply not acceptable. He let a flurry of punches fly at the brat, but only 2 grazed the brat before the timer rang again. Pass, Iruka again said. Uzumaki, Nev. How many Uzumakis were there this time? No matter, he wouldn't let himself be made into a fool again. He was more cautious and prevented a lot of hits. Only one got through when the brat pulled off a really good maneuver. Still, he didn't land any proper hits against this one who was really good at keeping on the defense. Pass, Iruka announced again. At least he easily trounced the Yamanaka girl after that without having to work hard. She had neglected physical training too much for stalking the Uchiha boy. But the performance of the demon brat made things difficult now. Iruka hadn't talked about the written results yet, but if he had improved there as well, and he now managed to pull off the Ask Jutsu, his plan to use the brat to get the Forbidden Scroll of Seals wouldn't work anymore. Well, they had decided on the clone jutsu and the boy had never been able to make one. Harry stepped into the testing room and saw Iruka-sensei and Mizuki-sensei sitting behind a table with a number of forehead protectors on it. Okay, Haru, the only thing you need to do to pass is producing at least one workable clone, Iruka said. Harry nodded and put his fingers into the cross-shaped hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu, he declared, and 5 perfect clones appeared. Very nice, you pass, Iruka said and handed Harry a forehead protector. One question though, why didn't you use the normal clone jutsu? The one you used is really high level. I'm an Uzumaki. I simply have too much and too potent chakra for a low-level jutsu like the illusionary clone. The Shadow Clone Jutsu is a genin-level jutsu in my clan for those that have large chakra reserves. I think about 60% of all Uzumakis are completely incapable of making normal clones. And I asked the Hokage if I could use another kind of clone, which he confirmed, Harry answered shrugging. Iruka felt horrible hearing that. Had they failed Naruto 2 times because of a quirk of his clan that nobody had noticed? He called Naruto in next and really hoped that he could do a clone this time. He had done so well so far, but he still needed to pass ninjutsu to pass overall. Naruto, please make at least one workable clone to pass, he said. Naruto nodded and Iruka felt incredible relief seeing him use the same hand seal as Haru had used before. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto said, and 7 perfect clones appeared. The blonde smiled brightly at having got it right. Congratulations, Naruto, you pass, Iruka said, honestly happy for the blonde. Mizuki smiled as well, but on the inside he seethed. The brat had thwarted his plans. Now he needed to come up with something new. He had to watch how the brat jumped up and down shouting in happiness for finally passing. He would have to adjust his plans. No way was he staying in this village where he didn't get to advance like he deserved. The Hokage looked over the graduation results and was quite surprised how well Naruto had done in them. Most had expected him to end at the bottom of his class, not somewhere in the upper third. In fact, Naruto had got great results in taijutsu and ninjutsu, and his written exam had been well in the passing zone. He got a horrible feeling of teachers not having given Naruto any help over the years and perhaps even sabotaging him. The only thing that had changed compared to Naruto's last attempt were the Uzumakis coming to Konoha. Haru and Nev had contacted Naruto, like they had promised to do, and had also taken the blonde under their wing. He had watched them train together sometimes in his crystal ball. He was really happy that Naruto had somebody who was willing to spend time with him and help him train. He had known that Naruto couldn't be that stupid. Both his parents were smart, Minato had even been a genius. It was really a shame that he hadn't had the time to help Naruto more and have a closer eye on his education. He could have spared the boy so much suffering if he had only had more time. But without a proper successor to take the paperwork demon from him, he was more or less stuck in his office and had to delegate things to others. Sadly, not many would take delegated duties towards Naruto serious. Now he had to decide how to put the teams together. Normally he would pair the Rookie of the Year, the top kunoichi, and the dead last together to balance strengths out, but this time that would probably be a bad idea. Not only had Sasuke Uchiha not earned that position, like everybody had expected, he had been beaten to it by 2 others. Haru and Nev Uzumaki. Haru was Rookie of the Year and Nev the follow-up. Sasuke was 3rd. Naruto meanwhile ranked 8th. It would have been higher if the written exam didn't make up 50% of the overall grade. Something that had been compromised with the civilian council. Taijutsu and ninjutsu made up 25% each, so there were cases where students that failed one part of the exams completely still graduated. Last year it had been Rock Lee who hadn't been able to pass ninjutsu thanks to not being able to use chakra for jutsus. He had been the dead last because of that, but he had passed with slightly above average taijutsu and a good mark on the written test. Naruto had only always failed because he didn't get great marks in any of the 3 tests and outright failed the ninjutsu part. He had to admit he hadn't known about that problem of the Uzumaki clan. Otherwise Naruto would have learned the Shadow Clone Jutsu after his first failure. But normally seeing a problem was the job of the teachers and they theoretically should know that jutsus could fail by putting too much chakra into them. but seemingly nobody wanted to see it with Naruto. He looked at the names of the students that had passed. Experience told him that most of the civilian-born children wouldn't make the cut. With how he had to compromise over the financial funds that the civilian population had offered the village after the war and the Kyuubi attack, he had to lower the overall teaching level at the academy. It led to more civilian children graduating, but the Jonin only let them continue if they were really good, and the teachers normally wrote clear descriptions in their reports. Thankfully, he could influence the curriculum of the remedial year more than the basic class. Those that decided to go into one remedial year were trained a lot harder on strength, speed, ninjutsu, taijutsu and weapons than before their original graduation. The village couldn't afford to waste too much money on them. They got 1 year to shape up or drop out of the ninja program. Those that had good chakra control were normally asked if they were interested in a medical ninja career. While he had never managed to start up Tsunade's program, because during the wars and after the Kyuubi attack the funds hadn't been available, he had listened to her that they needed more medics. So why not take those that had nothing to lose and good chakra control? About a quarter of those that were sent back to the academy after taking the Jonin's tests and failing normally were suited for basic medical training, and of them about 1 or 2 made it. But those already improved the overall numbers of the medical corps a lot. And while none of them had ever become a famous ninja, most never got beyond Chunin level, they were important for the running of the village. Now to set the teams up, there would be 11 teams. He had 12 candidates that had very good chances to pass the test if they got the right teammates and a good instructor. 2 of them, meaning Haru and Nev, were beyond normal genin level, but they would massively profit from an experienced Jonin showing them how the ninja world operated. But it needed to be someone that would put in the effort and not baby them like many Jonin tended to do with rookie teams for the first year, taking their time to build up teamwork and basic skills. The only logical way to place them would be on the same team, even if that would make the team overpowered. Their third member needed to be someone that could keep up with their pace and close the gap between them quickly. It wouldn't do to hold Haru and Nev back because they had to help a weak graduate catch up all the time. Perhaps he could place Naruto with them. They already knew each other, and if Naruto had managed to learn this much with their help in just 2 weeks, he probably was the only one to not fall back too much. The only question was which Jonin was capable of dealing with 3 Uzumakis? End cut. Till next time. Traitor, sorry for the long wait, but I had to work a little on this chapter until I liked it enough to post it. Thanks for all the reviews you left for the previous ones. Hope you like this one too. Happy reading. Traitor Mizuki thought he was really smart, making it look as if he was Naruto. He would simply pretend to be the demon and then let the transformation go when he was far enough away. The brat would take the blame for stealing the scroll, and he would be halfway to Otto before they noticed the scam. And many would still believe that it had been Naruto and not him who took it. It was too bad, for him that Harry had been suspicious of the looks Mizuki gave Naruto when they had all been met by Sirius outside of the academy, who had come to congratulate them and invite them to eat on his treat. With Sirius being very intimidating and it being well known among the civilian shop owners that the Uzumaki clan was quite wealthy, none of the waiters at the restaurant they chose dared making any disparaging comments about Naruto eating there. Harry had tasked Hedwig with watching Mizuki and informing him if he did anything bad. So silent in the night, the normally snowy white owl was hidden in the shadows, her plumage darkened to gray with a trick Hedwig had figured out herself when she learned to channel chakra. She could darken or lighten the color of her plumage at will now, depending on what the situation required. She knew exactly that when Mizuki transformed into Naruto that she needed to inform Harry. She knew she could track him down easily. She was a highly intelligent, magically trained post owl from a long line of powerful owls. Finding a person she wanted to find was child's play for her. Silently she took off from her observation point, flying towards where she could feel her master. Harry frowned when Hedwig conveyed the information that Mizuki was up to no good. He had had suspicions, but he had the bad feeling that if he didn't interfere, somebody close to him would take the fall for whatever Mizuki planned, probably Naruto. So Harry decided to go and stop Mizuki. Nev, Mizuki plans something bad. I'm going after him, Harry said. What would he be up to? Naruto asked. I have no idea, but he gave you strange, angry and calculating looks when we met Siri earlier in the day. I had Hedwig watch him, and I fear if I don't act he will do something that will be blamed on you, Harry answered honestly. I don't know why most of the villagers hate me. I never did anything to deserve that. Okay, I did play pranks, but they were at most annoying and they already looked at me with those cold eyes before that, Naruto said sadly. We will find out the reason one day, Naruto. And in 2 days the heritage potion will also be ready. So you can look forward to finally learning who your parents were. Neville tried cheering his fellow blonde up. Yeah, thanks, Nev, Naruto said happier again. Do you need backup? Neville asked. It would be better. I'm sure I can take him easily, but I have no idea if he works alone or has support as well, Harry answered. Okay, then I'll come with you, Neville stated. I want to come as well, Naruto said. You know that you aren't a match for a Chunin yet, Naruto. This will be dangerous, Harry warned. You two are my only friends my age, Haru, and your family. I don't want to let you go into danger alone. And I can help. I can make masses of shadow clones if needed. They can be distractions and manpower, Naruto begged. All right, it'll also give you an alibi if he really tries to blame what he's about to do on you. But we should warn the Hokage of what's going on. Mizuki is already in action, so we need to hurry, Harry decided. I can take care of informing the Hokage. You go after Mizuki, Sirius said. Thanks, Siri. We'll see you later, Neville replied, and the three boys ran out of the house, following Hedwig, who led the way. Mizuki was satisfied with how the theft of the scroll had gone. He had managed to get to the scroll in his disguise and take it before leaving the tower. The alarm had only been triggered once he had been a good distance away. Now he only needed to get out of the village and then he could drop his disguise. He would need to get out of Fire Country fast, but the Valley of the End wasn't that far away. He could rest a little when he had reached Rice Pad's country and learn as many of the powerful jutsus that the scroll contained. His original plan had been to kill the brat after tricking him into stealing the scroll. The investigation would have taken a few days in which he could have copied as much as possible. After all, they would find the scroll sooner than later if they searched everywhere, and the Anbu would do that once the investigation in the demon was done, while also securing a mission outside of the village. Then he could have left with his notes from the scroll towards Otto, where Orochimaru had promised him a place as a Jonin if he got him. The secret jutsus from the scroll. Konoha had held him back for too long, and it was time he thought about his own career. He never noticed when he got company, which cost him dearly when he was hit by a surprise attack from some bird that scratched at his face. What? He exclaimed, surprised, turning around to be attacked again and again by the fast bird. He tried hitting the bird with some fire jutsus, but it was too agile in the air. Then he felt his body paralyze. Nice going there, Haru, he heard a young voice. Thanks, Nev. Now let's see what this traitor can tell us, another voice said that sounded too familiar to him. True to his fears, the faces of Haru, Nev and Naruto Uzumaki showed him just who had captured him. Perhaps he could turn this around still. They were only freshly graduated academy students after all. He tried getting over the paralyzation, but it didn't work. Don't try. You're caught in a special Uzumaki Fuinjutsu trap, Haru stated. The only muscle you can move is your mouth, as we want you to spill your secrets. I won't tell you anything. Mizuki snapped and felt his transformation jutsu lose hold. Oh, but you will. Not voluntarily, but we have the means to make you talk, Nev said and walked up to him and forced his mouth open and put some liquid onto his tongue. He felt his mind daze over. Why did you steal the forbidden scroll? He heard Haru ask. Because Orochimaru promised me a place as a Jonin in his new village Otto if I managed to bring the secrets in it to him, Mizuki felt himself answer. Why did you impersonate Naruto? To put the blame on the demon brat. Nobody would believe in his innocence if he was seen doing the deed. Why do you hate Naruto so much? He's the nine-tailed fox that attacked Konoha 12 years ago. The Yondaime Hokage sealed the demon into him to stop it from destroying the village, Mizuki answered. Naruto was shocked and trembled. Stupid morons, can't even tell the difference between a prison and the prisoner, Haru cursed. We will talk about the thing that really happened later, Naruto. How did you make contact with Orochimaru? He had spies inside of Konoha. I got contacted by Masumi Tsurugi if I was interested in gaining more power. I accepted the offer as Konoha has only held me back. I should have been Jonin by now. Do you know other spies inside the village? Not for sure, Masumi was my contact. Who do you think are spies? Haru changed the question. Kabuto Yakushi and Yoroi Akato, his teammates. Why did nobody tell me about the fox? Naruto spoke up, wanting answers for a change. The Hokage made a law that everybody was forbidden to speak about the fox, presumably to protect you. Nobody likes you, demon. They only have to follow the Hokage's law. He can only tell the truth as he sees it, Naruto, Haru said. We'll ask the Hokage what really happened. Mizuki is clearly bitter and can't see what's directly in front of him. Any true demon would have attacked the village after the second insult against him. Were you the Kyuubi, Konoha wouldn't stand anymore. I think we should take him to T&I and let the pros take care of getting the rest of the information they need, Nev suggested. Let's simply tie him up and put chakra-suppressing seals on him so he can't escape. They followed that idea and soon Mizuki was handed over to Ibiki Morino, the head of the T&I department. After a few questions to the group they were allowed to leave as long as they reported to the Hokage immediately. As they wanted to get some questions answered anyway, it was not trouble at all. The Sandaime Hokage looked at Naruto with a grave expression. He hadn't wanted him to find out about his burden like this. But he hadn't expected that the two new Uzumaki boys had something like the truth serum that Haru had handed him for getting truthful answers from somebody. It was a potion they called Veritaserum. It would be very useful for the T&I department, but now he needed to answer some questions that he had deflected till now. Why did you never tell me? Naruto wanted to know, clearly being hurt about this being kept from him. I asked so often why the whole village hated me when I didn't do anything to deserve it. Why? I hoped that if I made the fact that the Kyuubi is sealed inside of you a secret, you would at least have had a chance that the children wouldn't hate you and you could have had some friends. Sadly, the parents never wanted to understand or couldn't understand that you aren't the fox, but its container. They kept their children away from you and told made-up stories about you being a bad influence to explain it. I couldn't tell you when you were younger, because it would have only painted a huge target on you. A person holding a demon like the Kyuubi is called a Jinchuriki. They are sadly often made into weapons of the village they live in. I never wanted for you to have that fate. So I forbid everybody on pain of death to talk about you holding the Kyuubi. You aren't a monster. You are the only thing standing between the fox destroying Konoha. The Yondaime wanted you to be seen as the hero you are for keeping Konoha safe, thanks to bearing this burden, but grief and fear made the people unreasonable, the Hokage explained. And you never thought to explain them the basics of Fuinjutsu enough so that they would realize how ridiculous it is to think that Naruto was the fox. It's the basic concept of a storage scroll after all, even if the true process is much more complicated and involves all kinds of filters in the seal to avoid the Biju's chakra poisoning the container, Harry asked. Fuinjutsu experts are really rare and in the direct aftermath of the Kyuubi attack we didn't have the time and resources to educate people. We needed to prevent that Konoha looked weak on the outside and with many of our ninjas dying while trying to stop the fox, all of them were needed to take the missions that we still had to take. We could allow for a decrease of taken missions for a month under the cover of fortifying the village, but after that we had to come back in full force. We had lost our Hokage, which is always a bad sign, but I managed to turn it around into showing that our Hokage had been able to kill a Biju, even if it cost him his life. It's a feat that very, very few can claim for themselves. You have to realize that we had just come out of the Third Great Shinobi World War as the victors, mainly thanks to Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage. We had lost many ninjas in that war and now more thanks to the fox. The one thing capable of keeping the other nations from attacking was pretending that while we had a small bump to overcome with cleaning up after the attack and rescheduling the rosters, we were back as if nothing really happened, the Sandaime pointed out. I took the position I had handed over to my successor back, as I was the only one that knew how to deal with the politicians, the threats from other villages and the balancing of our inner security and mission income. I had hoped that once the immediate aftermath of the attack was over, I could retire again, but till now I didn't find a suitable candidate that I could let grow into the position. My best candidates either had no interest in the position, were too young at the time or got killed on missions. Harry and Nev nodded, understanding that while the Sandaime had tried as much as he could, with the situation being as it had been, there simply were too few resources to help Naruto. Well, now they were here and they wouldn't let things continue the way they had been. But why did the Yondaime choose me? Naruto asked. I would guess because you are an Uzumaki, Naruto, Nev spoke up, surprising Naruto. What do you mean, Nev? Naruto asked. The Uzumaki clan has special chakra that's a lot denser than that of other ninjas and it also has a healing component. The Kyuubi is the strongest of all the Biju from what I know, and its chakra is much stronger than any other Biju's. To contain such a chakra safely you need a host with equally potent chakra. Or as potent as you can get it. The Uzumaki clan also has an affinity for Fuinjutsu in the blood. Haru, for example, can understand the most complex kinds of seals by simply looking at them for a while. I could never make head or tails of some of them, but for him it's natural. His seals are also much more powerful than any that I could create, even if I understand the seal perfectly. So when the Yondaime Hokage was faced with the choice who to entrust the Kyuubi with, I think he would have automatically chosen the one person with the strongest chakra available. And there is no clan with stronger chakra than the Uzumakis from what I learned, Nev explained. The Hokage nodded, glad that Neville had explained one reason perfectly. He knew that the second one was that Minato would never have asked anybody else to give up their child when he had one of his own. But it was too early to reveal Naruto's heritage. First he needed to mature more to not shout out who his father had been, which would call Minato's enemies onto the plan. And Naruto wasn't ready to face Jonins that tried to kill him. Sirius looked at the potion he had watched over for the last 3 hours. It was the heritage potion for Naruto. The poor boy really deserved to find out who his parents were. Keeping him safe from his parents' enemies was all well and good, but in the long run it only harmed him. Everybody deserved to know where he came from, and there were many ways how an important secret could be kept. Especially if you had magic available. You could simply put a charm on Naruto that would prevent him telling anybody accidentally who his parents had been. And with the training that Harry and Neville had set up for him, he would be strong enough to defend himself against normal strong opponents soon enough. Sirius knew that Naruto had lots of talent, but nobody had thought of truly bringing it out and cultivating it. Naruto was in a similar position as Remus had been when they had started at Hogwarts. As a werewolf he had been isolated for something that hadn't been his fault. He had feared to never truly reach his potential and had always suffered from the stigma that the magical society put him under. If only the old bastard hadn't put so many spells on him to ensure his loyalty, Remus could be here with them, family. People who didn't hate him for what he was. But even if Sirius couldn't help Remus any more than what he had done already, with setting him up with enough gold to live comfortably and the potion pills for the Wolfsbane potion to lessen his burden, he could help Naruto. He had hoped that he could finally fulfill his promise to James and Lily and take the position of a father for Harry now that he was finally out of Azkaban. But, thanks to the time distortion training, Harry was more like a young man in his late teens than the nearly 12-year-old boy that he appeared to be. Sure, Harry liked talking to him and finding out more about his parents, but he didn't need an adult to protect him anymore. He needed somebody to bounce ideas off with and spend time around to relax. More like a friend. Naruto meanwhile clearly needed an adult that could take the position of a parent for him. And Sirius was really fond of the little prankster. So why not become a father figure for Naruto? Harry had already planned to let one of the adults sit in the council meetings representing the Uzumaki clan, and Sirius was the one that probably was suited best for dealing with arrogant politicians that only thought about getting more advantages for themselves. He had grown up with the blacks after all, who were some of the vilest dark families in Britain. If he could survive them and get away with what he wanted, he could take on a few civilians easily. And he would be taken more serious than Harry at his age. He had a last look on the potion and then nodded. The potion was finished. Now they only needed Naruto to mix his blood with some of the potion and have a Dicta Quill suck up the mixture for a day. Then it would reveal Naruto's heritage up to 500 years back. Quite impressive if he had to say so. Naruto was restless the whole day. He had added the needed blood to the potion that would finally tell him who his parents had been yesterday evening. Sirius had told him that he could see the results after dinner. It was one of the few days where he didn't eat much. He guessed he would eat more later on, but today he simply wanted to see the results. Then they finished and Naruto practically ran towards the room where the quill was waiting. There was no potion blood mix left anymore. That was good. Sirius had said that once the quill had sucked up all the potion it was ready to be used. He heard steps behind him, and when he turned around he saw Sirius smiling at him. "Well, it looks as if it is ready. Let's see who your family is, Naruto," Sirius stated and placed a big sheet of paper on the big desk. He then took the quill and placed it at the top of the paper. The quill stood upright without help now and immediately started writing out names, dates and status. First was Naruto, the next name was Kushina Uzumaki, his mother. Naruto's eyes nearly fell out of his head with as big as they became when his father's name was written. Minato Namikaze. He was the son of the Yondaime Hokage, the legendary Yellow Flash. That totally explained the worries of the old man Hokage about his parents' enemies coming after him. The names continued. Harry looked at them to see how closely he and Naruto were related. It turned out they shared their great-great-grandparents. Harry's great-grandmother Emiko had been the sister of Akio Uzumaki, Naruto's great-grandfather. The next surprise was on the side of Naruto's father. Naruto recognized the name Tobirama Senju, Minato's grandfather. No way, I'm related to 3 of the 4 Hokages? Naruto exclaimed shocked. Which ones? Neville asked curiously. My father was the Yondaime, my great-grandfather was the Nidaime, which makes the Shodai my great-great-uncle, Naruto said baffled. Wow, that's huge, Sirius said, knowing how important heritage was in this culture. It was similar to pureblood society in that way, even if here people didn't mind if you married outside of pureblood circles. Well, at least it confirms the thing about your parents having too many dangerous opponents for your identity to get out before you're ready, Harry stated. I just think that the handling of your training to get you to that point has been rubbish. I have to agree with you there, Haru, Neville said. Naruto should have got personal training to prepare him for when he went out on missions. I don't know how the Hokages looked like, but I know that the Yondaime had blonde hair and blue eyes like Naruto. So somebody could have made the connection. True. Well, we can't change it now. I would advise you to pretend that you don't know yet, Naruto. Thanks to us settling down in Konoha, you have the protection of the Uzumaki clan now, and with us being distant cousins, I can ensure that nobody can simply trample over your rights in the village anymore. And Siri will make any stupid council member that tries rue the day, Harry said, grinning evilly. Oh, do I get carte blanche to handle the clan affairs? Sirius asked eagerly. Of course you do. After all, I'm just 12 years old come end of July. So I need a responsible adult that can twist the words of the greedy part of the council around in their mouths, Harry confirmed, and if they are too annoying, feel free to turn them into frogs. Oh, I'm going to have so much fun, Sirius cackled evilly. None of the Uzumakis minded that. It was high time that somebody looked out for Naruto. Team assignment. Hi everybody, I'm back with the next chapter of Heritage. Hope you like it. Thanks to everybody who has put the story on their favorite list, and especially those that left a review. Happy reading. Team assignment. Harry, Neville and Naruto sat in a row of seats in the class. Today was their team assignment. They had used the week off from school to get Naruto's skills further improved. There had been one interesting encounter with the Sandaime's grandson Konohamaru, a brat used to getting his will, but otherwise simply a boy who hated always being in his grandfather's shadow and not being seen for himself. They had taken the boy under their wing for a day and righted some screwed up ideas of the boy about how he could become Hokage. Harry beating up his supposed teacher had a lot to do with it, and then the 3 older boys telling Konohamaru how only hard work and determination to always do your best brought you to a level where you could even hope to become Hokage. They then proceeded to show Konohamaru one useful skill each, which he could practice. Naruto showed him his advanced transformation, Harry tree climbing and Neville treating small wounds. Konohamaru declared the group as really cool and asked if they could show him more cool skills. They told him that they would be assigned teams soon, but if he managed to learn one of the things they had shown him properly, he could come and look them up and get a new skill to work on during his own time. Or he could ask them for pointers when he was stuck. They also told him that training with friends was more fun and that he should see if his friends also wanted to train more. Konohamaru just nodded and already planned which of his friends to show his cool new abilities. The 3 Uzumakis also wondered how they would be placed on teams. None of them wanted to be placed on a team with Sasuke. Naruto had some hope that he might be on a team with Sakura Haruno, but the other 2 massively hoped he didn't, because the girl was bad for Naruto. He was so socially awkward that he still couldn't tell that his supposed feelings for Sakura were simply a cry for attention and that her reactions were in no way justified. From the bit they had seen of the class, Naruto would be better off with just about anybody but her and Sasuke. Then their sensei arrived in the room. Iruka was probably the only one in this room that knew that the 3 Uzumakis had been essential to capturing Mizuki, who had turned out to be a traitor. Iruka had also been interrogated to find out if he had known anything, but thankfully Ibiki had cleared him of any complicity. Others hadn't been that lucky. Iruka didn't know who was caught, but that 3 people had been found out to be spies. Right now he had to get the team assignment done. He had been surprised with the teams in some points, but he guessed that the Hokage had his reasons. He delivered a speech about the start of the students' ninja careers and how proud he was of them. Then he started reading out the teams. He, like all other ninjas in the Corps, knew that most of them would be sent back for retraining. And the remedial year didn't have as many restriction on training anymore as the basic program. He had asked to include more ninja skill training and cut half of the theory time, but it had been denied by the council. It was stupidity in his eyes and slowed the progress of the new ninjas, if they passed the test of the Jonins, massively down. It was no wonder that only a third of a graduation class passed the Jonin tests nowadays. He reached the first team that had enough good students on it to have a chance. Team 7. Sakura Haruno, Tai Roshuo and Sasuke Uchiha. He had to stop for a moment because Sakura screamed happily about true love conquering all and many of Sasuke's fangirls protesting and whining that they had wanted to be on his team. One big head jutsu and they were quiet again. Good old big head jutsu, what would he do without it? Team 8. Shino Aburame, Kiba Inuzuka and Hinata Hyuga. Iruka announced after that and the 3 looked at each other, seemingly happy about it, even if he could see Hinata giving a slightly disappointed look towards Naruto. That crush was cute. And Naruto was totally oblivious about the feelings the shy brunette had for him. Team 9. Haru Uzumaki, Nev Uzumaki and Naruto Uzumaki. Iruka called out next. They grinned happily and he was sure that this team would be good for Naruto. Team 10. Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka and Choji Akamichi. The next generation of the Ino Shikacho formation should make a good team, Iruka thought. Your Jonin senseis will come to get you after the lunch break. I suggest you use that time to get to know your new teammates, Iruka said and watched the students leave the room. Now he could only hope that the Jonin senseis would take good care of his former students. Just after lunch the new Jonin senseis appeared to get their teams. Soon only teams 7 and 9 remained. Then a man with a bandana on his head with the Konoha protector on the back and a senbon in his mouth entered the room. He had brown hair that went down to his chin and wore the standard Konoha uniform. Team 9, you're with me, he called out. The 3 Uzumakis stood up and followed their new sensei out of the classroom, leaving just a more than annoyed looking Team 7 behind. Their new sensei led the team towards the roof of the academy where he motioned them to take seats on the steps while he observed them. All right. Hokage-sama has briefed me about your unusual circumstances. It's normally not done that you get to be on a team with just members of your clan, but in your case an exception was made. Don't abuse that. For now I want a short introduction from each of you. Name, main jutsu, hobbies, dreams for the future, and best area of ninja arts so far. We start from the left, he pointed at Neville. Okay. My name is Nev Uzumaki. My specialty are medical jutsus. I like gardening and taking walks in the forest. My first dream of healing my parents from their long-term sickness has already come true, so for now I guess I want to become a strong ninja to be able to protect my family. I guess the jutsu I use most is the shadow clone, because it is so versatile. Neville did his introduction. I'm Haru Uzumaki and I specialize in ninjutsu and fuinjutsu. My main jutsu is probably a storage seal, though I also use lots of others. My hobbies are playing with the creatures at my home and flying. My dream is to have a family and live my life the way I want and not how some manipulative old men want me to, Harry said, noticing the raised eyebrow at the mentioning of flying. He would have fun demonstrating his new method that didn't require a broom anymore. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. My best jutsu is the shadow clone, which I learned about 2 weeks ago and which helped me massively to finally learn how to properly manage my massive reserves. I want to specialize in ninjutsu, but also want to learn fuinjutsu, because that's something that my clan was famous for. My hobbies are sampling new ramen flavors and gardening. My dream is to become Hokage and surpass all the former Hokages so that everybody will respect me. Naruto was the last of the team to give his introduction. Okay. My name is Genma Shiranui and I specialize in ninjutsu. The jutsu I use most is probably the substitution, and it is completely underestimated in a fight. My hobbies are hanging out with my friends and reading a good book. My dream is to see a team that I trained rise through the ranks and become as famous as the Sannin, Genma said. Genma pondered the impression he got from his 3 students. The Hokage had briefed him more thoroughly than the other senseis about this team. He knew that Haru and Nev had a lot of skill, which placed them at Chunin level probably, but they lacked practical experience. Next to that, Naruto had been massively neglected if not sabotaged at the academy. Since the Uzumaki clan had come to Konoha, the two boys had taken him under their wing and trained him using shadow clones to catch up on the things he should have learned years ago. Not to mention that Genma knew who Naruto's father was. Genma had been a personal guard of the Yondaime Hokage, and nobody with eyes could overlook the obvious similarity between the two. Of this year's potential Jonin senseis, he was probably the only one next to Kakashi that wouldn't look down on Naruto, either for his pranking habits or his prisoner. Alright. One thing I have to tell you is that you aren't full genin yet. Genma decided to break the news bluntly to his potential team. But we passed the graduation test. How is it that we aren't genin? Naruto exclaimed angrily until Haru put a hand on his shoulder to calm him down. The graduation at the academy is only a test to determine the candidates that have the potential to become genin. The final decision lies with the Jonin senseis. In the past 6 years we never had more than a third of each class that passed the test of the Jonins. The rest was sent back for intensive retraining at the academy for a second and last chance the following year. Some also quit or went into branches of service in the village where getting more all-round training wasn't as important. Stationary low-level medics at the hospital is one area, office ninjas another. They never get promoted beyond special chunin though, except they prove to be exceptional and are taken up as apprentices, Genma pointed out. So if we want to become genin, we have to prove to you that we're worth the rank, sensei? Haru asked. Yes. For that I've set up a test tomorrow morning at Training Ground 9. Be there at 7 and bring everything that you think will help you in a test. Be aware that the test will be hard, and if you eat, it could happen that you puke it out after a few minutes. It's your decision. If you want to be shinobi of Konoha, you'll have to learn to live with the consequences of your actions and decisions, Genma said, and then left in a swirl of leaves and smoke. The next morning the 3 genin candidates were ready to take their test. They had discussed strategies at home and planned some combinations that could come in useful in certain situations. They had no idea about their sensei's abilities, so they couldn't be sure what kind of jutsus to use to the best effect. Because, even if he said he was a ninjutsu specialist, you didn't become Jonin without skills in the basic ninja arts. Most certainly taijutsu. At 7 o'clock sharp Genma arrived via body flicker. Good, you're on time. Now let's see what you have going for you. I have set up something like an obstacle course in which I have hidden 5 small silver bells like this one. He held it up to show them. To pass the test you need to find them and secure them. If all of you don't have 2 bells each at the end of the test, which will be at noon, you will be sent back to the academy. The 3 boys looked serious hearing that. They all could do the math and knew that one of them wouldn't get a second bell. Of course it would be too easy if I simply had you go on a scavenger hunt. I'll interfere with your attempts to get the bells, so it can very well happen that you won't get all 5 or even one of them, Genma informed them. You can use any weapons you have to get past the obstacles and prevent that I interfere with your test. If you want to have a chance of that happening, you need to come at me with the intent to kill. He tied the bell he had shown them to his belt. Start, Genma said and jumped away, hiding in the forest. How are we going to do this if there are only 5 bells? Naruto asked. There are 6 bells, the one at his belt counts as well, Neville pointed out. He's trying to play a strategy of divide and conquer. From what I read, there have always been teams of 3 genin and 1 jonin sensei in the history of Konoha. And there is no way that a team of fresh genin, well, normal fresh genin, could really go against a jonin at full power. True. But we aren't your normal genin, which I think he has been informed about by the Hokage before he got this team. So, first things first, we need to find out where the bells are hidden. Naruto, please send a group of 50 shadow clones into the forest to scout. Turn half of them into forest animals to make it harder for sensei to detect that they are your clones. If any of them can secure a bell, let them do it. The ones that they can't get, we'll go for ourselves. Harry put the plan together. Naruto nodded and created the shadow clones. The first half took off directly, the second half after turning into rabbits, squirrels and birds. It was really surprising that Naruto could transform into anything he wanted to be. That was clearly not the normal transformation jutsu. So we wait now? Neville asked. Yes, but we look for a more secure location. Standing out here in the open isn't very smart, Harry said, and soon they were running up trees to get into places where to hide. Genma watched how the group devised a plan that he had to admit had a good chance to work. He wouldn't be able to get all the transformed animals if he didn't want to kill each and every forest animal. He had placed a listening seal on a stone in the meeting place yesterday evening in preparation for today. This way he could listen into the plans of his team. They had already seen through his strategy and also noticed that there were indeed 6 bells. Too bad that he wouldn't make it easy for them to get the bells. He was at the first obstacle, hidden above it on a tree branch with thick canopy. This obstacle was that the bell was hidden in a hollow in the tree. All the way up the tree were traps to slow the genin down or throw them off the tree. Nothing truly dangerous like explosive tags, but kunai shooters, stink bombs and the like. Now he only had to wait until the scouting clones appeared. He wouldn't simply take them out if they came close though. That would kinda give the position away. And Naruto didn't need to be too sneaky with his clones as they all would know that he was looking out for anything strange. Soon he saw some clones jumping past and some looking around from the ground where hiding places might be. Then one clone below the tree dispelled. Had he noticed something? Genma waited for anything to get close to the hollow, but so far nothing happened. Now he wished that he could make shadow clones as well, but they took too much chakra for him to use without losing too much of his total reserves. He only had average reserves, which he made up for by perfecting his chakra control. For him a B rank jutsu only cost about as much chakra as a C rank one, which was a major accomplishment. And normally you could get your missions done using B rank jutsus. He had 2 A rank ones in his repertoire, but he only used them if there was no other choice. Finally he saw the group approaching the tree. They were communicating in low voices so that he couldn't hear them. Naruto pointed at a branch where he had hidden a trap. Smart boy. He should have guessed that all his pranking had had some use for him. Spotting a trap to conclude that there was probably a bell hidden here. He watched how Haru slowly walked up to the first trap. Without setting it off, inspecting it. They were not rushing things, that was a good strategy. And so far they were working as a team. He observed how Haru dismantled the trap and the others closed up. The one that inspected the next part of the tree was Nev. He found the wire that if triggered would let smoke bombs go off, mixed with one sneezing powder bomb. Small revenge for all the times he had to chase Naruto after a prank. Nev somehow managed to have the bombs fly upwards instead of downwards, and Genma was just glad that he was too high to get caught. Haru used a weak wind jutsu to drive the cloud away once they were sure that he wasn't at that point. Finally they were past 2 other traps and Genma decided to now challenge them. He threw a barrage of senbons at them, only to be surprised when Nev with a wave of his hand, deflected them. How had he managed that? He could see that Nev grinned at Haru who grinned back. So Haru had probably created something or both together. It was dead useful if he had to say. He decided that direct confrontation would be needed and he ran down the trunk to engage his potential students. They worked together quite well, but it was clear that none of them had ever gone up against any opponent like him. They defended themselves well. Naruto even got a kick in, which Genma only mostly deflected as Haru and Nev kept him busy, but he easily managed to drive them down the tree. Fighting on a tree was completely different to simply climbing one after all and took practice. Not bad, but you need to do better if you want the bells, Genma taunted the 3 boys while hanging upside down from a branch. They discussed something and then threw a smoke bomb down to get away unnoticed. Smart. They wouldn't be able to win against him in a direct fight, so they would be better off trying to go after another bell first and come back to this place later on. He set up new traps, one which would inform him if it was triggered of them trying again, and left to defend the other locations. He never noticed the squirrel stealthily climbing down the tree with a bell in its mouth before he took off. This was the last bell before they had to go up against their sensei. Naruto's clones had found 3 others and could secure 2 on their own, and they had got the 3rd thanks to Haru and Nev knowing how to do water walking already, something that Naruto would learn soon as well. That bell had been stuck to a branch that was put onto a rock in the middle of a small lake. The difficulty was that close to the surface there were plants that felt drawn to warmth, so they regularly entangled careless swimmers that got too close to them. But Neville easily walked over their location without them even trying to attack him. His connection to plants was something that Genma hadn't calculated for. Now the 3 looked at a bell dangling from a branch with a beehive hanging next to it. Sensei really got sadistic with that one, Naruto commented. Yes, bees can be really dangerous in high numbers. You simply have a hard time hitting them all if they attack you, Neville agreed. Well, how about we hit the hive with a strong sleeping charm and then get the bell before they wake up again? That should be the easiest way to get this done, Harry suggested. Sounds like a good idea in my opinion, Neville replied. I'd prefer to avoid a confrontation with them. Naruto just nodded. Harry and Neville aimed and shot the charm at the hive, which resulted in the low buzzing that could be heard before to stop after a few seconds. They were so happy that the new foci were usable. Now, Harry had managed to create rings that worked like wands, even if they didn't give the same level of control yet. It would require more training to get the ease from before back. Naruto then made another shadow clone and turned it into a small bird as the branch with the bell looked very thin and wouldn't hold his weight. And sleeping charm or not, the bees would probably wake up if their nest was thrown to the ground thanks to the branch breaking. Soon they had the fifth bell. Now only the one at their sensei's belt remained. Sensei is back in the meeting place, waiting for us, Naruto said. Genma had interfered with a good number of clones that were looking for the bells and had dispelled about 3/4 of them before they could get close to the hiding places. Not to mention an ambush on the original group, which had delayed them. They took to the trees to get to the clearing quickly. 3 minutes later they were hidden to get a good opportunity to attack their sensei. They knew that they only had a chance if they worked together. Even Harry and Neville weren't strong enough to take on the Jonin on their own, no matter how much they had trained before. Then they started. Harry shot a fireball at Genma, which allowed Neville to get in close after Genma had dodged to the side and attack with a bit of taijutsu. He also secretly let some seeds of vines fall to the ground. Then he retreated and shot a spell at the seeds to speed their growth up. Genma managed to dodge Naruto's shuriken barrage with a substitution jutsu, leaving a log behind in his place. Neville and Harry started a double attack with taijutsu and kunai in their hands, but Genma blocked everything and got some painful hits into their own defenses. Harry landed 10 meters away after a kick to his side and Neville in the river to the side. Naruto sent 20 clones out to attack with him hiding in the crowd. Genma had no trouble at all dispelling the clones and finally Naruto had to retreat after being pushed onto the defense again. The three boys knew that their time was nearly up, but they didn't want to give up. They would fight till the last second. Harry unleashed a shuriken shadow clone jutsu, which he had learned recently, after the Hokage had mentioned that you could clone weapons with a similar jutsu like the normal shadow clone. Neville mixed some poisoned senbons into the shower of shuriken, hoping that they would stay unnoticed among them, and Naruto looked out for places to where their sensei could switch places to. Genma managed to avoid any hits for the next 5 minutes by substituting with all kinds of things. He had been right saying that the substitution was a massively useful jutsu to know. Finally the time was up and Genma called the fight to a halt. That was quite good, boys. You did get 5 bells after all, so 2 of you can stay as genin. I'll leave the decision who had to do remedial training up to you. I'll give you 10 minutes to discuss this, Genma said. We don't need to discuss this, Sensei, Neville said firmly. None of us is going to go back alone. We're in this as a team and we won't leave a friend behind, just so that we can pass a stupid test. Nev's right, Genma Sensei. We got the 5 bells we have together and we will either pass or fail together, Harry added. I would feel horrible if I only passed because one of the first friends I ever had would have to go back to the academy. No, they are right, we either pass all, or we fail all. I've failed the academy twice already, 1 more year there, if they are by my side, won't kill me, even if it would suck, Naruto declared. Genma smiled. They would go far. Well, then I have no choice but to pass you all, he informed them. They were surprised at first, then they smiled happily. The main part of the test was to see if you could work together for a common goal and then not ditch the weakest of your team, but pull him through, no matter what happens. In the past, whole teams have been killed in the field because they didn't follow a basic rule for Konoha shinobi. We don't leave people behind if there is any other way. A team that loses a member normally becomes weaker and easier prey for opponents. In a fight, you have to be able to trust your teammates to have your back in any situation. United we stand, divided we fall. That's a truth of the shinobi world. From tomorrow on we'll start our training and take some missions around the village. The time you have to spend with D ranks, which are mostly chores actually, Depends on how quickly you prove me that you're ready for better missions. The minimal number of D ranks I can get away with having you take is 20. So if we do one per day, we could be doing C ranks in a month. Normally it takes at least 4 for a team to get one, but it is up to the Jonin sensei to decide when to take one. And I will only allow you to go on one if you've mastered all the basic skills I expect from a team, Genma informed them. Train hard and follow my instructions and you can get there. Yes, sensei, the 3 boys chorused. Then you're dismissed for today. Meet me here at 8 tomorrow morning, we'll start training then. Oh, and if you have them, bring weights. We'll have to work on getting you into top physical condition, Genma said. Genma-sensei, we all have resistance seals on our bodies, Harry informed him. Really? Ah, yes, I remember how good the Uzumakis are with seals. I should have expected that. Those seals will work even better than weights. How far along are you with them? Genma asked, quickly overcoming his surprise. Well, Nev and I have trained with them for about a year now, Harry said, not counting the time distortion, as Genma didn't need to know that part. Naruto got his 3 weeks ago when we came to Konoha. That's something I can work with. With his special condition his physical progress should be faster than other Genins your age would have, Genma said, knowing from the briefing that the Hokage gave him that the 3 knew about Kyuubi. Well, then you should just make sure to eat enough protein. Without nutrients the seals won't give you the full benefits. We'll do some tests tomorrow to determine your level of skills and for me to see what I should teach you first. The 3 nodded and then left the training ground, eager to tell Sirius and Neville's parents that they had passed and were now Genins of Konoha. That was it for this time, until the next chapter. First mission. The new Uzumaki clan had thrown a massive party for the boys after they had informed the adults about their success in the test. While Harry and Neville were mentally older than they appeared, they still enjoyed the praise they got. After all, both had grown up without any positive support until they met each other. Naruto was just getting used to people wanting him around. Sirius had arranged for all kinds of food to be prepared by the house elves for the party. There were ramen for Naruto, grilled meat of several kinds, plates with 3 kinds of cheese, freshly baked bread, salads, sauces, vegetable selections and 3 kinds of desserts. Everybody found something he liked and Naruto even tried some of the vegetables after Neville convinced him that they tasted good. As a healer he had already told Naruto that he needed to eat more than ramen to grow in height and for his body to be able to stand hard training. Naruto didn't like vegetables, but he didn't want to stay short and be mocked for it, so he decided to find the kind of vegetable he could tolerate. He detested carrots, green beans, turnip cabbage and aubergines. He could tolerate salsify, Brussels sprouts and red beans. He found out that peas, corn, tomatoes and cucumber were fairly nice actually. Though he liked the tomatoes and cucumber only raw in a salad. Sirius laughed when he saw Naruto pick the carrots from the peas and carrot mix and put them to the side, only eating the peas. Sirius told Naruto that it was alright. As long as he ate some kinds of vegetables and fruit, he wouldn't force him to eat things he didn't like. Naruto grinned at that. It was great to have an adult that was as nice as Sirius. The meat from the barbecue grill was great and all of them enjoyed it a lot. While Frank and Alice weren't that strong yet, they had come over for the evening to celebrate with their family. They were easily able to get used to having a new surname if it meant fitting right into the village where they had decided to live from now on. And they were massively proud of their son, who had proven to be strong and kind. While this world was dangerous, perhaps more so than their home country, there was a lot less bigotry, at least in this country. They had heard other talk about problems in other countries, but mostly the only criteria of where you stood in life was your own talent and hard work. Of course you could have bad luck and anger a powerful opponent, but that could happen anywhere else as well. And after finding out what Dumbledore had planned for Harry, they were glad to be as far away from that place as possible. The next morning Team 9 met at the told time at their training ground. Genma was already there and had prepared some things for the tests he had told them he would take to see where they stood in their training. Good, you're on time. Have you already done your morning warm-up or do you need to do it now? He asked the 3 boys. We already did it at home, Genma-sensei, Naruto answered. Very good. Then let's directly start. The first thing we will do is Taijutsu. I want you to go through your normal katas to give me an idea which style you use. After that I'll spar with each of you for 5 minutes before we switch to ninjutsu, he informed his students. They nodded and went into their starting stances. It was directly clear that Haru and Nev were far more advanced than Naruto, but Genma clearly saw that he was working on overcoming bad instructions with how he moved. Considering that realization, he wasn't doing badly at all. He would have to concentrate on his taijutsu training more than that of the other two, but that was okay. He had been briefed on the situation by the Hokage after all. The spars that followed were also very revealing. When he sparred with Haru, he found him to use a style that relied a lot on speed and hits in critical places. Once the boy would be older, he would be able to push more strength into the hits. His movements were sure and showed years of training in the style, even if he was aware that there was still a lot of potential for improvement, as Haru clearly hadn't sparred with opponents of Genma's level before. Well, as a traveling clan, the Uzumakis wouldn't have had many opportunities to teach the children for more than the basics. As he had been told that any information on his team was highly confidential and A-ranked information, he found out that Haru could even improve on his taijutsu by activating his Sharingan. To think that there was a fully mature Sharingan in the village again. It made sense to keep it a secret from everybody. Itachi might target Haru should he find out, and the civilian part of the council was stupid with their adoring of one bloodline limit. Haru explained how the Hokage had advised him to keep his Uchiha grandmother on his father's side a secret. He also didn't want to get things handed to him by cheating with the eyes. He wanted to learn things the right way to actually understand why you got a jutsu to work or not. And he didn't care that it would be faster with the eye. It was disrespectful to steal other people's jutsus, except from enemies, if you could learn them with a little hard work just as well. Then it was Nev's turn, and there were clear signs of his status as a medical ninja. Like all of them, his style relied on dodging and landing critical hits using an opening, but never risking himself. A medic mustn't fall was what Tsunade-sama had taught all those that went through the medical program. They were the ones that put their teams back together after a fight, and if they fell, nobody would be able to do that, meaning that the fatality rate would be much higher. Still, he held his position without giving up much advantage, which would work for him until backup could come. And probably he had techniques that he could use from a distance that would make up for the disadvantage of mostly dodging. Then Naruto was up, and his style wasn't very refined yet, but spoke of a lot of training being done recently. His power in his kicks and punches could need more work, and his speed wasn't up to the other two's level, but he had one thing to his advantage. He was unpredictable and moved in ways that he couldn't foresee. He would need to work on closing the openings he gave his opponent, but that was part of the job a Jonin-sensei had to do anyway. For now it was a good base for the future. Alright. That was quite good already, and I know on what parts one need to work with you in the future. Next up is ninjutsu. One questions in advance. Do you already know your elemental affinity? Genma asked. Not for sure. We didn't have chakra paper to test it, sensei, Haru said. I can use some D or C rank jutsus for wind and fire, but I don't know if they're my affinities. I have a talent to work with plants, but I don't know if that has something to do with an elemental affinity, Nev spoke up. No idea, sensei, Naruto added. Then I'll test your affinities now. We won't start with elemental manipulation right now, but it's something that will come up in your training in the future. I plan to have you learn at least the starting exercise before the Chunin exams come up in 5 months. If you do well enough in your training, I'll even let you participate, Genma promised them, knowing that these weren't your normal green genin. The boys looked excited hearing that. Then he handed each of them a chakra paper. Now channel your chakra into them and we'll see which element you're attuned to, Genma instructed them, and they nodded. Nev was first, and he had an equal reaction for water and earth. Genma pondered if the boy could have Senju blood in him, as he had told him about the plant affinity. Could he be able to use wood release with training? He would have to see if Tenzo had some ideas how to find out. After all, he could use that element. Then it was Naruto's turn, and his paper was cut in two. Wind release then. A rare element, but fitting for Naruto's free spirit. Then Haru was last, and his paper was also split in two with a small corner burning, which spread over the paper. Perhaps the element ran in the Uzumaki clan. Fire was fairly common. Well, he knew that Asuma had the wind element and could help the two with tips for training if they got stuck. Good. Then we have both Haru and Naruto with wind element and Nev with an equal affinity for water and earth. We will have to see if you have a bloodline limit, Nev. Your description of your plant affinity and the equal affinities for both water and earth could mean that you could use wood release, which was what our first Hokage was famous for, Genma said, smiling. Wow, that would be incredible, Nev said, awed. I'll see how we can find out for sure. As I said, elemental manipulation will only come up later in your training. Now please perform you 5 most used ninjutsu, or if you don't have that many, the ones you know, Genma told them. Naruto was first this time and he showed off Shadow Clone Jutsu, his special transformation, substitution and Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, which he had only recently learned from Haru. Nev showed the Mystical Palm Jutsu, transformation, a jutsu to separate poison from other liquid, replacement and Shadow Clone. Haru also showed Shadow Clone, Wind Release, Gale Palm, Fire Release, Great Fireball, Transformation and Shuriken Shadow Clone. Genma noted the jutsus. He was happy that they all knew the importance of the basic 3, even if they all used shadow clones instead of illusionary clones. They were more useful anyway, and he had been informed about the chakra issue with Uzumaki's. He had been surprised, as he had always heard how Naruto didn't do well at the academy, but if he had to deal with that handicap, something that only mattered for jutsus that required precision and low chakra input, he couldn't really be blamed. And the boy had improved a lot with the help of his clan members that had come to Konoha. This would certainly be an interesting team. He continued testing them on areas of ninja training and he found out that Nev was really good at medical jutsus, probably a fully qualified medic nin, that Haru was a genius in fuinjutsu and that Naruto was brilliant in coming up with strategies on the fly. Haru and Nev could calm Naruto down when necessary and help him concentrate more. The boy was clearly a bit hyperactive, but he was trying hard to control those urges. Nothing he couldn't deal with. He had known Kushina after all and knew that she had been similar. Once he had a good idea of their abilities, he started them on team formations. It was a basic skill for a team and he could thankfully skip teaching them tree climbing, as they already knew that chakra exercise. Haru and Nev also already knew water walking, which Naruto would have to learn soon, so he discussed formations for several situations with them and then called out one to let them take it. He would correct them and explain where their mistakes were. It was a question of practice to get them to the level that would allow them to instinctually use the formations on a mission. In the afternoon he led his team to the mission office to get a D-rank mission. The sooner they got the minimum number done, the sooner he could think about which missions he would let them take. For the beginning he chose painting a number of storage buildings as the mission. His team could after all walk on the walls to reach the top to get the paint there easily. Alright, we have to paint the walls of the new storage buildings at the south end of Konoha. Materials will be there. Let's go, Genma declared. This would also be a small test to see if his team could think like ninjas for menial jobs like this one. On their way Naruto thought how to do this mission the ninja way. There just had to be a reason for giving genins these jobs instead of hiring professionals. He supposed the tree climbing technique would be useful for this. Also, were there techniques to put the paint onto the walls easier than using brushes? He didn't know any. But his shadow clones would also be really useful. He discussed this with his cousins, as he had taken to think of them, and they agreed with him, but they didn't know any jutsus to paint the building, only magical spells, and that wasn't really appropriate for a mission like this one. Their client was already waiting for them. Thankfully for Naruto, it seemed to be a new merchant, who didn't have anything against him. You must be the team the Hokage sent to help me, the man said. He was of middle height, a bit on the pudgy side, but he seemed nice enough. Next to him stood a little girl with blonde pigtails. Yes, we are. May I introduce you to my team? These are Nev, Naruto and Haru Uzumaki. My name is Genma Shiranui and I am the Jonin sensei of those 3. The mission scroll said you had storage buildings that needed being painted. Yes, my name is Shuichi Maruma and this is my daughter Miyako. We have just moved here. The buildings should be painted light blue. I also want my logo at the front of the main building. I have the design prepared so that it can be copied onto the building, he said and handed Genma the design on a piece of paper. Very well, how many buildings are we talking about? Genma asked. Just 3. From what I have heard about the abilities of you ninjas, you should be able to finish this today, the client said merrily. Of course. Well, I think it would be best if we split up. One of you for each building. Naruto, you are doing the main building as you can make more shadow clones than the others. I think we should be done with this in at most 3 hours. Yes, Genma-sensei, they chorused and formed the hand seal for the shadow clones. Genma also wanted to see how his students would solve this task. Beginners normally would take ladders to reach the upper parts. Ninjas just used tree climbing. Advanced ninjas manipulated the paint like water and saved time this way. But his team hadn't learned those techniques yet. It was something he wanted to teach them soon. As he had hoped, all three and their clones soon began running up the wall, taking a bucket of paint and a brush with them each. Genma sat down on a chair the client supplied for him and began reading a book about training techniques, while regularly checking on his students. It took them about an hour to complete the grounding of the buildings with the light blue color. As Naruto had a few clones more at work, he was the first to finish. Haru and Nev had finished 3 of the 4 walls so far and were working on the last one. Naruto then went to Genma. Genma-sensei, do you have a jutsu to dry the paint faster? Otherwise I won't be able to do the logo. It would mix with the light blue paint and would look bad, he asked. Yes, I do, Naruto, just give me a moment. It is called the warm air jutsu. Not that impressive of a name, I know, but it is only really used for camping and jobs like this one. It produces a field of warm air in a limited area. I normally use it when I have missions in cold countries to keep warm during the night. The hand signs are dog, rooster and hare, Genma explained and went to use the jutsu on the walls Naruto had painted. He didn't expect that his students learned the jutsu just from being told the hand signs. The jutsu was among those that were classed as camping jutsus and that stood at the beginning of training a genin team. He suspected that the boys would practice it on their own after training. And if not, he would let them train it and some others over the next 2 weeks. Thank you, Genma-sensei, Naruto said, told the other 2 the information he had got and went to paint the logo on the wall. Genma, after waiting a bit, then dried the walls of the buildings that Nev and Haru had painted. He saw that they were close to being done with the last one. After all, they were making sure that they were doing it properly. Another half-hour later had Haru and Nev finish with their part of the task and Naruto putting the last strokes on the logo. His remaining shadow clones from the main building had taken to practicing the jutsu Genma had shown him and were now dispelling. Naruto decided to test his ability with the jutsu on a small part of the logo. Warm air jutsu, he said quietly. He was pleased when he saw his success. He furthered the area of the jutsu by applying more chakra and soon the logo was dried. Naruto walked down the wall and met up with Haru, who smiled at him and complimented him on already getting the basics of the jutsu down. Nev was putting away his paint buckets and cleaned the brushes. The client looked satisfied at the work of Team 9. Well done. I didn't think you would be able to finish in just 1 3/4 hours. Thank you for the good work. I will pay for the mission at the Hokage Tower so your payment will be transferred to your accounts. I was told this was the way things were done with missions, Mr. Maruma said. You are right, Mr. Maruma. Well, we will take our leave. If you ever need another mission done, don't hesitate to ask, Genma told him. I will do that, Mr. Shiranui. Miyako was looking in awe at Naruto. He smiled at her. Then he noticed that she looked like she wanted to ask him something. Do you have a question, Miyako? He asked kindly. Yes. How can you all make so many of you? She threw her arms wide to show how many clones Naruto had made. We trained hard every day. I have naturally a lot of chakra, that is the energy we ninjas use to do cool jutsus. It is also what we used to stick to the walls while we painted them. This is why I can make so many of me, he explained. Can I also learn that? Miyako asked. Some of it sure, but you would have to learn how to be a ninja at the Ninja Academy first. When you are a few years older, you could start. If you work hard you could learn it, I'm sure, Naruto told her. Yay! I will become a cool ninja just like you, Miyako happily exclaimed. I'm sure you will, but you have to work hard. I will look forward to seeing you in the future, Miyako. Bye, Naruto said. Bye, Naruto. Bye Haru. Bye Nev, Miyako said waving as the team left. The 3 boys were happy with the results of their first mission and their sensei was pleased to see that they had easily surpassed his expectations for them. Store opening and another chapter done. Enjoy, store opening. Siri looked around the store he had set up with pride. It had been 2 months since he had arrived in Konoha and his life had definitely turned for the better. He was a free man again, He got to see his godson grow up, well, at least in the physical way, as the mental part had mostly happened during the year at Hogwarts in time distortion, and he was part of a family that he could rightfully call that. The new Uzumaki clan was working out well, and the three boys were taking care of giving a good impression for the villagers. Team 9 was known to get their missions done quickly and successfully, as far as you could really talk about successes with D-rank missions. But for those it was more important to do them carefully and not overlook things than with much flair. He knew that they would soon be allowed to go on C-rank missions, which would let them leave the village for short periods of time for missions like protecting merchants from bandits or delivering non-classified messages and goods to or from Konoha. And Genma was thorough in the training of his team. Naruto had improved by leaps and bounds under the man, and Haru and Nev also had many good things to say about him. It hadn't taken long for any of them to get used to thinking of themselves by their new names. For him and Nev they were just shortened forms of their names, and Frank and Alika were mostly differently pronounced forms of their normal names. The most different was Haru, but he was the one to most easily deal with it. Probably because he didn't associate being Harry with many good memories. The shop had been an idea that all the adults had come up with. They knew that to really integrate into the village they needed to also take up a profession once they were well enough again. Siri, as the one with the least physical problems, his were more mentally, and he got counseling sessions twice a week for them, which really helped in dealing with the nightmares he still had agreed to start the shop, and the other two would work from home until they could take working at the shop for a few hours. They all knew that it would take years for Frank and Alika to work full days without having problems again, and a strenuous profession like an Auror or a ninja would never be possible for them. But having a shop where they sold specialized products and offered a repair service for all kinds of things was something they could do. The range they offered went from common household potions to toys for children and clothes that were charmed to never wrinkle, for example. They were working on other things that they came up with after seeing something and thinking of ways to find a product they could sell that would be helpful. For example, letting a mother take care of the house while always knowing where the child was playing. It was a watered-down version of the Marauder's map, but it was something Alika said would be invaluable to a parent with an active toddler. The opening of the shop would take place soon, and they hoped that the advertising that they had done over the last 2 weeks would bring them many curious customers. While people might not like Naruto for his connection to the Kyuubi, they all hoped that the uniqueness of the products would overcome the stigma of the Uzumaki name over time and allow them to help with having Naruto more accepted in the village. The boy was great, and it was a shame that so few people truly saw that. Siri actually felt like Naruto was the son he had never had. Naruto certainly didn't mind that Siri took the position of a father for him, as he had never had a family and was over the moon to finally have one. While it would take time and patience to teach Naruto some basic things in terms of how to behave and how to react to things, the blonde was eager to please and too happy that he wasn't scolded for his pranks too much. Siri had played too many of them himself when he was a teenager to ever do something like that. And he still liked pranks. Therefore there was an assortment of prank items available at the shop. The one thing Naruto had to make sure of was that his pranks didn't interfere with his ninja career. That wasn't too hard. Naruto had decided for himself that with being a ninja now he needed to be a little bit more serious, and thanks to Genma, Haru and Nev, he felt really good in his team. Contrary to the academy, where he had been mocked for not being good at things, they showed him how to do things right and helped him train. That worked wonders for Naruto. Siri knew how much it hurt to feel like you weren't welcome. Like you didn't belong and that people ignored you or insulted you. He had experienced it with his own family, for whom he had never been good enough, as he didn't behave like they expected it from him and then dared to be sorted into the house of the known enemy, Gryffindor. Team 9 stood in the mission hall where the Hokage was giving out new missions. Over the last 1.5 months they had done lots of D-rank missions and now had 30 of them to their record. All of them done exemplarily. Now they had been told that they would be asking for a C rank, as Genma was convinced that they could take it. And honestly, if there was any rookie genin team that was ready for a C rank, it would be Team 9. The next closer one would be Team 8 under Kurenai Yuhi. Teams 7 and 10, under Kakashi Hitaki and Asuma Sarutobi respectively, weren't as far in their development yet. Well, Team 9, your mission record is impressive, the Hokage commented while Iruka looked over the sheet with the performance of the new genin teams to get an idea how they were doing. Seeing that this team had already done 30 D ranks and all exemplarily was indeed worthy of praise. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I would like to request a C-rank mission for my team. I am sure that they are ready for one, Genma said. Are you sure? I mean, I fully agree that you've a splendid performance and mission quota, but they have only been genin for 1.5 months, Uruka asked. Completely sure, Uruka. They have learned all the basics I can teach them inside the village and have exemplary teamwork. An easy mission like escort of a merchant or delivery of non-classified things won't be any trouble at all. I want them to get experience outside the village now, Genma answered. Well, I have no problem with that. Let's see, this would work. A group of 3 merchants needs an escort to Mira Town, a town at the south of River Country, where they'll sell their goods. The protection will cover the whole journey to Mira Town. The only opponents expected are desperate bandits, as there are no really valuable goods in that caravan. All their goods are basic things with small individual value. Not really a target for bandits, but the amount they transport is too large to let them travel unprotected, the Hokage read out. The expected length of the mission is about a week. If nothing happens, you should reach Mira Town in 4 days, as you need to travel at civilian speed. We take the mission, Hokage-sama, Genma stated and took the mission scroll. Pack for 2 weeks, boys, then be at the gate in an hour. I'll check your equipment before we leave. Yes, sensei, they answered and left to get their things. In the corridor they came across Team 7. Oh, the idiot team, Sakura commented. Look who's talking. The fangirl that neglects her training for following an emo around, Haru countered. I wonder why you didn't. Put her into her place already, Sasuke. Have you ever tried to talk sensibly with a fangirl, Haru? Sasuke asked back annoyed. I gave up on that years ago. Point. But perhaps she would listen if you made clear that you won't date any of your fangirls if they can't keep up with you in training, Haru suggested. Didn't work either. They then started that nonsense about me being too shy to ask them directly. Sasuke grunted. Do you have a mission? Yes. Escort of a few merchants to River Country, Nev now spoke up. Since the results of the graduation exams, Sasuke at least treated Haru and Nev somewhat politely, and he had even stopped calling Naruto a dead last. Their results spoke for themselves after all. Sasuke didn't respect much, but skill and power was among the things he respected. But that is a C-rank mission. You can't have got one of those yet. You are only rookies like us, Sakura protested loudly. Doing 30D ranks perfectly tends to get you permission to take a C rank, Naruto now told them. He had got much better in his boasting and was on a good way to realize that he didn't really like Sakura and only had started his crush on her to get attention. With his new family now finally giving him the attention he craved, his obsession with Sakura had lessened. How can you have that many missions yet? Tai asked now. We only did about 12 so far. Genma-sensei set our training plans up in a way that we included a mission every afternoon after the initial training phase, and the missions are used to train in basic ninja skills as well. Perhaps your sensei has a different method to train you, Nev offered. The 3 genin of Team 7 looked at their sensei dubiously. Not only was he always late, he mainly trained them in teamwork and some sparring. Well, each team progresses differently. Let's get a new mission, Kakashi stated. The 2 teams left in different directions, but it was obvious that Sasuke wasn't happy that Team 9 was ahead of him in what kind of missions they got. Team 9 was at the gate at the arranged time and had to present their sensei with their packed equipment. Genma's sensei always made sure that preparation was done properly. His opinion was to not coddle his students, but to give them all the means to be successful on their own. He was a strict teacher, but fair. After accepting the presented supplies of his 3 students, which Haru had sealed into storage scrolls for each of them, he introduced his students to the clients. They were all from the Panikara clan, a clan of civilian merchants that did business in all of the elemental nations. The clan had branches in each country that cooperated with the others to optimize profit for them. The 3 men that would be their clients for the mission were called Haruo, who was the oldest of them and about 50 years old. He wore basic brown, sturdy traveling clothes. The next one was Isao, who was in his mid-30s and had a scar on his right shoulder, from an attack a few years ago, he told them. Then there was Ryusuke, who was just starting to learn his family's business. He was 16 and Isao's oldest son. The group had 2 large wagons of goods that they were going to take to Mira Town to sell. The wagons were pulled by 2 large and strong-built horses each. The group signed out at the gate and then started the journey towards river country. During the first few hours the three genin talked a bit with their clients while keeping a protective formation around the group. Genma secured their back, Haru was taking point and Naruto and Nev walked to the right and left of the group. It turned out that Haruo was the one in charge of the clan's operations in Fire Country, as his father had decided to retire from active business. Isao was Haruo's nephew and well included in the business operations. He was mainly responsible for putting together the goods they sold on each trip. Other members of the clan worked in production of the goods that the clan sold and arranging for raw materials, as an apprentice in the family business. Ryusuke only had simple duties so far and this was his first trip with his father and great-uncle to see how selling of the products was done, how to achieve the best prices for the offered goods and so on. He was quite excited to finally be allowed to start. The first 2 days of traveling were easy. Nothing happened and the genin were told that it was often the case on C-rank missions that bandits would think twice to engage with ninjas, as it was known that no normal bandit was a real challenge for even a well-trained rookie genin. The third day they had some trouble with some officials that wanted to get more fees for the space of the stand than had been contractually agreed. The genin saw how their sensei solved the conflict by pointing out that trying to go back on agreements of a contract wasn't good for business, especially as in those cases others could decide that they didn't need to fulfill their contracts with them anymore and that he, in their position, wouldn't want to be known for breaking contracts. It led to them retreating and the genin were told that sometimes a ninja also had to dissolve conflicts among civilians without violence. It was why learning about history, economics and politics was so important for a ninja. All three nodded, accepting that as a truth. Once the stand was set up, the three merchants thanked the Konoha group for their protection during the journey. They would stay in Mira Town for 2 weeks to sell all their products and would then ask for another escort back to Konoha. The trip back was always more dangerous, as money was more tempting for bandits to steal than products that they couldn't use themselves. Genma allowed his students to walk around the town for the next 3 hours and to meet him back at the marketplace after that to return to Konoha. He would be collecting a bit of information how things were going in this part of river country, which the Hokage expected the Chunin and Jonin to always do on missions into other countries to get a good idea of the political mood in Fire Country's neighboring countries. Look at this, I think Mum would like that, Nev told Haru and Naruto when they were looking over some things that were offered at that market. It's definitely pretty, Naruto commented. Does she have her birthday soon? No, her birthday is in March, the 9th to be precise. I just wanted to give her a gift, Nev explained. He held a set of pretty combs and brushes in his hands, showing them to his friends. I'm sure she'll be happy about that, Haru agreed. He knew how happy Nev was to even be able to give his parents some presents that they could consciously notice. He had been separated from them for too long. And thanks to having Siri around now, he didn't feel too envious of him. While he was mentally older than he was physically, having an adult to turn to with problems was just great. So far he had only had Nev, which showed in how easily both understood the respective other. Naruto was kind of a little brother for both of them now. When do Frank and Siri have their birthdays? Naruto asked. He knew that Nev and Haru's birthdays were only 1 day apart, as they had celebrated them shortly after they had come to Konoha. Nev's birthday was the 30th of July and Haru's the 31st. Dad's birthday is the 25th February and Siri's is the 10th December, Nev answered. Okay. I wanted to know to make sure I don't forget them accidentally, Naruto told them. Both nodded. Naruto was over the moon to have a family after years of being alone, so he wanted to make sure to not mess up anything. It was something that both Haru and Nev fully understood, as they had been alone in their childhood as well. Not in the same sense as Naruto, but close to it. The trip back to Konoha was without anything mentionable happening. They practiced their tree-hopping ability, as there wasn't any reason to keep to civilian travel methods anymore, and they reached the village after 1 day. It was the middle of the morning and they had had 4 hours of sleep during the night before going on the last part of the journey, which meant that they were wide awake to give the report about a successful mission to the Hokage. Genma led his students to the mission hall, where the Hokage was giving out the day's missions again. They patiently waited for an older genin team to get their mission and then they could step up. Team 9 reporting back after successful C-rank mission to River Country, Genma announced, surprising the Chunin sitting next to the Hokage, who was on duty today. Very good, Genma. I didn't expect you back before tomorrow actually. Your students seem to be advanced in their traveling abilities, the Hokage commented. We could use the tree route on the way back, as we didn't have to take the wagons and the merchants into consideration anymore, Hokage-sama, Genma informed him. They can already travel by the trees? Aren't they one of the rookie genin teams? The Chunin asked surprised. I wouldn't have let my team take a C-rank mission without them having mastered the first 2 chakra control exercises, Genma stated. You never know what kind of situation may arise on a C rank after all. That's true, the woman acknowledged. It's just very early for a green team to be allowed on missions outside of the village. Genma simply nodded at that. Well, Genma, please continue with the report, the Hokage asked, and Genma gave a brief overview of how the mission had gone and how his genin had performed. The detailed report would be given in written form later on. But as the Hokage couldn't read them all and wanted to stay in the know about the development of the new genin, he always had the Jonin senseis give some information about missions when they returned. For D ranks it wasn't really much that he wanted to know, mainly if there were problems in a team and if a genin acted out. They were a military village after all, and insubordination had to be taken serious if it reached a certain level. Some grumbling and moaning about boring missions didn't count. They were teenagers after all. All right. Your payment will be transferred to your accounts by tomorrow, Team 9. Take 1 day off of missions and report back the day after tomorrow, the Hokage told them. All 3 genin bowed and left, knowing that their sensei would tell the Hokage some other things he had observed while being in River Country. When they walked down the corridor towards the exit, they met Team 8, which was coming in to get a new mission. Hi Kiba, Shino and Hinata, Naruto greeted cheerfully. Hi yourselves, Kiba replied. Are you already done with your D-rank mission for the day? No, we just returned from our first C-rank mission, Haru answered. It was a simple escort of a merchant group with basic goods to River Country. But it was nice to get to see something outside of Konoha. What? Why did you get to do a C rank already? Kiba complained. Team 9 has the best record of perfectly performed D-rank missions among the genin teams, Kiba, Kurenai informed him. You will be allowed on a C rank as soon as you reach the 30 D-rank missions that were done acceptably too. That means 3 more D ranks, Shino commented. We better get a go then. I want to do something different than these chores already, Kiba declared enthusiastically. Knowing that his team wasn't too far away from being allowed a higher ranked mission certainly soothed his annoyance at another team progressing faster than his. Did anything interesting happen on your mission? Shino asked, always interested in valuable information. No, the journey was peaceful. There were no attacks and the merchants arrived at their destination without any bandit interference. Though Genma-sensei had to remind some overseers that contracts for fees that had been negotiated and agreed upon beforehand had to better be followed, as they tried to get more money of our clients for setting up their stall than agreed upon, Nev answered. It's good that you didn't have P problems, Hinata commented. I'm happy that your first C-rank mission was a success. Thank you, Hinata, Naruto replied smiling. Hinata blushed a little before Kiba demanded that they got going to catch up to Team 9 and their mission record. They said their goodbyes and went home to inform the other 3 clan members of their return and successful mission. The opening of the shop of Siri Uzumaki had been taken in with great interest. Few really knew all the members of the re-established Uzumaki clan. The most well-known ones were the genin of Team 9. They had been seen around the village a lot during the large number of D-rank missions that they had done in the past 1.5 months. While Naruto Uzumaki had a bad reputation, thanks to the Kyuubi, people were too curious what kind of goods the store would sell, thanks to the advertising that had been done during the weeks leading up to the grand opening. Siri had pushed the opening back a little to have the 3 boys present to help out with the opening event. Their first C-rank mission had been waited for to end before he set the date. When he stepped out of the shop to greet the curious villagers, he was in a basic set of clothes that looked good on him, but also allowed him to move around easily and would take up sweat like the clothes for ninjas did. After all, he would be very busy today. Haru was behind the cashier. Naruto was in charge of putting replacement products onto the shelves if they were nearly empty, and Nev would hand out drinks to the customers. Alika and Frank had stayed in the back room to take on repair jobs that were handed in for a few hours, but going around at the front would be too strenuous for them right now. Welcome everybody to the opening of the Uzumaki department store. Here you will find all kinds of goods, ranging from clothes to decorative articles for your homes. We have an area for everyday healthcare as well as beauty products. Please enjoy yourselves and take your time exploring our assortment of products. We also have prepared catalogs for you to take home to study our product line in more detail. Siri greeted them all, and then Haru and Naruto pushed the doors wide open and the first curious customers entered. They had enlarged the store by using runes, meaning it was far larger on the inside than it was on the outside. Wow, I didn't expect the store to be this large, Ino Yamanaka exclaimed. All the genin teams had been given today off to see the opening for themselves. We used some Uzumaki Fuinjutsu to increase the space, Haru informed her from his spot behind the cashier, where he had returned to after opening the doors. Incredible. This seems to be much larger than the normal shops that sell different kinds of things, Ino commented, even the larger ones. Well, we didn't really have any restrictions for space thanks to the Fuinjutsu allowing us to create as much space as we needed. And we have a lot of products that can be created by using our clan's bloodline limit. So we decided to go for the wide range, Haru explained. I'm going to have to take some time to see everything. Oh, this is so exciting, Ino squealed and took off towards some clothes racks. After 15 minutes Haru had to ring up the first purchases. A man had bought himself some shoes with all kinds of comfort charms on them. Then the next one came. A woman with 2 small children that had stuffed animals in their arms, and she was carrying an assortment of potions for children's sicknesses in her arms. Haru rang everybody up while Naruto started to have to work after 1 hour. Siri walked around everywhere and talked to the visitors, and Nev passed out water, green tea and apple juice, which were the only drinks that they had decided to hand out today. After all, they only wanted to keep the customers in a good mood, not pay too much for the drinks. Some people filled out requests for repairs, and Naruto took the items to the back to Frank and Alika, while Haru told people that they would be able to get their repaired items back later in the day, or for the ones that came in later in the day, the next day. Frank and Alika weren't back to full health after all and had to rest regularly after doing some magic. But the constant use helped them recover faster. The day was over and all Uzumakis were really tired. They had worked at the shop all day and they were truly surprised with the early success. Seemingly after the first customers had got an idea what the shop offered, they had spread the news to their friends and they had come to see for themselves. I didn't expect such a mass of people on the first day, Siri admitted. Me neither, but it's great that the shop is accepted this well, Frank agreed. True. We have orders for repairs for at least 1 week already and will have to brew a lot of potions to restock our shelves regularly. Especially as the hospital also wants some next to the families living in the village, and they even asked for the more advanced ones that we promoted in the catalog only, Nev commented. How will you manage all the work on your own, Siri? Naruto asked concerned. Magic is useful for a lot of things. I have also hired 1 helper for the shop from tomorrow on, which will lessen my own workload. It's a shame that I don't have large enough reserves to learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu, but I will manage, Siri stated. And once Frank and Alika area back to full health, they will help out as well. And I don't expect the masses of customers that we had today all days. Once the initial curiosity is satisfied, the numbers will decrease to more manageable levels. We better work in shifts for the potions. At least we can prepare the deliveries for the hospital by schedule, and as long as nothing really bad happens, it should be easy to keep up with demands. After all, normally you only need a few doses of potions to deal with the problem, Haru commented. That's true. I wonder how ninjas are going to take having to drink Skelegro, Nev pondered. Siri, Frank and Alika shuddered, having had to take the potion in the war against Voldemort. It really tasted horrible. Not well, but if it's between that potion or losing a limb, they will take the potion, Alika declared. Definitely, Haru nodded. So, what is your schedule for your next missions? Siri asked the boys. From what Genma-sensei said, we will use the next week for training inside the village with an occasional D-rank mission thrown in. We will get the next C rank next week, as he wants to work on a new set of taijutsu katas with us before going on to the next week, as it would take that time to get them properly integrated into our existing styles, Haru answered. That will be great, Naruto nodded. I really want to get better at taijutsu. It's not really my best area, but it's always needed in a fight. I really wish that I didn't have Mizuki for a taijutsu instructor at the academy. I wasted so much time trying to learn wrong katas. Don't worry, you will get to where you should be in no time at all, little bro, and then you will show them all what you can really do and make them eat their words when you become Hokage," Haru encouraged Naruto. "Thank you, Haru," Naruto replied happily. He loved that Haru had adopted him as a little brother. "Well, I suggest we turn in early today, as today will be busy again," Sirius suggested, and everybody agreed. And that was it for this chapter. Until next time. Important mission. Team 9 stood in front of the Hokage and waited for their next mission. It had been a while since they had had their last C rank, as Genma had wanted to use the time to practice 2 ninjutsu for each of his students until they had them down properly. He had tested them on their elemental affinities shortly after the first test after all, and had decided that it was time to get started on easy jutsus of that element. He had chosen 1 offensive and 1 defensive jutsu of that element that didn't require elemental chakra manipulation yet. Naruto with his wind affinity had got wind release Gale Palm, which allowed him to create a thrust of concentrated air from his palm, and wind release Air Cutter, which created a small wind sickle that could be used to cut an enemy within 3 meters around the user. Nev had an earth and water affinity and had got earth release Hiding Like a Mole, which let him hide underground, and earth release Earth Spikes, which let him grow spikes from any place around him. Currently his range was about 5 meters, but he was working on expanding it. Genma planned to give him some water jutsus next time, as Earth was more versatile and didn't rely on a water source being close by in most cases. Haru had got Gale Palm as well, as he also had the wind affinity, but he had got Fire Release Fire Bullet as his offensive jutsu, as Genma wanted to incorporate more variety into his team. And having somebody that could use fire jutsu in a pinch was advantageous, as you could work on combination jutsus of fire and wind in the future. They had all managed to learn their new jutsus satisfyingly and were now ready to start their next mission. Let's see what we have for you, Team 9, the Hokage pondered. There is a delivery of herbs to Suna, but I would rather like a more experienced team to take that one. We also got escort of a jeweler to the capital. That would be a possibility, and there is a village that has been having trouble with a small group of bandits that have been stealing food, money and alcohol from the village every few weeks. Which of the latter 2 would you like, Genma? I think we will take the jeweler's escort to the capital. Searching for the bandit camp would be better suited to a team that specializes in tracking more than we do, Hokage-sama, Genma said. True, Kurenai said that her team was ready for their first C-rank mission. This might be a good start for them, the Hokage nodded. Genma nodded. A small bandit group had little risk of the genin being forced to kill them. They could normally just knock them out. The team got their mission scroll and was told to pack for a week. The trip to the capital only took 1.5 days at civilian speed, which meant that they would be done within that period. The genin left to pack, while Genma stayed, having seen the secret sign that all Jonins knew, given by the Hokage. There is something else, Genma, the Hokage said. What is it, Hokage-sama? Genma asked. In 4 days there is a tournament for archers in the capital. The Fire Daimyo holds that tournament each year inside the grounds of his palace. One of the 12 ninja guardians informed Asuma that there were signs of somebody planning to attack the daimyo by sneaking into the ranks of the participants. They warned the daimyo about the danger and asked him to let them screen the participants, but he refused, saying that it would be an insult to many of the nobles that were among the participants. Ninjas in rank of Chunin and higher are forbidden to participate, but genin are allowed. I think you mentioned that Haru was good at archery, the Hokage asked. Yes, he's really good, and Naruto isn't too bad either, even if he lacks experience. I guess you want me to let them enter the competition to investigate undercover without the danger of insulting important guests of the daimyo, Genma understood. That would be best. We can't take the danger without taking countermeasures, but we have to consider the political ramifications of some important guest feeling insulted, the Hokage nodded. And as we are going to coincidentally be at the capital at the time of the tournament, it wouldn't look strange at all for me to allow some of my genin to participate. It has happened before after all. Is the other mission a real one or some cover? Genma wanted to know. Both actually. Furuhi Okanabe is a jeweler that has learned the basics of being a ninja at our academy, but decided that ninja life wasn't for him after his first C-rank mission ended badly. He apprenticed under his uncle, who was a famous jeweler, and took over the business after his uncle died of an illness. He still passes on any kind of useful information that he comes across doing business in high society. After the warning about the possible assassination was passed on to me by Asuma, I asked Furuhi if he didn't have a delivery for the capital that could be done close to the time of the tournament. He timed this in a way that would help us get some genin that could enter the tournament unsuspiciously to the capital at the right time. I intentionally only had 3 C-rank mission for you to choose from, with the one to the capital being the only real choice for you. We have some more, but we needed a genin that was fairly good at archery on the mission, and among all our genin only Haru was reported to have any actual skill in the art, the Hokage explained. I see. We will do our best, Genma nodded. He knew that his team would be able to do this mission. They were good, and as the guards would look out for anybody with higher ninja training to prevent unfair competition in the archery tournament, they wouldn't have to deal with a ninja that was too strong for his genin. Team to counter, should he not be by their side when the attempt on the daimyo's life took place? He would have to brief his genin once they were at the capital. The 3 Uzumaki boys were ready to go an hour after getting the mission. They met their sensei and the client at the gates and were surprised how down-to-earth their client was. Not at all how they had expected a successful jeweler to act. I guess I would be different, Furuhi told them grinning. I was once a genin as well, but I realized after my first C-rank mission ended badly, thanks to bad intel, that it wasn't the life I wanted to lead. Therefore I retired from the ninja force, which for genin is fairly easy, as you haven't been privy to village secrets yet, and took up an apprenticeship with my uncle. I still performed the exercises that I learned at the academy over the years though, as it is a good thing to not be helpless in case of an attack, and as a jeweler there are always bandits that area after the things I create. Makes sense, Nev nodded. Do you regularly hire Konoha teams for protection? Mostly when I have something really valuable or large that I need to transport. If I only have small things that I can seal away, I often travel on my own or with another merchant that has family in Konoha and works in the capital. There is nothing strange about 2 friends traveling with light luggage after all. And this time I have one of the prizes for the archery tournament that Daimyo-sama is hosting on me, which is why I asked for an escort, Furuhi answered. That's understandable, Haru agreed. How long will we need until we reach the capital, Genma-sensei? We should be there in at most 1.5 days. Furuhi can after all travel by treetops, which cuts down the time a good bit, Genma answered. Yes. That has helped me a lot of times during my travels. No normal bandit expects me to be able to run at genin speed or to run up the trees. Their surprised faces always give me a good laugh, Furuhi laughed. Are there many genin that retire early on? Naruto asked. Not too many. Most are from civilian families and don't take well to the mentality that a ninja needs to have or haven't really been aware of the dangers that missions outside of the village can have. And it is better for the village if those that can't take the stress of our profession decide early on to leave, before they don't have a choice anymore or badly wounded or even killed on a mission that went bad. As you heard, Furuhi's first C rank ended badly because of bad information, which is sadly a main reason for deaths among genin, which is also why only experienced jonin are given genin teams to teach. A normal C rank mission, if the client didn't lie or you don't have bad luck of running into a missing nin that is in the area where your mission is located, has relatively little risk, but as you can never know, I refused to let you go on one before I wasn't absolutely sure that you could take on a possible Chunin-level ninja as a team, Genma explained. A very good opinion for a Jonin sensei to have. My own sensei, while he did train us properly, let us go onto a C rank too early. We were all from small ninja families or civilian background and none of us had any higher level jutsus, like the clan children in my class, to fall back on. We were lucky that Mao sensei was strong enough to deal with our attackers, a duo of Chunin from Iwa that decided to take out a Konoha team. It was after all during the Third War, but still, my teammate Hiromi ended in hospital for 2 weeks and both Bungo and I were injured from the battle as well. And our mission was to a place far away from the front, Furuhi told the genin. War is a horrible time to grow up, Genma said solemnly, knowing too well about that. And Konoha had been one of the more humane villages that had allowed for genin to drop out when they found they weren't ready for that lifestyle. Most other villages had simply forced people into their ninja armies if they had some talent, which often led to them dying, simply to bolster their ranks. The group continued their journey without interruption, as the one group that seemed to come close changed directions after getting close enough to identify a team of Konoha ninjas. The bandits in this area knew better than to fight ninjas. There were enough other travelers that didn't have ninja protection after all, and therefore were easier targets. When they reached the capital, Genma took his team to a cheap hotel that Konoha regularly used when they had teams in the capital. Their client had been delivered to the daimyo's palace and thus ended the mission, the officially known part at least, for the team. Genma would brief the team on the other part once they were safe from listening ears. The infiltration part was already done, as they needed to get into the capital unsuspiciously for any possible spies. Once they had their rooms, Genma asked them to come to his room, which he had prepared with all kinds of security seals to prevent eavesdropping, and he had also looked for hidden cameras. The room was safe. "We have another side mission here in the capital that we need to fulfill. We got information from one of the 12 ninja guardians that somebody wants to use the archery competition that is going to take place in 3 days to attempt an assassination on Daimyo-sama. The 12 guardians are on guard already, but asked Konoha to let some capable genin infiltrate the participants, as Chunin and Jonin are forbidden from participating as a rule, to see if they can find the assassin and prevent that attack on the daimyo," Genma told them seriously. "That's the reason for our mission to accompany Furuhi here, correct?" Haru quickly deducted. "Correct, Haru. You are basically the only genin we have that can probably get far in the tournament. We want that you and Naruto enter, as he also has some abilities. Nev can be in the same area, but I can't. We can introduce him as the team medic, which is another occupation that the guards will allow to get into the area where the archery competition will be held. You are to keep your eyes open for any kind of suspicious behavior. During the competition you won't be able to wear your Konoha forehead protectors, and except for bows and arrows, you won't be allowed to carry any weapons on you. For Nev that means he will only have his basic first aid kit, but nothing like scalpels and the like. And the 12 guardians are thorough in searching participants and finding any kind of other weapons," Genma stated. "Okay. Do we have any kind of information about the attackers?" Nev asked. "No, sadly not. You will have to keep an eye on everybody. Hokage-sama has given me a scroll with some of the best bows we have in Konoha. There are also full quivers of arrows. I want that you two, Haru and Naruto, start training for the competition immediately. You don't regularly use this weapon, therefore a bit of last-minute training would be a good idea," Genma instructed them. The genin nodded, and after getting the sealing scrolls with the weapons, went to one of the public archery fields, which due to the tournament saw many visitors. It took Haru about a day to get back into his rhythm with the bow. Naruto needed 2 days to become comfortable with it. While there wasn't as big a chance of Naruto getting into the finals, he would be able to get past the preliminaries and the last 16 normally. And those in the last 16 were allowed to stay around and watch the competition until the end, even if they were out already. And it was already great how far he had come with the bow in the little time he had spent training with it. Genma had realized that Naruto's attacks were mostly close-ranged ones, and occasionally he had a middle-ranged attack that he could use. To help him with long-range fighting, he had suggested that he took up a long-range weapon, and the one Naruto found worked best for him was the bow. Not to mention that he wanted to upgrade his arrows with seals, as soon as he was good enough with them, which he constantly got closer to. His Uzumaki blood truly shone through while studying Fuinjutsu. Nev supplied both Haru and Naruto with drinks, in which he had mixed minerals and vitamins to have them in perfect shape for the competition. One thing nobody took into account was clothing having to meet certain standards. Therefore it came as a surprise when 2 days before the competition Genma handed Haru and Naruto new outfits to wear during the competition. "What is this about, Genma-sensei?" Naruto asked, holding up the black and blue trousers he had been given. "This is very much a show for the nobles all around that have been invited to the competition. While there were very few restrictions in who could participate, except for professional ninjas higher than genin rank and convicted criminals, Daimyo-sama insists that all participants at least look visibly acceptably for the audience. It wouldn't do to have somebody wear torn clothes or downright rags. Therefore there is this, I will call it uniform, that the participants have to wear. It also helps the ninja guardians and samurais that are in charge of security to easier spot hidden weapons. You will notice that the clothes will fit much tighter than normal ninja wear," Genma pointed out. "Let's just try them on," Naruto, Haru sighed, not really liking this, but knowing that there was no way around it. Naruto nodded and both boys changed into the outfits that they had been given. Naruto actually didn't look half bad in his. The shirt he wore was a darker shade of blue with a white collar and similar short sleeves. The colors complemented his natural colors. Naruto was just thankful that nobody would force him to use different shoes. He liked his ninja sandals. Haru's clothes were the same design as Naruto's, but he had red in them instead of blue. As far as I know, the colors also mark the group you will participate in during the preliminaries. It makes sorting people a lot easier, Genma explained the boys. Okay. That actually makes sense. In sports competitions you always have people wearing colors of their nation to show where they belong to, next to a participant number. I guess we will get those the day after tomorrow, Haru commented. Yes, the guards will only hand out the numbers to those that have been checked to be allowed to enter the competition, Genma confirmed. That would add to security additionally, Nev nodded. That's the intention. Especially with the threat to Daimyo-sama over their heads, the 12 ninja guardians will be extremely watchful, Genma stated. I want you three to be fully vigilant for anything out of the norm and then report to me or one of the guardians immediately. Understood, Sensei, all three genin confirmed. This was a bit of a filler, the main part of the mission will be in the next chapter. Until then. Archery tournament. The great day of the tournament had come and the three Uzumakis had already been checked by the ninja guardians, especially Nev's medical kit. Their arrows were also inspected to make sure that only standard arrows were brought into the competition area, and nothing like poisoned heads got past the guardians. Soon Haru and Naruto had their numbers and went to their respective fields, where the preliminaries would be held. As the nobles couldn't be bothered to watch the whole competition, similar to the Chunin exams, the preliminaries were done in the morning while the real tournament of the last 16 was in the afternoon. The first task for the archers was to hit stationary targets from 5 meters away. Only really hopeless cases managed to miss their targets at this distance. It was mostly meant as a warm-up for the archers to get used to their bows. Then the distance was doubled and the archers had to collect at least 10 points with 2 shots. The innermost, red circle got you 10 points. The next one 6 and going from there to the outside 1 point less with each circle. It eliminated a good number of participants that weren't really proficient with bow and arrow. Naruto managed to hit the 6 both times while Haru hit the 10 twice. Then the reduced fields had to hit targets 15 meters away. They had one attempt on 4 targets that stood next to each other and their total points were summed up. The best 10 out of each group would continue. Naruto improved the more time passed and became more secure of shooting at the targets and he hit the inner circle more times, bringing his total up to 32, which was quite good. Haru got a perfect 40, which was a sure pass for him. In the end Naruto was 6th among his group and continued into the last round before the tournament would start in the afternoon. This round had a time limit and you had to hit as many targets as you could within 3 minutes. Here the ninja training of the boys showed results. Both were used to using weapons against opponents at a split-second decision and Haru made the ones watching his field gape at how quickly he put arrows onto his bow and fired them. He would have fired several arrows at once, but that was forbidden by the tournament rules. Therefore he used his incredible hand-eye coordination to fire his arrows straight and true. He set a new record for this test by managing to hit 150 targets. A little over 1 second for reloading your bow was incredible by any standard, and he had to take a second quiver, which cost him 3 seconds, as his arrows had run out. They only held 100 in the storage seals used for them. Naruto managed to hit exactly 100 targets. Not as perfectly in the middle, which Haru did in most cases, but always a good hit. Each of their arrows hit at least the 6-point circle, which made others take them for serious competition in the real tournament. Genma watched the performance of his students with great pleasure. They were doing well, especially Haru. Akagi, one of the ninja guardians, stood next to him, watching the competition as well. Your students are doing really well, especially Haru Uzumaki, Akagi commented. They do, and Haru is the reason why my team was sent here, Genma told him. I understand why. He will easily get into the second round. The boys are related? Akagi asked. Yes. They're all members of the newly established Uzumaki clan in Konoha, Genma confirmed. I'm surprised that none of them has red hair like the Uzumakis of the past. Had I not been told his surname, I would have sworn Haru was an Uchiha, going by his looks. Same raven black hair that clan was known for, including the messiness that most of them showed unless they let it grow out, Akagi commented, and I never saw a blonde Uzumaki before. Naruto is Kushina Uzumaki's son. He just got his father's hair color. But I don't know who he was. Hokage-sama just told me that he was one of our Jonin that made a reputation for himself during the war, and it was unsafe to tell me until Naruto was strong enough to deal with his father's enemies. Going by the hair color, it wouldn't surprise me at all if he was one of the Senjus, Genma said, intentionally misleading about Naruto's father's identity, and for Haru, well, his godfather, who was proxy as clan head until Haru was older, told me that Haru got his looks from his father, while his mother was the one with Uzumaki blood and she had the magnificent red hair of the clan. Yes, the Senjus had their fair share of blondes among them, but the same is true for the Yamanakas. Well, Hokage-sama will have his reasons. At least we will have a pair of eyes in the second round that can interfere quicker than us in case somebody pulls a surprise move. It shouldn't happen, but with this amount of people here, you can never know. Very true. It could be anybody. Even a noble that felt slighted for one thing or the other, Genma agreed. They continued watching the last archers shoot their arrows and then the total scores were found. Haru made his way into the last 16 as the leader of his area and Naruto was third in his, which seemingly excited him a lot. Well, he had worked hard on his archery abilities. It wasn't a common ninja skill after all. Haru and Naruto had both got new numbers for the final tournament. Haru's number was the 3 and Naruto's the 8. It would be the order in which they would present their abilities to the assembled audience. While during the preliminaries a few nobles had been there, as well as some scouts that undoubtedly wanted to get a good idea who was worth betting on, now they would be performing in a large, open stadium with long stands on each side of the shooting range. The seats of the highest-ranking nobles were in the middle of the field, so that they would have a good view on both the archers and the targets. "And, are you nervous, Naruto?" Haru asked. "A bit. But I consider this good practice for when we get to go to the Chunin exams," Naruto answered. "And you?" "Perhaps a bit, but I'm more excited than anything. I don't get to show off my abilities in archery that often. And I like the thrill of an athletic competition, no matter if there are other reasons for our participation as well," Haru explained. "I can understand that. I hope I will do well," Naruto commented. "I'm sure you will. You got better with time passing and you can perform under pressure, thanks to our ninja training. You have all chances to give a great performance," Haru encouraged him. "Thank you, but I doubt I will beat you. My wish would be to manage to get into the last 4. "That would already be great," Naruto admitted. Haru smiled at him. Then a fanfare sounded and the participants were called to line up in the order of their numbers. A herald introduced them all by their name and where they came from. Some also had participated in other competitions before and their successes were told to the audience as well. Some guests gasped when they heard that Haru and Naruto were genin from Konoha. It seemed as if they hadn't expected them here. Haru noticed that Genma took notice of every reactions, as did the ninja guardians that were around. He was dismayed that a lot of teenage girls started pointing at him, giggling. Great, he didn't want new fangirls. He was relieved that he wasn't the only one to get those reactions though. Naruto seemed to be fancied by some girls as well. And the poor guy had no idea what was going on. He would have to tell Siri to inform Naruto about signs when a girl liked him. Perhaps that would bring Hinata out of her shell as well. Inside Konoha she didn't have too much competition for Naruto, but if others vied for his attention, she might take action. Haru liked Hinata well enough from the encounters they had had and knew that she wouldn't hurt Naruto. She really liked him. And Naruto needed a girl that liked him for himself. Well, perhaps they could play matchmaker sometime in the future. Right now it would be great if the two could become friends. Naruto had too few of those. Then Haru was broken from his pondering and the participants were called to come forward to perform the first round. The stadium was wide enough for 8 archers to shoot at the same time. Both Haru and Naruto were in the first group to take their positions. The announcer took over, his voice amplified by a microphone. "Honored guests, now we will start the annual tournament in archery that our esteemed daimyo hosts here at the Fire Capital. The 16 archers that made it into the final round have shown their abilities in the preliminaries so far. The final round will consist of 2 parts. The first one is to determine the pairings for the elimination phase. Each archer has 10 shots to collect points. As you can see, there are 3 targets on each shooting line. One at 15 meters distance, one at 20 meters and one at 25 meters. The archers can choose which target they want to shoot at for each shot. Each target has the standard amount of points on it, but if a target further away is hit, the points will be worth double or triple their normal amount. But misses will also be double or triple minus points. If an arrow misses the target or hits outside of the circles that bring points, 5 points will be deducted from the archer's total points, he explained to both the audience and the archers. This was different to the preliminaries, where misses just didn't give you points. Thus, our participants will have to choose carefully which target they choose. Mistakes can be costly. Archers, take position. The 8 archers stepped up to the white line of each box from where they would shoot. For fairness reasons, each archer had a box with ropes to both sides that gave them space from the others in the round. This way nobody could interfere with the shooting of another directly. There were 2 archers from each of the 4 groups of the preliminaries present. It was shown by their similar uniforms. Red, blue, green and yellow. Things seemingly had been held simple. To be sure that the right arrow hit the targets meant for the archer, the arrows were prepared to have colored feathers at the end, showing the same color as the uniform of the archer. Then the signal to shoot was given and 8 arrows flew over the field and hit their targets. The spectators cheered and the points were announced. Only 2 archers had chosen the 25 meters target, Haru and the guy with the number 7. 4 had chosen the 20 meters target, among them Naruto, and the other 2 had chosen the 15 meters targets. Naruto had hit properly, as had Haru. The number 7 had hit the target, but slightly outside the outer circle, which meant it would be minus 5 point times 3. That had to hurt. Commands were given again and the archers shot their next round. It continued until the 10 arrows were shot and the quivers taken by servants that were meant to replace the arrows. Then the second group of 8 took position and the process was repeated. After all their 10 arrows were gone, the announcer called for a small break to sum up the points and determine the pairings for the elimination round. Honored guests, welcome back after the break. We have now determined who will face who in the direct eliminations, the announcer said and started reading off names. Haru was facing the number 9 and Naruto the number 7. Naruto would be up in the third pairing, while Haru's turn was in the second to last one. Both watched closely when the first 2 pairings performed. The task was simple. You got to shoot 2 arrows at each target from the previous round and the one with the most points won. Then it was Naruto's turn. Good luck, concentrate and you can do this, Haru told Naruto. I will, Naruto said determined. Haru watched his little brother figure walk up to the target range and take a deep breath. Then he looked fully concentrated. The commands were given and Naruto unleashed his first arrow. It hit the outer part of the 10-point circle. Very good start, as the other one narrowly missed that circle and got a 6 compared to Naruto's 10. Then the next arrow of both hit the 10. Naruto managed a 10 and a 6 on the 20 meters targets and 2 6s on the 25 meters target. His opponent was worse, especially as one of his arrows missed the 25 meters target circles and Naruto was declared the winner of the round, which made him very happy. Finally it was Haru's turn. He felt an inner calm, thanks to having raised his occlumency shields, and he fully concentrated on the targets. His arrows flew true and he got a perfect score. 25 meters distance really wasn't very difficult for him. He had trained with much greater distances. He naturally beat his opponent, who was a very sore loser, but the judge told him that there was nothing to argue about, as Haru was simple the better archer. The last match was very uneven between an arrogant noble that was a good archer and a woman that let the man intimidate her with his derogative insults. She missed one target, even if she otherwise wasn't a bad archer. Well, more luck next time. And Haru would take delight in eliminating the arrogant Ponce, should he go up against him. Genma had made a list of suspicious behavior in all the people at the competition and he had already eliminated a good number as possible assassins. But he hadn't narrowed things down enough to be sure who among the remaining people might try anything. He could see that Nev, while he didn't perform his role as team medic, was also keeping his eyes open for anything suspicious. They had to hope it would be enough. It would be a catastrophe if the assassin was successful. This year we have a very promising field, Madame Shijimi, the daimyo's wife told her husband. You are right, love. I'm especially surprised about the great show the 2 young Uzumakis are giving. Archery is after all not a commonly practiced art among ninjas, the daimyo agreed. But they are very good for entertaining the guests. I would love to see how they deal with the female attention they will undoubtedly get at the celebration dinner. I have observed some of the noble's daughters and they can't keep their eyes off Haru and Naruto, she giggled. Her husband chuckled good-naturedly. It will certainly be amusing to watch that, he agreed with her, even if any dreamed of relationships on the side of the girls will probably be doomed from the beginning, as we rarely have marriages between ninjas and nobles. And the treaty that we have with Konoha forbids the arrangement and forcing of political marriages. It was one of the demands that Hashirama Senju made when he got permission to establish a ninja village inside of Fire Country. I know, and I wouldn't want to force any of the youths to marry somebody that they don't love. And I agree, ninjas simply think differently. Even if I have a lot of fun whenever I meet a team that had to catch Tora again. If only they knew that I train my cats to give the genin a good workout. After all, what would they do for relatively safe training of capturing an enemy? She grinned. Careful, you don't want to let the genin hear that part, the daimyo chuckled. Fact was, the Nidaime Hokage had noticed that the genin were too green for the field if they didn't get somewhat dangerous missions inside the village regularly. Therefore he had thought up a way to challenge the genin without endangering their lives. It was the job of D-rank missions, which he had thought up in first place, to teach the new genin teams skills that would be needed on higher-ranking missions. Like protection of a person could be taught by having to look after children while babysitting, infiltration was mostly done by working as a craftsman, so the genin learned to do jobs like painting fences, repairing roofs and so on. The Nidaime had then asked the daimyo if he could train up a few animals, so-called pets, that had the habit to run away and which his genin could then chase. The more they struggled to be caught, the better. After all, where was the challenge otherwise? The daimyo had agreed, and the money that Madame Shijimi paid for the performed missions to capture Tora again was from a fund that was set up and earned interest since the time of the Nidaime. And Tora was her best student so far. He always got a great reward when he managed to escape another team for hours on end. Tora actually loved the game of cat and mouse, with doubts of who was playing the mouse, that he got to play at least 4 times each month with the Konoha genin. The two continued watching the competition. It was the round of the last 4 and the remaining participants were the number 1, the arrogant noble, the number 11, a woman with long red hair that was secured in a loose bun, Naruto and Haru. Naruto's last round had been a close one, but after tying with his opponent in the normal shots, Naruto had managed to hit the 10 on his target that was placed 30 meters away, while his opponent had barely missed it and got a 6. Haru was really proud of Naruto's achievement. Haru's opponent was the arrogant noble and Naruto's was the woman. The pairings had been determined by drawing lots to make things fair. As Haru and the man had both been really good so far, this match would be watched very closely, as many believed one of them to win the overall tournament. Naruto and the woman, whose name was given as Natsuki, were the first ones to be up. As it was the semifinals, their targets were placed at 30 meters distance. Now, each of them had 3 shots to score. Honored guests, this is the first semifinal of this year's archery tournament. So far 12 of the participants have already been eliminated in a high-class competition. Now there are 4 competitors left. In the first semifinal we have Naruto Uzumaki from Fire Country versus Natsuki Higane from Bird Country. May the best archer win. Take your positions. The announcer called out and both stepped forward. For this round the competitors have 3 shots overall to score at the target that stands 30 meters away. Who will prove him or herself superior? The spectators applauded and cheered. It was noticeable that especially the teenage girls cheered for Naruto, which was an alien concept for Naruto, but he liked it. Then he used the training he had got to blend out any kind of distraction from the task. When the command to fire came, he unleashed his arrow and got the first 10, but his opponent was equally good. It repeated itself in the next shot and the one after. Oh, they're keeping things exciting. We need a tiebreak, the announcer called out excitedly. Take the targets 5 meters back. The assistants did just that and the targets were moved back to the 35 meters distance. Nobody knew it, but Naruto had never practiced at that distance so far. But he would do his best. Then the archers were called out to fire again and Naruto saw that his arrow would hit the target. When it impacted, he waited for the results. And it is another tie. Both hit the 6-point circle, which means, archers, fire again, the announcer ordered. Naruto took his next arrow and concentrated. He had come so far, he didn't want to give up now. He aimed and fired at the next command. His arrow flew true and hit the target, and a bit better than the last one he thought. He didn't see where his opponent's arrow had hit though. A real surprise. I have been told that our youngest competitor managed to beat one of the well-known faces in this competition. Naruto Uzumaki 10 points. Natsuki Higane 6 points. At that the girls in the audience cheered and clapped loudly. Naruto had trouble believing it. He had won again. He was in the finals. He cheered and waved to the spectators and then went over to Haru and Nev, who congratulated him. "I can't believe it, I'm really in the finals," Naruto happily exclaimed. "You were really good, you deserve it," Haru complimented. "Thank you. You have to win as well, then we can have an Uzumaki final," Naruto told Haru. "I'll certainly do my best." Haru nodded and went to the box he had to use for this round to manage just that. He was eager to show up the arrogant guy. "You can as well give up now, boy," the man sneered, causing Haru to give him the iciest stare he could, unnerving him greatly, which pleased Haru immensely. "You shouldn't boast that much, your shooting didn't justify it, and if the others you were up against hadn't been so easily distracted, your scores wouldn't have got you this far," Haru blandly stated and then ignored the man completely, which seemed to really annoy him. And here is the second semifinal, and we start off with a stare-off between Haru Uzumaki of Fire Country and Risho Itani of Tea Country. Haru is another first-time competitor and the second youngest participant. Risho is known from previous competitions, but he never managed to win. Last time he lost against Natsuki in the finals. We can look forward to great shooting. Archers, on your positions. The announcer called out and the two took their positions, with Risho giving Haru death glares all the time. Haru blended anything but his targets out. He had concluded that the best chance any of the competitors would have to attack the daimyo would be when the award ceremony would take place. Therefore it would be best if he could get in there, and for that he needed to be in the finals. The first three in the competition would be handed their prizes by the daimyo in person, and you could get away with a surprise attack. Otherwise the ninja guardians would intercept any attempt, and an assassin had to know it too. His first arrow flew and hit the 10 again. Risho also, if just barely, managed a 10. Then the second arrow was shot and Risho's frustration caused him to miss the 10 and score a 6 while Haru hit perfectly again. Now it was all down to the last shot. Haru aimed, but then noticed something coming at him from the side, making him drop down to his knees, and an arrow sailed over his head. He knew that he still needed to fire his own arrow, and he shot from the kneeling position, enjoying the applause when his arrow again hit the 10. "Well, that means I win," Haru commented nastily, pleased by the outraged face of his opponent, who had been the one to shoot at him. "You cheated," Risho claimed. "You are one to talk. You shot at me to take me out of the competition. It still didn't work. I hit my target perfectly. And by the way, you missing your target means -5 points from your previous score. Sore losers are really bad for this prestigious competition," Haru said. "As if a ninja is fit to talk about cheating. People like you shouldn't be allowed to enter into competitions like this one," Risho demanded loudly. "Well, seeing as I'm a genin and the rules that Daimyo-sama confirmed before the tournament even started allowed genin to enter, you are still just an annoying sore loser. And for your information, attacking another competitor is against those very same rules, and Daimyo-sama seems quite displeased that you broke them in the tournament he sponsors," Haru commented. Risho looked at the daimyo and realized that Haru was right. Some samurai guards were already on their way to remove him from the premises. He protested, but they dragged him away, telling him that no ninja arts were used by the two genin in the competition and that he should just shut up. Haru and Naruto stood in the two boxes in the finals. This time around the target was 35 meters away. Each had 3 shots again. Both were grinning at the challenge. They took aim when the command came and fired their arrows. Here Naruto's shorter time of training archery showed, and he was a few points behind Haru, but he didn't really mind. Haru was incredibly good at archery, and Naruto congratulated his big brother figure happily over his victory. For Naruto it was already great to have managed to reach the finals, and that he would be invited to the feast that would be held after the awards ceremony. He was looking forward to the great food that would be served there. Natsuki was declared third prize winner, as the small finals between her and Risho were cancelled due to his disqualification. She congratulated both Uzumakis, and then they were called forward to the ceremony. The other 12 participants were also called up to watch. He looked at the ceremony with satisfaction. He knew that somebody had let clues about the plan get into the hands of the ninja guardians, but they were on the wrong trail all the time. All the better for him. While his first plan was derailed because that idiot Risho couldn't keep his temper, there was still plan B. It was always good to have contingency plans. He used the fact that everybody concentrated on the people surrounding the daimyo during the ceremony to weave his hand seals. He didn't plan to risk his life for the job after all. No, somebody else would be taking the blame and he would long be gone before anybody realized what had happened. Suddenly the participants of the tournament stiffened and as one moved to grab their bows and an arrow. Haru realized what was happening and performed a genjutsu release and broke the impulse to attack the daimyo. Still, the ninja guardians were too late to prevent that. They all didn't fire. He saw that Naruto struggled with breaking free and jumped over to him and injected his chakra into his paths, breaking the genjutsu. Naruto was probably the most dangerous one to not be freed immediately, thanks to having access to ninja training. But 6 arrows were already flying towards the daimyo, with 2 ninja guardians trying to stop them. He saw that they would perhaps get 2 of them, as it wasn't enough time to cast a jutsu to blow them away and any fire jutsu would only endanger the daimyo this close to him. Then, to everybody's surprise, a wall of wood appeared in front of the daimyo and intercepted the arrows. A gasp was heard from the audience, as they looked for the one responsible. It was Nev, who had his hand slammed onto the ground. Whispers of senju and wood release were heard all around. Thankfully the timely action of Nev allowed the ninja guardians to break the genjutsu on the other archers and confiscate their weapons. Nobody had considered this scenario when they talked about security measures. They had been prepared to deal with one assassin, not a group of 13 archers that would shoot at once without any indication of having plans to do this before. Haru noticed that Genma was already gone, probably to hunt the one down that had cast the genjutsu. It was a really clever plan. Had the assassination been successful, no matter if forced or not, the archer would have been arrested and probably executed. Murder of a daimyo was always punishable by death. He ran. Curse that stupid blonde and his wood release. Who could have thought that there was another senju able to use it? There hadn't been any information that Konoha had another wood user. The boy should have been known for his ability long before this. Seemingly the village had improved their counter-espionage if they prevented the information leaking. He needed to get out quickly. The job was a failure and with the daimyo alive, the chaos that he could have used wouldn't take place. It was now obvious that the genjutsu was caused by somebody else and that that person would need to get away. Thankfully he was good at sneaking around, and he had checked the place to have several escape routes ready in case something went wrong. Even if the possibility had been low, well, he still had one safety net. The time-delayed genjutsu on a servant was his next best chance to get his target. And the guards would be busy hunting him down and not look too closely at those that weren't involved in the first incident. He used an earth jutsu to sink into the ground to disappear from his pursuers. He would be away before they could close in on him. And selling the information about a new senju with wood release appearing would be valuable as well. Even if the second attempt failed, he would get his money for telling villages like Iwa and Kumo that Konoha had a new wood release user. And, any suggestions for the identity of the assassin? I'm open for working them into the story. Until next time. Second attempt. Hi everybody. Another chapter is finally ready. Enjoy. Second attempt. Nev actually felt as if he was prey surrounded by a mass of predators. He knew that showing that he could manipulate wood would have some effects, but this scale was overwhelming. He heard whispers of senju and wood release from others, but what he had done actually wasn't the true wood release. Ever since he had heard about the wood jutsus of the first Hokage, he had admired his abilities to create wood. But Nev wasn't at that level yet. Therefore, as he loved plants, he had worked on replicating the effect without having to manipulate earth and water release perfectly to mix them into wood release. He had experimented with different kinds of seeds and minerals and had found 10 kinds so far that he could manipulate into accelerated growth within seconds. When he had heard that somebody wanted to assassinate the daimyo, he had pondered what he could do to make absolutely sure to prevent it. Hearing that the assassin was thought to be one of the archers in the competition, he had decided that a physical shield would be of great value, but it couldn't be set up beforehand, as then the assassin could change plans and be less predictable. Therefore, after talking to one of the ninja guardians, he had been given permission to leave his seeds in a circle around the seats of the daimyo and his wife. They didn't stand out at all and they didn't hinder the ninja guardians in their duties. When he noticed the genjutsu being activated, he had immediately channeled his chakra into the ground, which thanks to learning the basics for his earth jutsus had been simple, and activated the seeds. They exploded and grew into a thick wall of wood, which intercepted those arrows that the guardians couldn't intercept. He was glad he had done this, as the death of the daimyo would have been a catastrophe. Now some of the higher-ranking ninjas were in pursuit of the one that had placed the genjutsu on the archers while others had brought the daimyo to a more secure location. The nobles in the audience were already spooked enough and nobody wanted to risk anything. Team 9 was asked to join the ninja guardians that would guard the daimyo, especially as there were a lot of questions that needed to be answered. Well, I have to say, it's quite a surprise to see Wood release. The daimyo's wife finally started the questioning. It isn't true, Wood release, my lady, Neville stated, deciding to give out some truths, without giving up his secrets, just what I could come up with to get a very similar effect. We still aren't sure if I can learn Wood release in the future. It is still being investigated. What we know is that I have an affinity for plants. But how did you manage that wall then, Nev? Kato, one of the ninja guardians asked. I used seeds of special plants that I can manipulate into explosive growth with my chakra. That doesn't work with all kinds of seeds though, which I learned the first Hokage was capable of. I think I can expand it in the future, but how far, I don't know yet, Nev explained. Well, no matter what it was, it saved my life, the daimyo declared, and for that I'm very grateful. I will definitely keep an eye on your development as a ninja. Nev Uzumaki. What I would like to know though, is if you have some Senju ancestors in your family, or if it is simply the distant relation of the Uzumaki clan with the Senju clan that triggered your ability. I don't actually know that, Daimyo Dono, Nev replied respectfully. My parents and I were adopted into the Uzumaki clan, as we lived with some of the last survivors for a long time and had grown as close as you can be while not sharing blood. Haru is my brother in everything but blood, as we trained together for years, learning to trust each other implicitly. Naruto, when we finally arrived in Konoha, quickly grew close to us as well. Interesting. Well, it will probably be hard to find out who your ancestors were, what with the survivors of Uzushio not being very open with that information. Well, no matter what, I will show my gratitude for your excellent reaction, the daimyo stated. Thank you, Daimyo Dono. I was just doing my duty, Nev said. The daimyo nodded graciously. My lord, what do you plan to do concerning the celebratory dinner? One of the guardians asked. It will still take place, with all guests being searched for a possible second attempt. You already investigated the servants, but I want you to check them all for genjutsu before they are allowed into the room where the dinner is going to be located. It will be moved to the inside instead of being done outside like originally planned. It wouldn't do to give an easy target, the daimyo decided. As you wish, the ninja guardian answered and then left to take precautions for the dinner. It might also be a good idea to check for hidden seals. Not just the obviously dangerous kind, but also more subtle ones. It is possible to create seals to control other people. Haru pointed out, it would have the same effect as a genjutsu, but the normal techniques to release genjutsu won't work. A very good observation. We will have to keep that in mind. The ninja guardians discussed how the checks could be done and then decided on a proper plan. The dinner was started 1 hour after the originally planned time, which none of the guests even commented on. After the failed assassination, many had expected it to be completely cancelled, but the daimyo didn't want to give the assassin the satisfaction of having scared him enough to not go on with his life. Not to mention that a lot of effort and planning had gone into the whole organization of the archery tournament. Everybody was very aware though that security was tight. Nobody had been exempted from being searched for possible manipulation before they were allowed into the dinner hall. It was decorated spectacularly and smells of incredible food were already filling the noses of the guests. Once the last guest was seated, the daimyo stood. Everybody, while I regret the need for the increased security measures, I won't risk the assassin that cast the genjutsu on the participant of the archery tournament having a second chance to fulfill his plan. Nonetheless, I want you to enjoy the celebratory dinner for a great tournament. I especially welcome the 3 that came out on top. Natsuki Higane, Naruto Uzumaki and Haru Uzumaki. They're our guests of honor today. A special gratitude also goes to Nev Uzumaki, who prevented that the dastardly plan of the assassin could succeed, the daimyo stated, and many guests applauded politely. Now, today's feast will be served in 3 courses. I haven't spared any costs to have Genji Funabi and his team prepare our meal. Tonight. Many looked impressed. Genji Funabi was famous among the cooks in all of the elemental nations. His skill at cooking was compared to being an S-rank ninja in his field. The servants will bring you any kind of drink you wish for, you just have to ask. Though I ask that you don't overdo it with the sake too early on. We have a long night before us. The daimyo clapped his hands and hundreds of servants started carrying in the first course marched into the room. As most guests were nobles, it had been decided to not serve plates from which everybody could serve himself, but bring each person his personal dish. The servants went up behind the guests and placed the dish before them. For starters, there was a platter of 5 different kinds of sushi with sauces to eat with them. Dinner commenced with small breaks between the courses, as the servants also brought seconds of anything, if the guests asked for it. And it was clear by the looks of many nobles that they usually ate large amounts of everything. The Konoha team kept their eyes open for anything out of the norm. So far they didn't detect anything, which still didn't let them drop their guard. The feast continued and many guests got more and more drunk. The Konoha genin didn't drink anything alcoholic, being underage and on duty, even if they didn't appear like it. Finally dessert was done and the guests were escorted out of the palace or to their set guest rooms, while the daimyo retired to his rooms, which considering what had taken place today nobody would begrudge him. Everybody knew that it could have as easily happened that the celebratory dinner was fully cancelled. Not everybody had the nerves to continue as if nothing had happened. Team 9 got a room for themselves inside the palace and were told that they should get some sleep during the night, as the 12 ninja guardians were taking over the protection duty fully from now on. They had done their jobs splendidly, which would definitely get them some recommendations from the guardians and the daimyo. It might even happen that they were invited to serve as one of the guardians in the future. They had certainly impressed a lot of people today. The 3 boys were happy about the praise and easily fell asleep after changing into their night clothes. They all knew that they would be prevented from leaving the room before the morning, as the guardians took their duties very serious. As there was a small bathroom included in their suite, there wasn't any reason to leave after all. Genma raced back to the palace. He and one of the ninja guardians had managed to track down the assassin and he had given them a hard fight. He could only hope that he wasn't too late, as his partner had got injured and wouldn't be able to run at full speed right now. He needed to reach the place before a catastrophe could happen. The first attack wasn't the end of things. There was a plan to enact a second attempt at a time when nobody expected it. And from a side nobody would think of looking. Thanks to the Veritaserum that he carried on his person, the caught assassin hadn't had a choice but to spill all his secrets. It had been luck that they had caught up with him, but Genma had made sure to be prepared to act on any suspicious behavior during the tournament and had secretly trapped all seats of the stands with seals of Haru's design. Having been one of the guards of the Yondaime, he had learned a good deal about Fuinjutsu. Haru's seals mainly had one function. They put a tracking beacon onto the person that sat in that seat, without any noticeable surge of chakra, which an assassin that dared trying to kill a daimyo would have felt immediately. Genma had asked Haru for this type of seal, as he had theorized that if the assassin wasn't really among the participants, but somewhere else, which was a possibility after all, he could have been among the guests and attacked during the tournament, he would try to escape quickly after the job was done, be it successful or not. And the theory had been correct. While he and his partner had needed 4 hours to catch up, the assassin was really good at keeping ahead of them. They had managed to keep track of the beacon. Once they caught him, he had tried to fight them off, but contrary to high-ranking assassins that had previous ninja training, this one was at best Chunin level. Nothing the two of them couldn't deal with. The injuries his partner had got were from the assassin's best jutsu, an earth-style large area technique that turned the whole ground into burning lava. Not nice. If Genma hadn't known the respective chakra control exercise to walk over small patches of the stuff, he would have got burns as well. But during the war against Iwa there had been a number of lava users and he had learned to cross their lava pits to engage them in battle. You didn't become a personal guard to the Hokage if you weren't really good at your job. His partner didn't know that exercise, but he was fast enough to only get some burns on his feet, and he didn't let it hinder him when they fought against their opponent. Once they had secured him, the interrogation had been done without wasting time. They needed to know if anything more was planned. The man was part of a group of former Iwa ninjas that had loudly protested the way how the Tsuchikage had agreed to end the Third War. They also had a major grudge against Konoha and Fire Country for forcing them to capitulate. The attack against the daimyo was their way to throw the country into disarray, which would make it easier for them to hide their planned assassinations on core figures in the ranks of the Konoha military and the government in the capital. They knew of course that they didn't have a chance against a coordinated strike force from Konoha, but they were specialists at infiltration and assassination. They also had an old man from Kiri, who held a major grudge against Konoha for how they had killed his son in the war, which let his family die out. He was a seals expert, had in fact studied some of the scrolls on Fuinjutsu that had been taken from the defeated Uzushio. And if Genma didn't reach the palace in time, not only would the daimyo be killed, his team was also in danger. The assassin had recognized Naruto's looks and, like many Iwa natives, held a huge grudge against the Yellow Flash. He had to make it in time. The figure was slowly walking through the corridors of the palace. It was 3 in the morning, but it was the normal time when it was due to start the shift down in the kitchen. This was the daimyo's palace after all, and it was obviously not possible that anything the ruler of their country got to eat wasn't prepared freshly. That included bread, but the dough needed some time to grow. Therefore, a number of kitchen helpers were always up early to prepare the dough. It wasn't a hard chore. It just took time, as the bread for the normal guards, servants, nobles and all the others living at the palace would be prepared at the same time. Not the same type of course, theirs was much cheaper in preparation, but it still took time. None of the guards considered it strange that the person was wandering around the palace at this time, which was what another person had used for his plans. The person walked towards the place where the one controlling her had placed the key to the second attempt on the daimyo's life. If the person walking along the corridor was appearing to be in a daze, it was chalked off to being tired, not uncommon at this time of the night. The niche with the hidden weapon was on the normal way the person took to her work. She just needed to grab the thing and continue as if nothing had happened. The person didn't have any control over her actions. The hidden seal that had been tattooed onto her skull years ago made sure of it. Her black hair had grown over the seal, and it had been overlooked by the checks of the ninja guardians. And the assassin had made sure to prevent that the person had any recollection of the incident. Memory seals were common in Kiri. Also stolen from the destroyed Uzumaki clan in this case. The person walked towards the entrance of the kitchen, the little package with the weapon firmly hidden in the pocket of her clothes. Others greeted the person, and she went to work like on all other days as well. Setting up the working area, collecting the ingredients for the dough, kneading it until it was even, cutting it into smaller pieces and putting those into the forms for the bread. Nothing out of the norm. But one thing that nobody noticed was out of the norm. When the person strew some flour onto the working area to prevent that bread dough sticking there, she also mixed the contents of the small package under it. Making it look as if she was just doing what she did every day, she inserted the substance from the package into the normal dough. And while she didn't know what it would do, the substance was one of the worst poisons that Iwa had ever developed. Tasteless, odorless, and if heated also colorless. And all breads were baked in an oven, heating them up, which made the normally white powder disappear in the bread. Team 9 sat inside a much smaller dining room than the one the night before had been. Normally they would have eaten in the room next to the kitchen with other guards, but the daimyo wanted to talk a bit to them before they would return to Konoha, and you simply didn't say no to your country's ruler. Therefore the three, whose sensei still hadn't returned, sat opposite the ruling couple at the breakfast table. They talked about their training, Haru's archery, how long Naruto had been practicing archery, which astonished the couple, as they wouldn't have thought that somebody with as little training as Naruto could reach the finals like he had done, and then of course Nev's medical training. It was a relaxed atmosphere, as the two monarchs put the preteens at ease. Right now they told them to forego the strict protocol, as there were no others but the ninja guardians around to see. And Lady Shijimi told them that children being informal were a different thing than adults doing so. Talks also turned to the newly established Uzumaki clan. Haru told about Siri and his shop, how Frank and Alika were recovering from their illness and overall how their compound was doing. Then Naruto took a bite from the bread, something that he didn't know before his family had come to Konoha, but which he had learned to like a lot, and he stilled. Something is strange about the bread, Naruto commented. Nev tensed and immediately checked the bread with a medical diagnostic spell he had perfected by now, thanks to Haru finally managing to create rings that had the same effect as wands from chakra metal. The wizards didn't have to rely on wands anymore. Then the daimyo started coughing. Shit, poison! Nev exclaimed. Guards! Haru shouted while Naruto also bent over in pain. Haru and Nev hadn't eaten the bread, They had enjoyed some pancakes with treacle. And Lady Shijimi liked her sweet treats much better than the normal bread. Nev immediately went over to save the daimyo while Haru tried to help Naruto. "Naruto, how bad is it?" Haru asked, looking very worried, as from the corner of his eye he could see how Nev was working frantically to prevent that the daimyo fell to the poison. "My stomach hurts horribly," Naruto brought out. "It feels as if I'm burning up from the inside." Haru, force salt water down his throat. He needs to vomit the poison out. It was in the bread, Nev ordered. Haru immediately grabbed a glass with water and poured some salt into it. He closed Naruto's nose with his fingers and forced him to gulp the water down. It led to Naruto convulsing and Haru had an emptied bowl ready to catch his vomit. It had an unhealthy blue tinge to it. Then he felt a violent chakra rising from Naruto's stomach. The Kyuubi was becoming active. Not the best time, but perhaps it would. Burn out the poison. The fox's chakra was poisonous itself after all, and it would probably be more potent than anything that any assassin had access to. Haru simply connected his chakra to Naruto's, a technique that had been in his great-grandmother's journal, and tried to detect where the damage was done. He quickly found it. The poison was already spreading from his stomach into his bloodstream, but wherever the fox's chakra was, the poison was destroyed. Naruto would survive, thanks to the being that was trapped in the seal on his stomach. Haru could assist in directing the chakra, thanks to his connection allowing him to control Naruto's chakra, to the places where the poison was strongest. It took some time, but after 5 minutes of concentrated work, Naruto's cramps lessened and after 10 Haru was sure that the poison was dealt with. Naruto would need to rest for a while, but then he would be back to full health. He looked over to where Nev and one of the ninja Guardian members were working on the daimyo. He could determine a technique that Nev had once talked about, one that was only described in his great-grandmother's journals. A direct poison extraction technique. The ninja guardian seemed to be a fully trained medic and was pushing a bubble of water, which was connected to his hand, into the torso of the daimyo, drawing the poison into the bubble and extracting it that way. Nev had told him that it took incredible chakra control, as drawing the poison out was very difficult if you didn't have the right timing and control. But it seemed to work. Then he spotted Genma-sensei appearing at the door, looking as if he had run the whole night, which he probably had. "Shit, I'm too late," he cursed. "What happened, Genma-sensei?" Haru asked. "We caught the assassin and Kuroto is going to bring him back later today. We interrogated him with Veritaserum and found out that there was a backup plan in case the attempt with the archers under Genjutsu failed. A servant had a control seal tattooed onto the back of her skull, hidden by her hair. That was done about 5 years ago, therefore nobody would have considered her a spy or a danger. They planned this for a long time. The woman was sent to find work at the palace, preferably the kitchen. The normal procedure is checking the new servants for 2 years, after that time it is less probable of them being plants. And the woman can't remember anything about that seal. She was to mix a strong and fast-acting poison under the bread dough, as the daimyo is known to always eat bread for breakfast in the morning, ever since it became popular in Fire Country. They counted on no medic being close enough at the time to save him. And the group the assassin belongs to also wanted to hit Naruto, Genma quickly explained. "I ran as fast as I could, but I was delayed by some associates of the assassin on my way. They tried to kill me, but I managed to deal with them. None of them were stronger than a rookie Jonin." "Any idea which poison they used?" Nev asked, while concentrating on assisting the other medic with the treatment of the daimyo. "Arcania mixed with red coral snake venom and dust from the desert of Earth Country," Genma answered. "No wonder that they believed that it would work fast. That combination would circumvent the normal disadvantages of most other poisons. The dust travels extremely fast, which is why no Iwa ninja would ever travel through it. They take the long way around it," one of the ninja guardians that was in the room cursed. "How is Naruto?" Genma asked. "He's going to be okay. I actively directed his special chakra to the poisoned places and it burned the poison out. He will need some rest, but soon he will be okay again," Haru answered. "Thank goodness," Genma exclaimed relieved. "Daimyo-sama will make a full recovery. I guess he will have to be on bed rest for 2 weeks until we can fully neutralize the poison, but we were fast enough to prevent his death. Nev, that was fantastic work and quick action. Forcing him to vomit the poison out lessened the dose inside his body and allowed me to draw the remainders out. You have a great future as a medic before you, Binotaro. The medic among the ninja guardians complimented him. Thank you. I really can do without this kind of emergency situations. I'm just glad that this didn't work out. It could have caused a war in worst case, Nev commented. I know. That's what the group that is behind this was hoping for. They wanted Fire Country to go to war with Earth Country again, to profit from the chaos to kill a number of people that normally are too well protected inside Konoha and the capital. Not to mention that they would have collected a high number of bounties in the process, Genma confirmed. We will need to catch them all to prevent that, Binotaro stated. I have the names. We can have hunter nins and bounty hunters after them in a few hours, Genma replied. Good. Let's get to work. Haru, Nev, I want you to take care of Naruto in your room. Don't let anybody inside but me. We don't know if there will be another attempt on his life, now that he's unconscious, Genma ordered. Why do they want Naruto? Haru asked. His parents, Genma answered, and the Uzumaki boys understood. They knew who his father was after all. And his mother hadn't been all that much better concerning dangerous enemies. They put Naruto onto Haru's back after Nev had done a diagnostic charm on him too, declaring that there wasn't anything he could do right now to quicken his healing up. His Uzumaki blood would do the rest. It shouldn't take more than a day for him to wake up again. The three Uzumakis were soon back in their room, and Haru secured the entrances to the room with traps based on seals while Nev put Naruto into his bed. Now it was time to wait until their sensei came to get them. They both knew well enough that this incident would have severe consequences in the future. End cut. What will happen next? Well, you'll have to wait until next time. Recovery time. Hey, last weekend before Christmas. I wish everybody to have a wonderful holiday. Happy reading. Recovery time. Team 9 returned to Konoha 3 days after the second failed assassination attempt. Naruto needed some time to heal from the poisoning, and Genma was included in the process of getting the remaining members of the group that had been behind the attempts. Haru took care of freeing the woman from the seal on her skull, and she broke down in tears once the seal was deactivated. She had never wanted to harm anybody and was plagued by guilt over having nearly caused the death of the daimyo. She was taken off active duty, and a member of the Yamanaka clan was called from Konoha to make sure that she wasn't a sleeper agent anymore, now that the seal was undone. Until then she was on leave from her job in the kitchen. It was improbable that she would be able to continue her job, not after her role in the whole disaster, but the daimyo's wife had agreed to help her get another job in the capital without a black mark on her records, should the Yamanaka member clear her of being a danger. Nev stayed with Naruto all the time, preparing some potions to help quicken his healing. Naruto slept for 1.5 days before waking up. It was irony in best form that the one reason he was still alive was the fox, who had caused his bad childhood. The journey back to Konoha had been slower than the trip to the capital, as Naruto was ordered by Nev to take things slowly. After having come that close to dying, Naruto didn't think to question Nev's orders. The Hokage had already been briefed by Genma on what had happened by a messenger bird and had already sent out the hunter nins to catch the culprits. They would all be killed. There could be no other response to an assassination attempt on the daimyo. I'm glad to see you all back alive, the Hokage addressed the group. How are you doing, Naruto? Not too badly. My stomach is still a bit upset and I have to be careful what I eat, but Nev assured me that it would be gone in a week at most, Naruto answered. That's good to hear. You were lucky that Nev knew what to do and that you had the assistance of the fox's chakra. We will need to get you started on basic control over it soon. But that can wait until Jiraiya is back in the village again. I want a seal master with more experience than Haru has to be present when it happens, the Hokage stated, and Haru could only nod. He had no idea how to go about dealing with a Biju's chakra, and he would like to compare notes with a renowned seal master like Jiraiya of the Sannin. Take the next week off, you have more than earned that. Genma, I need the complete report, the Hokage addressed the Jonin. Of course, Lord Hokage, Genma nodded, and the genin bowed and left the office. Once the genin had closed the door behind them, the Hokage looked at Genma seriously. I want you to bring them to high Chunin level by the time the exams come around. If you need to, abuse the shadow clone training method as much as necessary. Now that we know that Iwa might have an idea about Naruto's heritage, we need to take all precautions possible to prevent that they can get him killed. Next to that, I want your team ready for higher ranking missions, which would work out best if they were all promoted during the next exams, which are going to be held in Konoha this time. A perfect opportunity for us, the Hokage instructed Genma. That shouldn't be too hard. They're already low to solid Chunin level. With a bit more concentrated training and some more missions for experience, they will be ready by then. Haru and Nev were already solid Chunin level, just without actual mission experience, when I took them onto my team, and Naruto is catching up at incredible speeds. I can teach them all a few higher ranked jutsus to add to their repertoires. Depending on how much we get done, Nev and Haru might even qualify for low Jonin level by the time the exams come around. It should be 2 more months, correct? Genma asked. That's right, Genma, the Hokage confirmed. I would like them to be as strong as possible, of course. Do whatever you need to do to achieve it. We might get lucky that the group didn't spread their knowledge about Naruto, but we can't rely on that. And we don't know if we can catch all members in time. I understand. They all will be ready to face that if it comes to it, Genma promised. Good. Now to the report, the Hokage said, and Genma reported, not leaving any details out. Back at the Uzumaki compound, Siri didn't need long to send Naruto to bed to rest up for the remainder of the day. He knew too well that keeping the boy in there longer than that would be futile, but he exercised his authority as the adult in charge in the clan to force Naruto to not take on too much. As he also knew that a bored teenager would only spell trouble, and that Naruto had never had any adult take care of him when he was sick, he asked Haru and Nev to help Frank and Alika at the shop while he looked after Naruto. Haru knew how much this would mean for Naruto and immediately agreed. Nev also didn't have any complaints, as he couldn't wait to tell his parents about the mission. Both were much better by now and could work for 5 hours on end before they needed to take a 1-hour-long break. It worked well enough and their condition constantly improved. Nev just left some potions to treat Naruto, should his stomach problems act out, which they sometimes did. Siri nodded and went to spend some time with Naruto. When Naruto realized that he got some time to spend with his father figure just by himself, he was much happier than he had been when Siri commanded him to go to bed. Especially as Siri told him stories about his time at Hogwarts and how great it had been to play pranks with his friends. Naruto asked a lot of questions about the wizarding world, which Haru and Nev could only answer in small parts, as they hadn't really seen much of it. Nev because his family had kept him isolated, for thinking he didn't have much magic and was a disappointment, and Haru, because he had grown up outside of it. Until he had been 7 years old and stayed hidden from the wizarding world until he went to Hogwarts for the 1 and only year he had spent there. Siri on the other hand had grown up immersed into wizarding culture and could tell Naruto the upsides and downsides, something the blonde boy found interesting. He knew that Haru and Nev had decided that they would be much better off far away from that world and that Siri and Nev's parents had followed along. Siri because he had been sent to a horrible prison, despite not having committed any crime, and Frank and Alika, because they wanted to stay with their son and were horribly disgusted with how their relatives had treated their only son. He listened to Siri's regrets over having to leave his last remaining friend behind in that world, but how they had done everything they could to make his life easier than it had been before. Naruto told Siri more about growing up all alone in Konoha and how the only ones to always be nice to him had been the Hokage and the Ichiraku family. How he had tried so hard to be good at school, but until Haru and Nev had told him about the problem of his chakra control and Uzumaki quirk, he hadn't really had much success. Siri patiently listened, as Naruto hadn't ever spoken about everything and that he finally felt comfortable enough to do so was a great thing in his opinion. After some hours he went down to cook something for the two of them to eat and let Naruto read some comics to pass the time. As long as he rested, he was content. It was a simple dish of noodles with some chicken and vegetables, but Naruto liked it well enough, even if he didn't like vegetables that much. As Siri had mixed them into the sauce with the chicken, he ate them after some grumbling. Siri took it with humor. He even transfigured one of Naruto's old school books into a carrot plushie and had to give a speech why eating your vegetables was important. Of course it was hilarious and Naruto had to hold his stomach in laughter. At least he stopped complaining about eating vegetables in small amounts from then on, and it only needed a mention of Mr. Carrot to make him laugh and simply start eating whenever the problem came up again in the future. And Siri promised that if he didn't like something at all, he wouldn't have to eat it. As long as there were some kinds of vegetables that he ate, everything was okay. Naruto sometimes needed the reassurance. In the evening, the others came back from the shop and Naruto was allowed to eat dinner down in the kitchen with the whole family, after promising to go straight back to bed afterwards. Siri also read him a good night story, even if Naruto protested that he was too old for that. Still, secretly he relished the action. He had never had a parent before and having a father in Siri now was making him incredibly happy. After the story was over, some hilarious story about a cackling stump and a witch called Babbity Rabbity, Sirius put the book back onto the shelf. "Good night, Naruto," Siri said and softly stroked Naruto's hair. Naruto was already sleepy and just replied with what sounded right. "Night, Dad," he mumbled before falling asleep. Siri was surprised, but also very happy. He had come to love Naruto like a son. Him returning that feeling gave him a warmth in his chest that he hadn't felt for a long time. "Sleep well, son," he said and kissed Naruto's forehead before leaving the room and turning off the light. He didn't see the happy smile on Naruto's sleeping face. While Naruto was allowed out of bed the next day, Siri made sure that he didn't train for 2 days at least to give the potions that Neville prescribed to heal the damage done by the poison before the Kyuubi chakra had burned it out time to do their work. Naruto didn't like it much, but Siri was firm. Instead he took Naruto with him to the shop and taught him more about how to lead a business, which would be useful for him, Siri's words, once he managed to become Hokage. After all, the village was run as a giant business operation as well. After telling him that, Naruto paid a lot more attention to what Siri had to teach him and he actually enjoyed it. Siri patiently explained things that he didn't understand and never made him feel stupid. They went to get ramen at Ichiraku's for lunch, a highlight for Naruto, before going back to work. Nev had decided to spend the day working with some medic nins at the hospital to improve his techniques and show some of his magical techniques to the healers. They couldn't copy how he did things, but sometimes the idea of what was possible inspired them to work out a chakra-based jutsu that could do the same. Nev got to study a long list of plants that were native to the elemental nations and their properties, while they had brought a high number of plants from England, and whatever they could get a seedling from the Hogwarts greenhouses for. It was important to know what you had to work with in this place. It was their home now and Nev wanted to become the best medic nin ever. He had heard about Tsunade Senju from the legendary Sannin and he wanted to surpass even her. Haru meanwhile spent the time training Hedwig more in ninja arts. He had got a few more ideas what she could do to work with him on missions and she was intelligent enough to work things out. She had already learned a few things when they had been back in England after all, like changing her color to be less noticeable and had deadly accuracy in her dives to attack somebody. But Haru wanted to see if he couldn't teach her something like wind-type jutsus. If she, for example, could create blades of wind with her wings, it would be awesome in a fight. Hedwig did her best and had a small success at the end of the day in being capable of creating a strong gust of wind, which would be able to blow down anything lighter than a filled flower pot, but otherwise it didn't work out yet. Haru was determined to use the week to get her there. He had always wanted a ninja animal after all. And once Hedwig got battle ready, he could take her with him on all kinds of missions. Team 8 had just returned from a C-rank mission. They had needed to accompany a merchant caravan to Tea Country and except for a group of bandits that had attacked, the mission had been uneventful. "You three can go home. I will inform the Hokage of the success of our mission. As nothing out of the norm happened, you don't need to be there," Kurenai told them. "The money will be transferred to your accounts like always." "Great. I'm so looking forward to some steaks at home," Kiba exclaimed. "I have to work some more on my new jutsu with my hive. I'm close to getting it down," Shino stated. I don't really have anything planned, but I think it would be nice to see what kind of things are sold at the Uzumaki's shop," Hinata said, secretly hoping to meet Naruto there. "I didn't get to see everything when they had their opening event and after that most of the time father sent members of the branch family to buy things that were needed." "Well, certainly all good things to do with your time. I'll see you at our normal training ground in 2 days. You get tomorrow off, as the mission took a week," Kurenai told her students. "Understood, Sensei," the three answered and went their separate ways, as their destinations lay in different parts of the village. Hinata took her time to walk to the shop. It was a nice day and she made a stop at a bakery to buy a cinnamon bun. She loved the treat and in her opinion it was served far too few times at the Hyuga compound. Some people on the streets nodded at her, smiling, which she returned. It was expected after all that the heiress of the Hyuga clan behaved properly in public. She reached the shop after 10 minutes of leisure walking and entered through the open doors. "Welcome to the Uzumaki department store," she heard from her left and found Siri Uzumaki standing there. Hello. I wanted to have a better look around, as last time I had the chance to come here, it was very full," Hinata said, collecting herself a bit. "Of course. Any area you are especially interested in?" Siri asked. "Perhaps some information about plants with healing properties. I heard you had uncommon books on that topic," she answered. "Sure we do. I also recommend the assortment of decorative items and statues with healing properties. We have some very cute ones that help preventing that you catch a cold or other common sicknesses. Always a plus for a ninja," Siri said. Then a wealthy-looking woman entered the shop with 2 servants. "Ah, Madam Akita, welcome to the Uzumaki department store," Siri greeted her warmly. "Siri, it's good to see you again. I assume that my order is ready?" she asked, smiling. "Certainly. I will get it from the back room. And I'll get you a guide, Miss Hinata. Coincidentally, I have somebody helping today that will certainly be better company for you than I could be." He winked at her, making her blush a little. Now, Siri, no flirting with girls the age of your sons," Madam Akita admonished mischievously. "Ah, you know me. A pretty girl deserves that men show her that she's worth being flirted with," Siri teased back, "but you're right, she should get that experience by somebody closer to her age. And if only I really was their father. But I'm actually Haru's godfather and Naruto is my ward." Hinata meanwhile was blushing horribly. "Don't worry, Hinata, we are only joking around," Madam Akita told the blushing girl, "but you don't have to worry, once you are ready for it, the boys will line up to be with you. Maybe even one of his boys," she pointed at Siri, "they certainly would be a good catch." Siri laughed at that and Hinata didn't answer and just managed a nod. Siri went to the back room and came back with Naruto in tow, both carrying a large box, wrapped in brown paper. "Hey, Hinata, Siri told me that you needed somebody to show you around the shop properly," Naruto greeted her cheerily. Hello, Naruto," Hinata brought out. After the teasing of the adults, it was even harder to be in the presence of her crush. "Where would you like to go first? I have the time to show you around the whole shop, if you like," Naruto offered. "Well, the book area for healing plants and some of those statues with special properties," Hinata answered. "Good choice. We have some really awesome statues. I personally like the owls a lot. Haru's owl Hedwig is so cool. She was the one that helped us catch onto Mizuki's plans by spying on him," Naruto told her. "Really, doesn't she stand out in the dark?" Hinata asked, knowing that she was a snowy owl. "She can change her color with a jutsu. Haru is training her to be a real ninja owl so that she can come onto missions with us," Naruto told her and led her over to the section that Hinata was most interested in. "I know that we teased her about maybe falling for one of your boys, Siri, but I would have to be very mistaken if she didn't have a crush on Naruto already," Madam Akita commented, watching the teens. "You're right. Perhaps I can gently move things along there a little. But I fear Naruto will need a bit longer to realize it. He didn't have any references while growing up and still has to fully get over his perceived crush on another girl in his class, even if things have greatly ceased on that front. But just spending time together might help," Siri commented. "Well, keep me updated. I love a good romance," Madam Akita giggled. "Here are the 100,000 ryo we agreed upon." She handed him an envelope filled with large bills. "Thank you. Everything inside the boxes is packed for safe transport. 20 crystal statues in the form of your family mascot, as ordered," Siri confirmed the transaction. "Great. I really want to have them placed all over the house. With my daughter being prone to catching any kind of sickness, I will sleep much better knowing that at least inside the house it will happen less often," Madam Akita said gratefully. If the medic nins don't find a way to help her, the teammate of Naruto, Nev, is a trained medic in more than the commonly known fields. He might be able to brew some medicine that could help her with getting a better immune system, Siri suggested. "I will keep that in mind. If this isn't enough, I might come back to that. Thank you again, Siri," she replied and bowed slightly, which Siri returned. Then the 2 servants took the boxes and they left the store. Siri went over to see what Naruto and Hinata were doing and it seemed that Hinata was telling Naruto about her latest mission, which Naruto then returned with telling her about the missions he had been on. He would leave them alone, as Naruto could easily show Hinata around the whole shop while he worked on different things. There were other orders to get ready for the coming days after all. When Hinata was finished with her exploration of the shop, she realized that she had bought much more than she could carry on her own. "Don't worry, I can help you carry your things home. It isn't a bother," Naruto offered after Hinata had given Siri the information to her account and had signed a draft that allowed him to ask for the required amount at the bank. For those that were known to be good for handling transactions via the bank, this service was offered, meaning the members of the known clans in the village, which gave the shop some brownie points with them. "That would be greatly appreciated, Naruto. I guess I went a bit overboard. But you really have so many great things here," Hinata complimented. "Thank you, Miss Hinata," Siri replied. "Your praise is very welcome. You can take the rest of the day off, Naruto, but no training." "Yes, I know. Don't worry, I keep my word and I promise not to train until the day after tomorrow," Naruto nodded. "Good. Then have fun. Dinner is at 6:30 today. Alika wanted to try a new dish that Ayame told her about," Siri informed him. "I will be there. Anything Ayame recommended has to be great," Naruto nodded eagerly. Then Naruto took one box and Hinata another and they left the shop. Siri silently wished Naruto luck. He would much prefer for his son to find a nice girl like Hinata than a bitch like that Sakura. Naruto had never known that spending time with Hinata could be this nice. At the academy she never spoke a lot with him, but now she listened to his stories and was actually impressed how well his team was doing and congratulated him for the second place in the archery tournament of the daimyo. She was also very worried about him after hearing that he too had been poisoned. "Are you really okay?" she asked concerned. "Yes. Nev is a great medic and he was there and could tell Haru what to do while he took care of the daimyo. Haru also has basic medical training, even if it isn't his focus. And my bloodline limit allows me to heal faster. Siri is just worried about me, therefore, he forbade me to train until the medicine that Nev made did their work. It's not what I like best, but I can easily deal with it. Not to mention that I got to spend the day with him," Naruto told her smiling. "Did he adopt you?" she asked. "No, but I wish he was my dad. He's really cool and when we came back, I guess he did what I expect a father to do. He sent me to bed and took care of me. He told me of his time at his previous school and what kind of great pranks he and his friends thought up. Haru's dad was his best friend before Haru's parents were murdered when Haru was still a baby. That's why he was named Haru's godfather. But ever since they arrived in Konoha, I was included in the clan and I couldn't be happier. I never knew what a family was like, but now I do and it's the best feeling in the world," Naruto raved. "I'm happy for you. Maybe he will one day really be your dad," she told him smiling. Naruto nodded, smiling back. He really liked talking with Hinata this way, she was really nice. "How many C-rank missions did your team do by now?" he asked. 3 so far. Kiba was really happy when we got the first one. He didn't want to stand back behind your team, as you got one before us. But still, it's better than with Team 7. Sasuke appeared to be really grumpy about his lack of higher-ranked missions, Hinata told him. "Would be like the bastard," Naruto agreed. "It's not nice to call other people names," Hinata admonished softly. Well, perhaps you're right. It's just so much of a habit, as he also called me a dead last at the academy before the rest of the clan came to Konoha and I finally found out why I had such trouble with the normal clone jutsu," Naruto commented. Hinata nodded, knowing that it was true as well. "How long does your team have to wait for your next mission?" Hinata asked. "The old man Hokage said that we had 1 week off, I guess with how our mission went that's understandable. Genma-sensei is really busy with helping with the information he got from the assassin that he caught and the group he defeated when he rushed back to warn us about the second attempt," Naruto answered. "My father was very upset about the 2 assassination attempts when he was informed. He sent 3 of our strongest Byakugan users to the capital to assist the 12 ninja guardians. Our clan is highly involved in diplomatic relations between Konoha and the daimyo's court and just the thought that somebody came that close to killing our country's ruler is shocking," Hinata admitted. "That's true. I hope the hunter nins will soon catch the group so that the threat is dealt with. If they had succeeded, we might face a war in the near future," Naruto said solemnly. "That would be horrible. I'm just glad that your team managed to prevent his death twice," Hinata stated. "Me too. Still, the food at the celebration after the tournament was awesome. And it was nice to be admired for something I had achieved. Of course the main attention was on Haru, as he won the tournament, but I never expected to get into the finals. I didn't practice archery for long after all, but it's something I like. It helps with giving me a ranged weapon, as my normal style is mostly close to mid-range. Yes, that makes sense. I will learn higher-ranked clan jutsus based on our taijutsu style to cover that as well in the future. So far my father wants me to concentrate on perfecting the intermediate forms, but it's really hard, Hinata said. Hey, I know you can do it. If you don't get it the first time, you just need to train hard until you get it. As long as you do that, you will improve all the time, and you can look up more techniques in your clan's library, I think. Look for those that you can see yourself using in a battle. And perhaps you can also tweak known jutsus so that they fit you better. I mean, I had to learn shadow clones to have a kind of clone that I could use, thanks to my denser chakra and higher reserves, which are common for an Uzumaki. Only then I managed graduation from the academy, Naruto suggested. Perhaps I could do that, Hinata pondered. I don't have the chakra for the rotation, but if I used my chakra in a different way to achieve a similar effect, one that needed less chakra. Then you would have an awesome personal jutsu and I bet your dad would be proud of you for developing it. After all, you can't be the only Hyuga that doesn't have large reserves, and if you get great control for your smaller reserves you could do many cool things. Like learning medical ninjutsu like Nev. His control is by far the best in our team. Even Genma-sensei doesn't have that kind of chakra control, Naruto pointed out. Genjutsu also needs that kind of control. I have already written that branch of jutsus off as out of my reach, unless it needs a shitload of chakra. I can only dispel them. I will look into that, Hinata stated. I'm already interested in medicine and adding some proper medical jutsus would be a benefit for my team as well. I could support them much better that way. After all, neither Shino nor Kiba has real talent in that area. I bet you can do it. You're really smart too after all. You did always get good grades in class, Naruto praised her. You know my grades? Hinata asked surprised. Sure, I wanted to know who the best ones in the class were, as I wanted to be better than them. I was surprised at first that you had equally good grades as Sakura in your tests, but when I watched you a little, I saw that you always paid attention in class and it explained. Them. I was just confused why you didn't get a better end ranking, when you clearly have strong jutsus that you learned from your clan, Naruto explained. I just don't like hurting others, and the gentle fist style can cause great damage, therefore I didn't want to use it at the academy, Hinata admitted. Well, I can somewhat understand it, but wouldn't it have been better for the others in our class to learn that there are much more damaging styles out there and to look out for them? Naruto asked. I mean, we had Iruka-sensei and even the bastard Mizuki supervising us then. They would have made sure that nothing too bad happened and it would have been a learning experience. I never thought about it like that, Naruto, Hinata admitted shocked. Well, if I was on your team, I would want you to study as much as you could about that cool style and then use it against me in sparring matches, of course without aiming at vital points. That way I would improve at the same time. I mean, at least it would lead to being much faster at dodging. I certainly learned it quickly when Nev learned using chakra scalpels with his taijutsu. He can cut a tendon by just touching you. Hurts like a bitch, but he can also easily heal the damage. Not to mention that with my healing factor I never have to deal with that for more than a day. But I certainly got very cautious when he has glowing hands, Naruto described, and I can deflect his attacks by now as well. But if he didn't do it, I wouldn't have learned that. And if I ever face another medic in a battle, knowing this might just win me a fight. Hinata nodded. Naruto didn't know it, but she got a new resolve to better herself her way, step by step, until she reached her goal, and she would start using her gentle fist in spars with her teammates, much to the satisfaction of her sensei. They reached the entrance gate to the Hyuga compound and were let inside by the guard. Naruto admired the house and complimented Hinata for her nice home. When they reached the main building, 2 other Hyugas came over and took the 2 boxes, promising to deliver them to Hinata's room. I really enjoyed the time with you, Naruto, and thank you again for showing me around the shop, Hinata said politely with a smile in her face. I liked it as well. If you want to, we could meet some other time. Perhaps we could eat something tomorrow and then just hang out? Naruto asked hopefully, as he wanted to get to know Hinata better. He thought she would be a great friend. Sure. Hinata answered happily. I don't have training with my team tomorrow and have time. Great. How about I come over to get you at 10 in the morning? We could go somewhere you like and then find a restaurant to eat. There, Naruto suggested. Sounds wonderful, Hinata agreed. Then until tomorrow, Naruto said happily. Until tomorrow, Hinata repeated and Naruto left the compound. None of the two noticed that Hinata's father had seen everything, thanks to his Byakugan, and was mentally resigned to his daughter being interested in a boy. He had really hoped that it would take a bit more time, at least she wasn't among those that fawned over the Uchiha boy. And thanks to the return of the Uzumaki clan, the boy was at least more acceptable company now, and the reports about the team were also positive. It wouldn't do to disapprove of a boy that had won many positive remarks from the way he presented himself in the archery tournament. While most people spoke about Haru's victory and Nev's actions that saved the daimyo twice, Naruto was also recognized as a great talent. If the boy could learn archery to that level within the short time since his clan had come to the village, he was somebody to watch. Okay, that's it for this chapter. And yes, currently I'm favoring Naruhina in this story, until next time. Meanwhile in Britain, as many of you wished for a chapter to show what's going on in Great Britain, well, here are some insights. I also want to thank the many that have favored my stories and left reviews. Happy reading. Meanwhile in Britain, Fred and George Weasley had been right about their fears. Only days after the news of Harry leaving broke, they had got a terrible howler from Oliver Wood, who read them the riot act, very loudly, actually competing with their mother in being terrifying with a howler, for losing Harry as Gryffindor's seeker, just over some stupid bet. They had been really relieved when Ginny proved to have inherited the Weasley Quidditch genes and that she was a great flyer and could perform more than passable as a seeker. They used the time they had before school started again to train Ginny to the best of their abilities. No way would they take the abuse the others would heap upon them when they returned to school. While they couldn't give her a broom like the Nimbus 2000 that Harry had got, they managed to get Charlie and Bill to help out with getting her a decent broom. There was a sale on older models of brooms. They were still unused, but newer models had become more popular and Quality Quidditch Supplies was selling the less popular models for half of their normal price. They bought Ginny a Comet, which cost about a third of the price that was demanded for the Nimbus 2000, which was currently also cheaper, as the 2001 model had come out. This way they could hope that their team had a chance to keep up with the Quidditch Cup. Ginny, thankfully, was easy to convince. She loved playing Quidditch, even if her mother wasn't as happy about the idea as her older twin brothers, and she considered it a good way to be popular among her future housemates. She was convinced that she would get into Gryffindor. And while she knew that her mother had plans for the future, Ginny actually had plans of her own. Sure, she would have loved to get to know Harry Potter and later on become his girlfriend. Which witch didn't dream of winning the heart of the boy who lived? But she was realistic enough, especially after seeing how much work the twins put into her training, to know that even if she had managed to make the plans of her mother work, there were many other things that were important to have a good time at Hogwarts. Just one boy didn't make up 7 years at the school. Now, with the option of marrying into money not being as easy as before, and the twins giving her an overview about how things worked at school, she decided that she wouldn't let anybody's plans hold her back. She had written to Bill and Charlie as well, asking them about their opinion concerning her time at Hogwarts and how to have the best experience there. The answer, while given in different words, was basically the same. Find friends you can trust, do your best in classes and enjoy your time there. Find out what area of magic you liked best, where your strengths lay, and to not let their mother dictate what to do in the future. It was her life and she had to live it. She decided to just do that. She would make friends, play Quidditch, which she loved doing, be good in classes and look into all kinds of professions that sounded interesting. She had no plans to end up as a housewife like her mother. That much was a definite no in her books. With her new plan firmly in mind, Ginny had also thought about the things that she would need for Hogwarts. While her older brothers had been nice enough to gift her with a broom of her own, she would need other things as well. Mainly clothes fit for a girl, as she would be mocked over having to wear boy robes, which she wanted to avoid, and books that weren't falling apart. She had looked through all the old school books that were kept at the Burrow and had assembled all the ones from Bill and Charlie that were in good condition. All the books were stored on the attic, and the twins had been helpful in getting past the ghoul. Comparing it to Ron's list of books from the year before, she realized that 3/4 of it were still the current ones, and she took the books down to her room to see if they could be brought into better condition, if needed. In doubt, well, There were spells to exchange the covers to look better. She also found an old cauldron from Charlie, which had only been used for 5 years, since he didn't take the subject after 5th year, contrary to Bill, which had seemingly been forgotten when Charlie put his things away before 6th year. All 3 of her oldest brothers had got a new cauldron for themselves, having gone to school at the same time, meaning there was none that could have been passed down to a younger sibling at the time. Robes were a different story, as they were outgrown regularly and then not usable by the original owner anymore. The year the twins started at Hogwarts had been a great sale on slightly used cauldrons of all kinds, like getting everything for half price, and her parents had taken the opportunity to buy the twins 2 of those ones, next to buying 2 more, one for her mother's brewing at home and one for reserve, which Ron had got when he started. Bill's old cauldron had accompanied him to Egypt, which nobody had said anything about, simply because that year the sale had been and it was much better to have newer cauldrons for the twins anyway. But she didn't have a cauldron yet and she could imagine that it wouldn't be a good one she got right now. And if she wanted to not be on the bad side of Snape, she needed to at least have a proper cauldron. Charlie's old one would do perfectly. This seriously reduced the number of things she needed to buy, which would also make her parents happy. There were still some things that she would need, things that cost money. A new wand was at the top of that list. She had seen how the old wands that her family owned looked like and they were a safety hazard. The ones she would be able to choose from were definitely not acceptable if she wanted to do well in class. Fred and George had lucked out with the wands of their uncles Fabian and Gideon Pruitt, which were good matches for them. Ron got Charlie's old wand, but that one had belonged to their great-grandfather Weasley before and it was no good match. Which meant she needed money for a proper wand. And that money needed to be earned some way. Thankfully she wasn't as ignorant of the Muggle world as many other members of her family. She was used to going down into the village for shopping and she knew that Muggles allowed children to earn some pocket money with chores. And the summer break was long enough to save up for all the things she would need, even if some had to be bought second-hand. Though perhaps there were also some shops where she could get things cheaper. Diagon Alley was after all not the cheapest place to buy things from. She would have to investigate that part. But the more money she could earn, the less she would have to take in terms of second or even third-hand equipment for her first year at school. When Ginny arrived at Hogwarts, she had been helped onto the train by her brothers and had found a group of girls to sit with, which was really nice. She was in awe of the splendor of the castle. The Great Hall was especially impressive. She was happy to say that her hard work over the summer break, even if her mother hadn't been too happy about it, but she did so anyway, with her father's blessing, as he said that learning to work for the things you wanted to have was an important lesson in life, had paid off. She now owned a new wand from Ollivander, paid by the money she had earned herself, with an additional 3 galleons being given to her by her mother's great-aunt Muriel, who she had also worked for, as it made sense to use all sources of income she could find, and Muriel was wealthy and was very open to Ginny doing some errands for her to earn herself proper equipment for Hogwarts. Aunt Muriel had told her they were for some nice clothes, as a girl simply wanted to have other things than boys. And while Aunt Muriel was strict and had certain beliefs, Ginny could work around them. And her aunt was a fountain of knowledge how the old families expected a young witch to conduct herself at Hogwarts, and she knew some beauty spells, which Ginny hadn't expected at all. Things like how to style your hair into nice forms and how to make it shine. She had also given her a book that described how to get the best results in brewing potions. It was the first volume in a series of 3, called Brewing Secrets, From Beginner to Master. The book was a copy that her aunt had let her house elf make for Ginny, simply because the original was too valuable to be allowed at a school like Hogwarts. But a copy on cheaper material was perfectly okay. Ginny was very happy about that. Now she waited until it was her turn to be sorted. She also made a point in trying to commit as many names and faces of her fellow first years as possible to memory. It would be good to know them all. When she was called up, she walked towards the hat confidently. It was put onto her head and she waited. Ah, another Weasley, but a girl for once, that's a true surprise. You definitely are nothing like your brother last year. Yes, you follow more into the footsteps of your other brothers and parents. Clearly a Gryffindor. Ginny heard the hat say, and happily slipped of the stool after the hat was taken from her head and walked over to the Gryffindor table, where Fred and George were clearly relieved. Well, otherwise all their training for her would have been in vain, as their captain would then still be after their skins. Albus Dumbledore frowned at the sight of the youngest Weasley child. It was clear that her clothes were of better quality and new than he had seen before. He looked over the other 4 Weasley siblings and noticed that not only she, but also Percy and the twins wore newer clothes. With Percy it wasn't that surprising, as he was a prefect and Molly tended to treat those achieving the position better in terms of getting things. But with how he had been forced to accept Gilderoy Lockhart as the Dada teacher this year, simply because no other candidate applied, and with that there were the 7 books that were needed for the class, he had expected that the Weasleys would have had to cut down on other parts. And he hadn't managed to really talk to Molly about things, as she was more than annoyed about the fact that the plan of getting Harry Potter and Ginny together would be a complete failure before it could even start. There still was no trace of the 2 boys. Instead he had to deal with Fudge distancing himself more and more. Lucius Malfoy was getting a foothold with the man, and that wasn't good for Dumbledore's goals at all. He had hoped that the bill that Arthur Weasley had brought in, for better Muggle protection, would give the blonde aristocrat more trouble, but he had actually managed to cut it down to much lower scales than Arthur had intended. And Lucius was cunning enough to not be targeted by the raids for things that were now forbidden. Instead Lucius had simply gone to the ministry with a large bag of only lightly problematic things, which had been legal before, declared that he was, according to the new law, delivering the things that had been in his possession before, and was cleared of any further investigations. It was clear to anybody that knew him that Lucius had only given up things that he could easily replace or didn't really need, but it let him appear like a good citizen, following the law. His mask was perfect and it was left to be seen if his son had been taught in the art as well. Last year the boy hadn't been really impressive, but that might change, now that Harry was gone and didn't pose a threat to Draco's influence among the students anymore. And no matter what, Draco's grades, while not among the top of his year, had been decent. He wondered if Arthur had got some bonuses for his work, as he was doing overtime, but he didn't really think so. The misuse of Muggle artifacts office wasn't highly regarded and it was doubtful that Arthur got more than a few additional galleons, which didn't explain the clothes of his children. In the Gryffindor common room, Fred and George took Ginny and presented her to Oliver Wood. "Oliver, this is our younger sister Ginny, who inherited the great Quidditch genes of the Weasley family," Fred declared. "Fred and I have been training her all summer to prepare her for taking over the seeker spot, as we knew that the older members of the house didn't really impress anybody at the tryouts last year," George added. Oliver glared at the twin, still angry about losing the best seeker he had ever seen, but then inspected the youngest Weasley. You are small and lean, which is good for a seeker. How long have you been flying?" Oliver asked. "Since I was 6. I regularly broke into the broom shed at home, taking my brother's brooms, because the idiots, called my brothers and mother, didn't think that a girl could play Quidditch, well, until those 2 got scared shitless for losing your seeker, thanks to the bet. Though I would assume that Harry and Neville already had this planned, and just profited from the twins being too easily tricked," Ginny replied. "Might be, but the twins are still under observation. They better don't mess around during training," Oliver growled. "We would never," the twin declared, knowing very well what would happen if they did. "Well, your experience is okay then. We will see how well you actually fly and can catch a snitch. The problem will be getting permission to let you have your own broom. And what kind of broom you could afford," Oliver commented. "Don't worry about that part, Oliver. We got her a Comet 270, the model that was replaced by the newer models. It's a decent and fast racing broom and it is a new broom. Bill and Charlie helped out with some money to buy as Ginny's birthday present this year. And I have the broom in my trunk." Percy now spoke up from behind them. "If anybody gives her trouble, I will claim it is my broom that I just let her borrow. Everybody knows that I'm too busy to play Quidditch or fly a lot. And the rules don't say anything at all about firsties being on the team." "Thank you, Percy. That really helps a lot," Oliver commented, relieved to not have to worry about that problem. "How come that you are helping with Quidditch?" Angelina Johnson asked. "I happen to like watching Quidditch and my dear sister showed the twins and myself how to earn ourselves some more pocket money over the summer break. Thanks to her ideas, we all could afford some proper things for school. The least I can do is helping out with a little white lie. After all, Professor McGonagall allowed Harry Potter to join the team last year, so why not make sure that another first year gets the same chance? As long as no rules are broken, I couldn't care less. And Ginny promised to not slack in her studies if I helped out," Percy explained. Angelina nodded. This made sense. Hagrid looked at the 3 creatures that were now his. One was a fire-breathing salamander, just one step below being classed as a small dragon, but still legal to have without special ministry permission. One was a bird with sharp feathers, and the last one a simple bowtruckle, but one that was very fond of riding on his shoulder. He actually took Leafy, the bowtruckle, with him when he took walks into the forest. Leafy was very good at finding trees that were of the quality to be used for wands, and Hagrid had decided to earn himself some money by selling the wood of those trees, as well as things like unicorn hair, to wand makers or potion suppliers. After thinking about a lot of things over the summer break, he had come to the decision that he didn't need to limit himself as much as he had done in the past. While he loved his job as the gamekeeper at Hogwarts, there were other ways to increase his income. The gamekeeper job didn't make him much, it just worked, as he got free meals at the castle and could live on the grounds without having to pay rent. But he couldn't pay for certain things, and he decided to change that. Thus he had contacted people he knew, and he knew many, as they had all attended Hogwarts in the past, and asked if they were interested in buying certain things he found during his strolls and patrols in the Forbidden Forest. He had got surprisingly many positive replies and lists of prices that the apothecaries and suppliers were willing to pay for different things that they guessed he could get regularly. He had never known how much all the things he regularly came across were worth. But he had taken the chance. Alone over the first week of starting his new little business, he had earned 300 galleons. That was a lot of money for somebody like him. He had sold hairs from unicorns, centaurs and thestrals, feathers from Dirica WLS, eagles and owls, teeth from different kinds of snakes, as well as venom from them, eggs and many other things. He had made a list for himself what he normally found in the forest, and he had even got Aragog to agree to supplying him with silk and venom for his new business. There were so many unused nets in the nest of Aragog's family, and Hagrid was more than happy to give his old friend and pet some large cows in exchange for a certain amount of things. Acromantula products were hard to get, as simply few could handle them as well as he did, and the return value was far above the costs for the cows. If he could, he would have thanked Harry and Neville for opening his eyes to the fact that he was not making the most of the situation he was in. Especially Neville had talked to him about the things he had procured for him in the forest. Many of the creatures that the two had bred and later taken with them had been caught by Hagrid in the forest. Neville had talked about how difficult it was to get certain things for the normal student, and Hagrid had made a point to get copies of the recipes of the potions that Professor Snape had the students cover in classes, and then pinning a note to all notice boards in the common rooms before the students returned that if they needed ingredients for their potions classes or private studies, he could supply them with the common ingredients for lower prices than the apothecaries asked for. Right now, of course, there hadn't been any requests, but he was sure they would come, and he would get to meet more students that way as well. He wanted to know them, and he liked inviting the nicer ones over for tea. It made his life at Hogwarts much better. Augusta Longbottom didn't dare leaving Longbottom Manor anymore. Ever since her grandson had left, how he could have found out about their plans she had no idea, but he had done so, not to mention that the fortune was gone as well. She had been forced to cut back on all kinds of things. From expensive clothes to keep her standing in society to donations to keep useful contacts active. Without money you had no power in Wizarding Britain, and it was clear to everybody that House Longbottom was finished. People had already taken a wait-and-see attitude after Frank and Alice had been committed to St. Mungo's long-term spell damage ward, but they hadn't cut all ties, as there was still Neville. And you couldn't really determine the power of a baby for a number of more years. Still, when Neville didn't show any impressive accidental magic, more and more people decided that the Longbottoms weren't worth their time. They had tried so much to bring out Neville's magic, but it hadn't worked. She couldn't understand how they could have been so wrong. The boy had to have talent and power in spades, if he could manage to pass all of his newt exams when he wasn't even 12 years old. It was unheard in history. No child had ever passed its newts before it was at least 15 years of age, and here, her grandson and his best friend, the Potter boy, had done just that, blown all expectations out of the water. Nobody had had any idea that the two boys were that talented. Their first-year report cards were certainly very good, taking the top 2 spots of their year, but nothing indicated that they were that much ahead of their classmates. Then the vanishing act. Even now, after months of searching in all kinds of places for the missing children, as well as Frank and Alice, who were clearly healed, going by Frank's letter, which all healers and unspeakables that had examined the two had declared impossible, there was no trace. She knew that Dumbledore and the Ministry were moving heaven and earth to find the Potter boy, but they had failed so far. From Algernon she had heard that, next to the disappearance of the group, there had also been an incident at Azkaban, which was hushed up, as Fudge feared that if people found out about it, they would cry for his head. Having the second in command of you-know-who flee from the prison without a trace, and without anybody finding out until the regular change of guards took place, as the ones that had been on duty had been killed in a fire that also killed the prisoners in the high security wing, would be lethal for any political career. If there had been any chance to profit from the information, she would have done it, but she couldn't. She couldn't give any reasonable source of the information that wouldn't come to bite her in the end. According to Algernon, Fudge was working on a usable cover-up. Right now the main idea anybody had was to declare that for unknown reasons a fire had broken out and all prisoners in the high security wing had been killed by it. Nobody would actually bother to ask for all the names. People would probably celebrate the news. Declaring one more person deceased wouldn't be too hard. Just claim that there wasn't any way to identify the remains clearly and you had a workable cover. But she couldn't even suggest it to regain some influence. There was still the problem of her lack of money. The manor took up too much money to keep up. They had already sold a number of valuables, but the upkeep cost them too much. If it wouldn't be like declaring defeat, she would sell the stupid building, but it was actually the only building the Longbottom family still owned, having sold off other ones to pay for the stay of Frank and Alice at the hospital. Now that proved to be a disadvantage, as one of the smaller houses would have been a good place to live and she could have commented that with her grandson and son gone, she didn't want to stay at the place where too many memories plagued her. Not too far-fetched, and an old woman like her could reasonably want to not have to walk the long corridors all the time anymore. The houses that had been sold were after all meant to be retirement locations for the elders of the family once upon a time. When the family had still been more numerous and the manor was meant to be the seat of the head of the house and his family. Where official functions could take place and children could play in large, beautiful gardens, giving a proper image of a powerful and wealthy house. All in the past now. The future lost. She really didn't know what would happen. If only the boy hadn't run away, everything would be better now. Remus Lupin was still pained by inner turmoil, but at least his daily life had become easier. The pills were a godsend for him. He could finally transform without losing his mind every month on the full moon. And they could be taken in combination with a sleeping potion during that night, which had also been on the letter with the information how to take them. He could take the potion early in the evening, before the transformation even started, fall asleep and simply notice nothing about his transformation. Sure, it was best to not wear any clothes during those nights, as they would otherwise rip apart, but otherwise it was the most painless process he had ever experienced. He had decided to stay away from Dumbledore, keeping hidden, as he didn't want the spells, which he had confirmed, to take too strong a hold over him. As long as the old man couldn't track him down, which the wards around the house ensured, he was fairly unbothered. Logically, after examining himself and determining what kinds of spells there were placed upon him, he knew that the letter had told the truth, but whenever he wanted to rage against Dumbledore, the compulsion to always look up to him set in. There were runes that were basically branded into his back. Those runes were the reason why the spells couldn't simply be lifted. He didn't know why he had never noticed them before, but he was smart enough to know that they would only lose their effect fully after Dumbledore's death. They were keyed to just his magical signature. He might still think that the old man had a reason for his actions after the event, but he wouldn't be used against any of Dumbledore's opponents, or simply because he wanted to control somebody else. He really hoped, until the compulsion chastised him for it, that the old man didn't have to live much longer. He hated this. He wished he could have at least got to know Harry. But that would never happen. Now, at least he had managed to find a new job in the Muggle world, and, thanks to the pills, he hadn't needed to call in for being ill after the full moon once so far. It was a major improvement to any other job he had had before. Perhaps this time he could earn a living properly. And the Muggles didn't have those horrible anti-werewolf laws. His job didn't require him to work hours at night, thus nobody even suspected more than him being one of the people that were a bit peaky around the full moon. But as it didn't cause more than being a bit pale and tired after the day, nobody mentioned it. Working as helper in a library wasn't the most glorious kind of job, but it got him a regular salary, which put food onto his table and he could use the regular hours to study Muggle subjects in the evenings. If he managed to get a degree for some Muggle subjects, he would be able to apply for better paying jobs in the future. He wasn't that old, just being 32 years old, and muggles getting higher education when they were already adults was actually fairly common. If he studied 3 hours each day, he would be done with his studies in 2 years, and that prospect gave him hope. He might be alone, but he wasn't destitute and desperate anymore. Ginny was at the Hogwarts library. She had decided to look up which jobs in the wizarding world paid really well and what qualifications you needed for them. And then of course how interesting they were. No matter what her mother said, a ministry position would be too boring for her. She wanted more excitement in her life. Still, being seen as a good girl would give her more leeway with the teachers and she would be free to pursue the topics she wanted, probably also managing to be allowed passes for the restricted section. But that was in the future. She looked over the other students that sat there. One girl seemed to be disgruntled and studying furiously. She only knew her by name. Hermione Granger was in her brother Ron's year, but in Gryffindor like Ginny. Ron's grades were abysmal and if he didn't shape up, she wouldn't be too surprised if he would be withdrawn from Hogwarts. It was too expensive to send your children here to have one of them waste the tuition for being a lazy ass. If Ron didn't make the next year, well, he would have to fear that happening to him. Ginny wondered why Hermione was as disgruntled as she was. While she didn't know much about the students the year above her, she hadn't heard about the girl having trouble in class. She should perhaps ask the twins. They were normally quite well informed. Deciding to leave the matter of the other girl rest for now, she went to Madame Pants and asked which books had a good overview over jobs in the wizarding world, as she wanted to get a good idea before she had to even think about the electives she could choose the following year. And this way she would know if a subject needed really good grades to allow her into a job. Hermione Granger wasn't happy. She had found out from the Daily Prophet, which she had taken a subscription to, as she wanted to keep informed about things in the wizarding world while she was at home, that both Harry Potter as well as Neville Longbottom had aced their newts, the highest degree that Hogwarts students could achieve, and they had only just finished their first year. She might have been able to get over the fact that both had thoroughly beaten her for the 2 top spots for their year. She might have accepted that they had learned enough to also breeze through second-year stuff, but she could not wrap her mind around the fact that they had skipped 6 years of school. She had always been the best student at primary school. She had always had one of the top 3 spots in her subjects, except for PE, which simply wasn't her strength, as she never invested much time into being active. She would rather read a good book. But now, after the 2 had declassed her like that, she felt as if she would never be able to get out of their overly large shadow. How would she be able to convince others that she was better than others that competed for jobs? If 2 boys, younger than her by nearly a year, had done what they had done, and one of them hadn't been any good at the start of the last school year. She simply didn't get how they had managed to learn all the things asked for new students in the time they had. It should have been impossible, not even if they had managed to repeat time, which she knew was possible to a certain degree, but required a device called a time turner, which was highly regulated by the Ministry of Magic. She only had found out when she had coincidentally seen Percy Weasley use his and questioned him about it. They could have fit all the material in. Especially not with Harry being on the Quidditch team and them doing all their physical training in the morning. She just didn't understand. And when she didn't understand something, she would research it until she had a satisfying answer. What she didn't notice was that her behavior drove any other student that might have become her friend away. Nobody wanted to befriend anybody that was as obsessed with being the best as she was. Most students in her year had already decided to just let her be. Not bullying her, but also not having anything to do with her besides sharing classes. No matter if she was good in class and might help them be better as well. So, I hope I covered enough people to make you happy about the current situation in Wizarding Britain. There will be a break with news from that side for a while and the story will concentrate on the Konoha side. Until next time. B-rank mission. Hi everybody. The story is back to the events going on in Konoha. And the next flash over to England will be a while. Happy reading. B-rank mission. After Naruto had fully recovered, the training of Team 9 was taken to the next level. The 3 genin really understood the reason behind it and didn't complain. They were all asked to make some shadow clones to increase the effect of Genma teaching them new jutsus. They all got 1 full week of training inside Konoha before going on to a new mission. They worked on 3 new jutsus each, which they took to mastery level during that time. Next to that, Genma worked with them on how each hand seal shaped their chakra and how that influenced their jutsus, giving them the basics to develop their own jutsus from there. Genma told them that it would be a large part of their training in a month or so, and he was laying the base for that training. The three boys were certainly looking forward to that, especially Neville, who saw it as a perfect opportunity to learn how to convert medical spells into medical jutsus. He knew how the spells did certain things, but he didn't know how a jutsu could do the same in many cases. Haru wanted to create new applications of wind jutsus, as his repertoire in that element was somewhat limited. Naruto was open for any kind of new jutsu, and after having heard that his father had created a good deal of his jutsus himself, either by improving on existing ones or making them from scrap, he wanted to be able to do the same. Their physical training was also increased, and they were always seen at 6 in the morning, running for 1.5 hours as fast as they could on the path that surrounded the village. With it also going up the Hokage monument, it was a great training exercise. Especially with resistance seals activated at their current levels. Genma himself had also increased his personal training, knowing that he needed to be able to keep ahead of the boys and to protect them from those that would be after them. They had caught the attention of many parties during the archery competition and following assassination attempts on the daimyo, which meant that they would sooner or later be on the target lists for different countries. The best cause of action was now to get them to a high level to show them off during the Chunin exams. If you had already failed to keep a talented genin hidden until you wanted to reveal him, you went onto the offense and showed that the bit that had so far got out was only a small margin of the actual skill of said genin. Not to mention that it would bring the village a lot of business if their genin impressed the guests during the finals. While watching the team, Genma often thought how much the Yondaime would be proud of his son. It was truly a miracle how the boy had bloomed since the rest of the Uzumaki clan had arrived in the village. Naruto had started out from being dead last at the academy and was now among the best genin they had in the current age group. The teachers at the academy were really idiots to become as unprofessional as they did. Well, he wasn't about to repeat those mistakes. Once the morning training for his team was over, he called them together to get lunch and then continue their way to the Hokage Tower for their newest mission. When Team 9 arrived at the Hokage Tower after having lunch, this time they went to get okonomiyaki, they found that something was going on. The Hokage seemed to frown at reading a message he had got, with a small pug with a Konoha forehead protector on top of his head sitting next to the desk. This is really concerning, Pakun. I will send Kakashi and his team back up immediately, the Hokage promised. Thank you. I will go back home then. If Kakashi calls me again, I will inform him, the pug, Pakun, replied and disappeared in a cloud of smoke, signaling to the team that he was a summoning animal. Kakashi having trouble on a mission? Genma asked. Yes. Team 7 finally got the 30D ranks together and went on their first C rank yesterday. It should have been a simple thing, just escort and protection of a bridge builder with bandits being the main concern. But it seems that Tazuna, the client, didn't tell the whole truth when requesting the mission. A business tycoon is after his life, as his bridge threatens his monopoly in the area, probably also his criminal activities. Is your team ready to move out, Genma? Certainly, Lord Hokage, Genma confirmed. All right. I would normally have sent Guy with his students or a Chunin team, but I don't have any readily available. This is a B rank support mission for Team 7. They encountered 2 Chunin level missing nins from Kiri, the Demon Brothers, but could take them down without much trouble. Kakashi has requested backup, as he fears that the next opponent, once Gato realizes that the first attack failed, will be Jonin level. I want you to support Kakashi in going up against any Jonin, and your students will be helping dealing with Chunin level opponents and providing protection for the client. Feel free to eliminate the threat of Gato if you get the opportunity, but I don't want you to make it the primary focus for the mission, the Hokage explained. Understood, Genma stated, and the genin nodded. Next to that, I want you to collect as much information on how things in Wave truly are. We didn't know about this, which is very worrisome. Wave is just off the coast of Fire Country, and not being aware that a crime lord has taken over the control over a whole country can't be tolerated. Your information will then be used to formulate countermeasures. Your team is predestined for this kind of job, what with all of your genin being able to make shadow clones. Haru, I need one of your communication notebooks to keep in contact with your team to be able to give adjusted orders, depending on what you find out. I will have one brought as soon as I get to collect one. I have a number of them ready, as we plan to sell them at the store, Haru nodded. Good, then pack for your mission. You leave as soon as you are ready. Dismissed, The Hokage instructed and the team left through the door. Okay. You know what to do. We will meet at the gates in 30 minutes. Inform your family of the mission and that we will probably be gone for up to 2 weeks, Genma instructed. All right, Sensei, the boys confirmed and left via body flicker. Naruto took the job to inform Siri, Frank and Alika at the store that they had a mission to back Team 7 up, while Haru and Nev got their equipment together. He appeared outside of the store and entered through the back door, which led to a workroom where Frank and Alika normally took care of repair jobs or creating merchandise for the store. Hey, Frank, Alika, is Siri here? Naruto asked. He's in front. Anything happened? Alika asked. Our team has a mission to back up another Genin team, who went on a mission that was mislabeled and now needs some support, Naruto answered. Genma-sensei said that we would be gone for about 2 weeks. Okay. Well, you better tell Siri then, Frank nodded. While he was torn that his son was working in a job that should be done by adults, he was fully supportive of Nev's choices in life, and without him learning the things he did, thanks to Haru, they would still be dead to the world. And life in Konoha was good for them, and honestly, it was much safer than back in Great Britain, where, even after the war was over, children could be attacked and even backstabbed by people that were believed to be the good ones. No, better a society that taught children how to be soldiers than having an old man throw countless lives away over some ridiculous ideas of right and wrong, which he himself never followed anyway. Naruto went to the front, where he waited for 2 minutes for Siri to finish with his client. Hey, Naruto, what are you doing here? Training already over? Siri asked with a smile. No, our team has got a mission that will take us out of the village for about 2 weeks, Naruto answered. Oh, which rank, and what is it about? Siri asked. AB rank, where we are supporting Team 7. They went on a mission, but it got upgraded due to unexpected ninja interference, Naruto answered. Your first B rank. Well, I know you trained hard for things like that. Keep a cool head and don't let opponents rile you up. Or the members of Team 7 if I think about it. Have each other's backs and be on guard. I want you to come back unharmed this time. Naruto, Siri told him. I will do my best, Naruto promised. Siri then stepped forward and hugged Naruto, which, while slightly surprising, pleased the blonde boy. He liked positive physical contact. Like this. Also give Haru and Nev my best wishes. I know that you are a great team and will get the job done. If you need anything, you have the notebooks to contact us. Hedwig can deliver anything you might need to you, Siri stated. When do you leave? In about 25 minutes, Naruto answered. Okay, take care, Siri nodded and Naruto left, wanting to get his things and be ready at the gates on time. Team 9, not burdened by having to consider a civilian traveling with them, could go their full speed that they normally used on missions, not to mention that they could tree hop to stay out of sight. This way they only needed 6 hours to reach the coast that was closest to Wave Country, where Team 7 with their client had needed 1.5 days. Genma called them to a halt. Okay, as we don't have a boat to set over, we will use the water walking exercise. We will rest for 20 minutes to be ready for that. Eat and drink a bit, we probably won't have a good opportunity that soon again, Genma ordered. The three took out some food, everything suited for quickly eating during a mission, like rice balls, fruits and the like, next to drinking from their flasks. They talked about strategy as soon as they reached Wave Country and how to find Team 7. Tazuna had given the Hokage the information where he lived in Wave Country, which would be their first destination. Once they were rested, they started running over the water surface. It was probably the longest distance they had run over water yet, but they were all sure to easily manage. They had large enough reserves to pull the feet off. Thankfully the island wasn't too far away from the mainland, just about 15 kilometers. Once they reached the shore, with Genma using a jutsu to conceal their presence from one boat that passed by at a distance, they took another small break to recover. While they had managed to do it, this kind of distance for water walking wasn't normal for Genin to cover. I hope on the way back we can take a boat, Naruto commented, as he had had the hardest time, as keeping control over his chakra for that long was really hard for him. We will see what we can do. If the mission goes well, we might even be able to cross the distance by taking the bridge that is being built, Genma pointed out. That would be even better, Naruto agreed. Okay, let's get going. Kakashi and his team might already be at the bridge builder's house, Genma commented. The three genin nodded and followed their sensei towards the direction in which the house was located. For about 5 minutes of going at high speed nothing happened, but then they heard faint sounds of fighting. "We need to check that out. It might be Kakashi with his team," Genma ordered. "Naruto, I need you to scout with 2 transformed clones to make sure we don't go in at a severe disadvantage and make the situation worse." Naruto nodded and made the clones. While they were running towards the sounds, the clones flew ahead, disguised as seagulls. Those were common in the area after all. A minute after they left, Naruto got the first feedback. "There is one ninja fighting against Team 7. He has a huge sword and wears a mask made of bandages over the lower half of his face. He's tall and looks really strong. The area is covered in mist, which is feeling as if there was a good amount of chakra in it," Naruto reported. "Hiding in the mist jutsu then. The sword indicates one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kiri. Haru, can you blow the mist away? I wouldn't want to go up against one of them while having the disadvantage of the enemy being able to hide and land surprise." "Attacks?" Genma asked. "Sure thing sensei," Haru confirmed, and as soon as they reached the area, he went through hand seals, wind release, rising spring gale. The jutsu caused strong winds to blow from the ground to the sky, taking the mist with them. It seemed that the enemy wasn't happy about this happening. "More brats?" he sneered. "Boys, be on guard. That is indeed one of the 7 swordsmen. Zabuza Momochi," Genma warned. "Yes, sensei," the 3 Uzumakis confirmed and took position next to the battered-looking Team 7. "They sent you as backup. Why couldn't we get a stronger team? Like Chunins or Jonins?" Sakura complained. "Be happy you got back up in time at all," Nev reprimanded her. "Not to mention that our team was ready for a new mission when the call came in and we have enough experience to easily handle a B rank like this one," Haru added. "Now be quiet and be on guard." Tai and Sasuke accepted this command a lot easier than Sakura, who clearly wanted to tell Haru off for ordering her around, but she at least knew better to do it right now. "What kind of abilities do you know about so far?" Haru asked. "He's strong, otherwise he couldn't throw that monster sword as if it was nothing. We only narrowly managed to dodge it before it cut off. All of our heads. He uses water jutsu and his mist is a pain to deal with. He also has something to make you feel as if you are suffocating," Sasuke answered. "Killing intent then," Naruto nodded. "What do you mean? How would you know?" Sakura asked, annoyed. "Genma sensei taught us and exposed us to his to make sure we didn't fall prey to it. It's a common technique of higher ranking." "Ninjas," Naruto answered. Sakura didn't like that the former dead last of her class, before his clan had come to the village, was now lecturing her about things. "Well, Nev, you better be on guard the most then to have an earth jutsu ready to defend against his water jutsus," Haru stated. "Already thought of that, Haru," Nev confirmed. "Naruto, be ready to fire your new jutsu if he gets past the 2 Jonin," Haru then told the blonde. "Sure thing," Naruto nodded. "Sasuke, have you mastered the combinations of the fire flower jutsu?" Haru wanted to know. "No, just the basics so far, I'm still working on it," Sasuke answered, not seeing any reason to not give Haru, who was clearly working on a strategy for them, all the needed information. "Tai, what is your strongest point?" Haru asked, not knowing much about the boy. "Well, I only know the basic 3 that are taught at the academy. Kakashi-sensei has mostly been working on taijutsu with me during training," Tai answered. "Okay, Sakura, any genjutsus you could contribute and hold longer than a minute if they aren't dispelled?" Haru asked and got a shaken head. "Then Tai and Sakura will be the ones to always stay closest to the client, as the basic skills taught at the academy are the most useful there. Sasuke will be firing fireballs with the fire flower jutsu at any clones that Zabuza might send out way while the Jonins keep him otherwise occupied. With the lake nearby, he has an unlimited supply of water after all, which makes making water clones dead easy. If he gets any other water jutsus through, Nev and Naruto will counter with their jutsus. I will provide assistance with archery and wind jutsus wherever needed." The others nodded at the basic plan, even if Sakura's nod was reluctant, clearly wanting to have Sasuke take command, but the plan was sound and would serve to get the job done. While the Genin were organizing their group, the 3 Jonin were fighting on top of the lake now. Zabuza had tried to trap them, but it had failed to capture them both, and now Zabuza was on his toes defending against the two high-level Jonin. Still, he was a professional if nothing else, and managed to make 10 water clones without hand seals under the surface of the water, sending them towards the group of genin that surrounded the bridge builder. His only goal was killing the bridge builder, and if he managed to do that, he could just work on escaping the two. He knew that he wouldn't manage to win against both of them. Kakashi alone was a pest to deal with, but having Genma thrown into the mix brought this to another level. He had been a personal guard of the Yondaime Hokage after all, and you only got that kind of position if you were part of the elite. Currently the two were combining water and lightning jutsus to attack him. Normally, he would have tried to find a chance to separate them in the fight, but he had the feeling that it wouldn't work out too well. He would possibly have to have Haku assist him in the fight, but that would mean revealing an ace he had hoped to keep hidden for a while longer. And as good as Haku was, he wasn't at the same level as these two. He would have been good to take care of the genin. From the looks of it, the second team was a bit more experienced than the one of Kakashi. Probably 1 year longer on the job. He shot a water dragon at the two, but Kakashi countered with the same jutsu. This was among the most annoying points in fighting somebody with the Sharingan. The eye could copy any kind of jutsu he used. Right now he had to win enough time to let the clones deal with the genin team. Just to make sure, he created a second set of 10 water clones, which would go for a surprise attack once the genin were busy with the first wave. He was nothing if not thorough. The 6 genin soon found that Haru's deductions on what Zabuza would do were spot on, when a group of 10 water clones emerged from the lake. Okay, you know what to do. We have to prevent them getting our client, Haru declared. Yes, was the chorused reply. Naruto went through his hand seals. Wind release, wind disc barrage, he called out and fired a small storm of wind discs at the approaching water clones, hitting 2 of them, while the others jumped out of the line of fire after the first hits had been landed. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Sasuke continued and managed to hit 1 clone in the air, while a second one was grazed in the shoulder, but not enough to dispel it. Haru shot a flurry of arrows at the clones further back and got 3 of them. Tai managed to hit the clone that Sasuke had grazed with a kunai to the head while it was distracted with the fire jutsu. Earth release, Rising Earth Spears. Neville added, and the ground under the remaining 3 clones became a veritable minefield of spears that shot up from the ground unpredictably. One was dispelled immediately, one got his leg pierced, but barely stayed in its form. That was until Sasuke threw a kunai at it, and the last one was taken out by Naruto with a kick to the head when it jumped towards the group, sword raised high. Look out, there are more, Sakura shouted, being the only one that hadn't actively been included in the fight, making sure that Tazuna was covered all the time. Shit. Nev cursed. The genin were hard-pressed to keep up against the suddenly appeared clones. This isn't going to work. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Naruto called out, and his hundreds of clones swarmed the water clones, and while lots of Naruto's clones were cut down, they pushed the water clones of Zabuza back efficiently and took out 8 of them, while Haru and Sasuke got the last 2 with an arrow and kunai respectively. Good work, everybody, but we can't relax. Stay on guard, Haru warned. He really would have to look into Fuinjutsu being casted by using hand seals that allowed to set up barriers. He had all those barriers in his repertoire, as long as he could draw the seals, but he didn't have the time in the middle of a battle. In this kind of situation, it would be perfect to leave the weak parts of a team behind a secure barrier and take out the threat without having to worry about them. Like in this case Sakura and Tazuna. Tai had proven to have basic, but stable abilities. Not enough to face a ninja on a mission, but honestly, this mission shouldn't have included fighting ninjas. And against bandits, he would have held up without much problem, as long as the number wasn't too high. Well, once their senseis had dealt with Zabuza, he would see to it that the house of the bridge builder got those protective barrier seals. He wouldn't be surprised if Gato tried to assault the man and his family at his home after all. Zabuza grimaced when he felt his last clone destroyed. Great, he didn't have enough chakra to make a third wave. He didn't think that 6 genin could deal with all of his clones. Combined they had more than enough strength, even if each only had 1/10 of his power. He needed to get away. This battle was lost, but he didn't know how to pull it off. Did he need Haku? Finally, he went for one of the most common tricks in Kiri. He cut his chakra flow to his feet off and pushed himself under the surface of the water to not have Kakashi or Genma attack him. He knew how to breathe underwater without aid. A common trick used by Kiri's assassination squad. Coming unnoticed from the water was what they had to know before even being accepted there. They were called the Bloody Mist for a reason after all. To distract the Konoha group, he created a whirlpool in the lake, forcing Kakashi and Genma to concentrate on that and not him escaping the sight. He would regroup with Haku, analyze his opponent and return when he had a better plan. Who could have known after all that Konoha would send back up this fast? Kakashi and Genma returned to their teams after getting out of the whirlpool that Zabuza had left behind. Both knew that this wasn't the end. The man had only retreated to make a better plan and then attack again. It could happen anytime. All right. Good work in protecting Tazuna, Kakashi praised them, but we need to quickly get to Tazuna's home and fortify it. Zabuza might go there once he has recovered from the fight. Should be tomorrow at the latest. Then Kakashi swayed and fell to the ground. What is wrong with Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked panicked. He used up too much chakra, Nev commented while checking on the Jonin. The implanted Sharingan isn't properly connected to him. The connection to the nerves in the eyes was done properly, but the normal regulation that is typical for eye-based bloodline limits is missing. What should we do? Tai wanted to know. Naruto, how much chakra do you have left? Nev asked. More than 3/4 of my reserves and they're already refilling. The fight wasn't too exhausting or long after all, Naruto answered. Good. Haru, I need one of your chakra converter seals to transfer some of Naruto's chakra into Kakashi-sensei, Nev told him. I need about 5 minutes to get it done, plus some of Kakashi-sensei's blood, Haru told Nev. I'll get you some. How much? 1 syringe should be enough. Nev went to work to draw some blood from Kakashi while Haru went to setting up his tools for drawing a seal onto a small piece of paper, with Naruto watching closely to learn this seal as well. Nev handed Haru the blood, which he mixed into the ink and then started drawing. Once he was done, Naruto put his hand onto the seal and slowly channeled his chakra into the seal, until it was fully filled. Haru handed the seal to Nev, who placed it into Kakashi's forehead, after pushing the forehead protector over Kakashi's eyes. The seal stuck to the forehead on its own. Alright. Chakra transfer is initiated. The seal will stick to the forehead until the donated chakra is transferred. It should have been transformed into Kakashi-sensei's own chakra by tomorrow morning, Nev told the others. That's good. We will need him in fighting condition, as Zabuza is a formidable opponent and he will probably return with backup the next time. Now, Tazuna, let us to your home. We will need to make sure that it is safe before you can start working on your bridge. Again, Genma stated. Certainly. Follow me, it isn't far anymore, Tazuna agreed, being shaken by the fact that Zabuza was still out there and could attack again very soon. And done. Now the story has entered the wave arc. I decided that leaving Zabuza weak with 2 Jonins plus Team 9 against him would end in a boring arc, therefore, he is up and plotting his next move. Any suggestions for a possible helper for Zabuza to even the numbers more? Until next time. Setting up a base high, I finally got this story updated. I'm working through my older stories one after the other, but updating will continue being slow, as I'm in Riha after healing from cancer. It simply takes time. I want to thank everybody that wished me well during that time, it was very encouraging. Now happy reading. Setting up a base, the group reached the house of Tazuna about an hour later. Genma was carrying Kakashi and the genin were keeping watch for possible attacks. While he was sure that they had at least 2 to 3 hours before Zabuza had regained the chakra he had used up, they couldn't be sure that he didn't have an accomplice that could take over attacking. And a long-distance attack was always a problem, especially as they were on an island and the enemy was from Kiri, where most ninjas specialized in water jutsus. Which was why he was carrying Kakashi and didn't have some shadow clones of the boys do it. He had better trained reflexes in case of an emergency. He could delegate in case they were attacked. Once the house was in sight, Genma let out a small breath of relief. Tazuna opened the door and they were greeted by his daughter, Tsunami. She was very happy to see her father back alive. Tsunami, these are the super ninjas that brought me back safely. Without them, I wouldn't have made it back alive. And Konoha even sent a second team to support the one I started out with, once it became clear that Gato had hired ninjas, instead of the usual thugs we have to deal with, Tazuna told her. I'm pleased to meet you all. Thank you for bringing my father back safely, Tsunami said with a bow. You're welcome. Do you have a room where we can place Kakashi to rest a bit? He used up too much energy during the fight against the ninja Gato hired, Genma asked. Sure. You can take him upstairs into the second room on the right side, though it will be a bit of a tight fit for everybody. I didn't expect father to bring back this many people, Tsunami said. It's no problem. My team has everything we need for camping packed, Genma assured her. Team 7 looked confused where they would have that equipment. Everything we need is in storage scrolls, Haru answered the unspoken question. It makes transporting material much easier. Did your sensei teach you that? Tai asked curiously. No, Fuinjutsu is a specialty of the Uzumaki clan, so we all learned it, though I'm much further advanced than Nev and Naruto. I simply had more time to learn it, Haru stated. Naruto can use all kinds of basic seals and recognize several advanced ones, next to making a few basic seals. Nev's specialization is in medical jutsus and therefore he didn't study too much in the area of seals that don't concern that area. Though he can also use all basic and advanced seals. Interesting. Is it difficult to use these storage scrolls? Because I had to prioritize which things to pack for the mission, Tai asked. No, using them is very simple. I can show you while we stay here, but I first need to secure the house with some higher level seals, Haru informed him. Tai nodded. Haru looked through his backpack and took out 2 scrolls. From one of them he unsealed several blank sealing papers and from the other a well of special ink and a fountain pen. It was much easier to write seals with that than a brush. He quickly started making the seals needed, shocking the members of Team 7 how proficient he was at this difficult art. Naruto watched closely, as he had talent in this art as well and by watching he could learn a lot. Similar to Haru, he could understand the workings of seals easily by just looking at them. His main problem was overcoming years of neglect in writing clearly. After half an hour Haru was done and handed Naruto 4 tags while taking the other 4. I need 1 tag in each corner of the house, Naruto, Haru stated. Understood. I'll place them on my side, Naruto nodded and left towards the back of the house, while Haru went to the front. Once there, he put a tag into both bottom corners first and then walked up the wall to put them in the upper corners. Again, Team 7 had trouble believing what they saw. This time though, Sakura didn't stay silent. How did you do that? She demanded angrily. What? Walking up the wall? That's a simple chakra control exercise. Didn't Kakashi-sensei teach you that already? Haru asked, honestly surprised. No, he didn't, Sasuke answered, not liking that Haru's team seemed so much further advanced than he was. Well, he should do it soon. It's something you need to learn to not waste chakra when you use jutsus. There are more advanced exercises as well. Like water walking, like our senseis did while fighting against Zabuza. Sakura didn't like one bit that her crush Sasuke was behind Haru, and seemingly his whole team, regarding his skills. She had already hated that Haru had taken the position of Rookie of the Year from him, plus Nev also pushing before Sasuke in the final tests. But she had been convinced that it would soon change once they got proper training from a Jonin. Clearly that wasn't the case. Haru and the other 2 had demonstrated skills when they had fought against Zabuza that Sasuke had never shown, and now the thing with the chakra exercise. Why did they get such a lazy sensei? Kakashi was much better the next morning. He was honestly surprised at how fast he had recovered. While he wasn't back to full power, he had about half his chakra reserves replenished, which allowed him to move around freely and do some training. He listened to Genma's report of what he had arranged for the teams to do while they were at the house. Kakashi was very relieved to hear that they wouldn't have to fear for attacks that targeted Tsunami and her son Inari. Considering Zabuza, there hadn't been any activity, but it was to be expected that he would take a day to recover the chakra he had used up before doing something more than analyzing the battle and thinking up a better working strategy. They would have to be aware of spies trying to find out more about the team. Genma had tasked his genin to make 5 shadow clones each to go scouting the island, as they needed to know what kind of terrain and overall situation they were dealing with. The clones had by now dispelled, and Naruto, Nev and Haru were writing down the information for them to analyze. What do you think we should do, Genma? Kakashi wanted his comrade's opinion. Well, the situation is tricky, as Zabuza can attack at any time. While I trust Haru's knowledge about seals, when he had the time to prepare everything, Zabuza isn't a Jonin for nothing. And being in a place with lots of natural water resources, he has a distinct advantage. We can't take that away. You are able to counter any jutsu he uses, thanks to your Sharingan, but, right now, you aren't able to do so, thanks to having used up too much chakra. Nev estimates that you will be back to normal the day after tomorrow, as the rest of your chakra needs to replenish normally. We need to cover all our bases, which means Tazuna and his family need guards all around the clock. But your team isn't at a level where they could do much. Why didn't you teach them chakra control yet? Genma asked. I couldn't start 2 of them on the exercise while one wasn't ready yet, Genma. I had enough to do with getting Sakura to a level where she could physically manage even the tree climbing exercise. Her stupid diet, which I still haven't managed to fully convince her to drop, makes her weak. I could have shown Sasuke and Tai the exercise about 3 weeks after the team was set up. Sasuke is really good already and Tai only needed some tightening of his forms and a higher level training schedule. About what I expect of academy graduates when they pass the Jonin test. Sakura, for all she was ranked first among the kunoichi in her class, needed to build up her physical strength, which I had her working on. I gave all of them a training plan to do before they came to team training. Normally, they should have known to do it on their own, but I wasn't about to take any risks after seeing their behavior in the Bell test, Kakashi explained. Makes sense. The turnout of fangirls by the academy is truly a problem. How is the training schedule working? Genma wanted to know. After all, he was aware that Kakashi was always late for anything and the genin should have realized that by now and used the time for that schedule to be done. Sasuke and Tai are developing as expected. I know that they perform the training schedule dutifully each day, except on Sundays, when they have the day off. Sakura, well, she does it sometimes, but not in the intensity I would wish for. But so far, I didn't take more action about it. I mean, I didn't have the team that long in the first year is normally meant to be used for building up the base slowly and to let the genin find together as a team. They have to work out the team dynamics on their own to really make things work. At least Tai and Sasuke have managed to create a workable behavior. Sakura will take some more time, Kakashi answered. I see. I'm glad that I got the training nuts on my team, Genma commented. They would always invest lots of time into their private training. And Naruto's development was incredible. I thought it would be. The return of his clan members was a huge benefit for him, Kakashi agreed. Yes. Especially the acknowledgement and involvement into family life helped him develop far faster than he would have otherwise, no matter who his sensei would have been. Though the shadow clone jutsu being perfect for those of Uzumaki descent helps along, Genma admitted, back to topic. I suggest that we put Tai and Sakura on guard duty around the house. They can switch every 4 hours. We can't risk Sakura being in a true battle and Tai isn't advanced enough for it yet, even if his performance in the battle against Zabuza was very solid. I agree. I wouldn't have taken this mission, had I known about the involvement of ninjas. I was honestly only expecting bandits. Kakashi sighed. Tai and Sasuke could have easily dispatched any kind of bandit and Sakura would have stayed close to Tazuna during those situations. She has potential, but needs more time to bring it out. You will know that part better than I, Kakashi. Concerning the mission, we should split the genin up into teams of 2 for guard duty on the bridge with the other 2 scouting and finding out weaknesses of Gato that we can exploit. If we take out the employer behind Zabuza, he would simply leave. He would. He is only here for the money and if nobody will pay him, he would drop the mission. I think we should have 2 days before he attempts killing Tazuna the next time. He will have recovered by now, but our numbers work to our advantage. Even he doesn't have an easy time going up against 2 Jonin of our level, Kakashi nodded. I think I should go with the scouting team, as my ninja dogs would be an advantage for that part. You are better suited to protecting Tazuna while he continues building his bridge. Currently that's true. Even in your weakened state, you would be able to summon the pack, and they would do most of the work from there on. Genma nodded. I think the one best suited for scouting in my team would be Naruto, as he can create the largest number of shadow clones and we trained his transformation jutsu to the point that his clones can take any form they want, from a flower pod to a seagull. Nev is better as a guard on the bridge, especially as he can quickly give medical aid if needed. Haru would be good in both parts, but, considering that you will be part of the scouting group, I think you should take Sasuke with you, as he doesn't know me as a Sensei and is much harder to work with than the other two, and we will be the team that has a higher probability of being attacked, which means that Haru's sealing skills will be better used with my group. Makes sense. And I think Sasuke has realized that Naruto improved a lot since the academy and won't give us trouble in having to work with him, Kakashi commented. Then we will set off after breakfast. The sooner we get our information, the better, Genma declared, and Kakashi nodded in agreement. Sasuke and Naruto stood ready to go onto the scouting mission with Kakashi. Sakura had of course complained why Naruto of all people got to go with Sasuke, and not her, but Kakashi had quickly silenced her, telling her that she had no useful skill for a scouting mission and wasn't physically up to all the running they would have to do had shocked her, but she had to admit that he was right. It didn't sit right with her that Naruto was better at something than her. She had always been sure to be much better than the dead last of her class, and now the tide had turned. Sasuke, after having seen how Naruto easily held his own in the battle against Zabuza's water clones, accepted that things weren't as they had appeared at the academy and took his sensei's orders about the mission easily. He was content with doing something proactive for the mission and interested in gathering more data about Naruto, who had turned out to be wrongly judged during the time at the academy. If it only took his clan coming back and pointing out a general problem of all Uzumaki clan members with their type of chakra, well, it was hardly Naruto's fault. Especially as Sasuke had realized a lot of things during his time under Kakashi. Right now, he wasn't a big fish yet. Kakashi could easily beat him in their training spars without much effort. And if Kakashi could do that, Itachi would be capable of doing the same. Not to mention that Kakashi had a Sharingan, meaning, once his own eye is activated, the man would be the best source of instruction about the bloodline limits working process he could find in Konoha. Sasuke had been deluded by the praise that had been heaped onto him by all kinds of people, but mainly the civilian council. The beatdowns he got from Kakashi spoke a much more realistic and brutal language. He was good for a genin, no doubt about that. He had a lot of potential, also a fact, but that didn't mean anything if he didn't go the extra mile and trained the right way. If he let his pride get into his way, he didn't like Sakura. She was weak and didn't really do much to change that part. Only forced by Kakashi did she train more. But Tai was a different matter. He wasn't on Sasuke's level, but he had a very good working ethic and didn't bother Sasuke all the time. Tai did his work reliably and tried to find out in which areas of the ninja life his strengths lied. Considering that he wasn't from a big clan, Sasuke was positively surprised during the first weeks of their training. And Tai was always up for training spars before Kakashi arrived at the training ground. It helped him develop his own abilities to have a proper sparring partner on his team. And Tai had only been in the middle of their class. Academy labels didn't mean anything in the long run. Case in point, the Sannin. Jiraiya had been the dead last of his class, according to Kakashi, and now the man was a legend. Even if all three Sannin hadn't been seen for years in Konoha, what with Orochimaru being a traitor to the village, Tsunade having left and Jiraiya leading a spy network, his father's notes on the matter had been interesting, their reputation never wavered. He looked to the side where Naruto was looking into his backpack, checking his equipment one last time. At least the blonde had got a better suited wardrobe, not the eyesore of a bright orange jumpsuit. There still was some orange, but on more muted shades and a lot less. Then his sensei summoned some ninja dogs. Alright, we will go about this mission this way. Naruto, you will make 50 shadow clones and transform 35 of them in all kinds of native birds and 10 into animals like squirrels and mice. I want them to scout from the air and the ground and map suspicious areas for us to investigate. 5 of them should go untransformed into all directions. One of them will go with the second team that will protect Tazuna on the bridge, to give us a warning in case Zabuza strikes today already, even if the probability is low. He will first strategize normally to have a better chance to get past us. My dogs, except for Pakun, will spread out as well and sniff out places that we will need to hit. We will go to the main base of Gato, which according to the intel Tazuna could give us, is somewhere to the northeast of this house. For now, except we get a clear shot, we will only gather information. Neither of you is trained for infiltration or assassination missions, and I don't plan to change that just yet. Things we will attempt to find out are numbers of thugs working for Gato, possible additional ninjas hired by him, plans that we can overhear, and locations of valuables and documents. Chances are that Konoha will want to take over a large part of Gato's business once he is dealt with, Kakashi instructed them. Do we have clearance to just kill him, should the chance appear? Naruto asked. Yes. He is a criminal that keeps the daimyo of this island his hostage. In cases like this, any ninja is permitted to take out the danger permanently, Kakashi replied. There won't be any official repercussions. And unofficial ones? Sasuke asked. You can never be sure who profited from Gado's crimes and would want revenge. Hiring an assassin is always something you have to consider being done in retaliation. But few people would want to invest the money to pay somebody that could infiltrate Konoha and kill one of our ninjas. Not to mention that our defenses are very strong and it would need somebody of high Jonin level to even have a chance to succeed. Not to mention that they would need to find out who exactly did it, Kakashi explained. Both boys nodded. Okay, let's move out, we have a lot to do today, Kakashi instructed and the boys followed him in Pakun. On the bridge, Haru and Nev had started placing seals onto all surfaces to give the bridge more protection. It wouldn't do after all, if Gado managed to send somebody that blew it up with explosives. With the monetary situation in Wave Country being as strained as it was, they wouldn't be able to buy new materials for a new bridge. And then Gado would have free hand. Neither of them understood why Gado hadn't simply done that. It would have been way more cost-efficient than hiring a missing nin like Zabuza. When they asked Genma, he also didn't know a good reason why. But possibly, it was because the main source of explosives were seals and those were hard to get for a civilian, especially the dangerous kind. Any kind of bombs, like Haru knew them from the Muggle world in their birth country, were fairly unknown here. It was a major reason why most people used swords, knives and staffs to fight. There were some chemicals, but their effect wasn't large-scale enough, so most ninjas never considered them, as jutsus were more powerful. Still, if the bridge was secured with seals, it would be in much less danger than otherwise. Tazuna was all for it. His workers were especially happy when they heard that a certain kind of barrier seal that Haru also installed would prevent that anybody that didn't have a certain mark could get onto the bridge, which made working there much safer for them. It certainly lessened their worries about being ambushed there. The thugs rarely could distinguish one inhabitant of Wave Country from the other, and they rarely bothered to lay ambushes on the way back from the bridge. They were happier to spread general terror in the village instead of targeting specific people outside of Tazuna. Haru and Nev even managed to lessen those concerns, by handing all the workers an alarm seal, which would send them a signal, should they just put a little blood onto it. It didn't matter whose blood it was, just blood on the seal would suffice for them to locate the triggered seal and come running to help. The way it worked was based on notes of Haru's father in a journal, which described his and his friend's project of the Marauders map. And Haru currently had 5 shadow clones mapping the village to create a map similar to it. Chakra, which every person had, even if not all of them could use it actively, could be used to track people as well as magic. And the flare from the seal would be shown on the master map. Haru planned tasking Tai and Sakura with watching the map, once his clones were done with it. And Tai would get a two-way mirror to contact them and give them directions to the emergency. Those thugs were definitely no threat for trained ninjas, especially not ones on their level. That's it for this time. A bit of a filler between the action parts, but I hope you liked it.